Now we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they better the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. Hakeem Olajuwon is very overrated. Keep it real, if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. Love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Olajuwon too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coat rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. Appreciate y'all being here, man. Another episode and another topic for you guys, man. My apologies, man. I meant to go live a lot more this week, man. Just we got a lot going on, but I think we got a great show for you guys today, man. Salute to the people in the chat, man. Michael Matroki, Tony Based. I want to get to your comment too. We got Marquez Matthews. What's up, FYF? Salute, man. Yes, y'all like that video, North Sea Fellow. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit more time to go in here. We're gonna cover some some news. Obviously, we got the topic of the show that we're gonna get to, and obviously, Max, that's one of the topics that I just wanted to briefly touch on. The James Harden situation, a couple other things going on in basketball, and then we're gonna get to the primary topic of the show. Obviously, y'all saw the title, and the primary topic of today's show is creating the ultimate dream team. And when I say that, I'm not trying to talk about some all-star team or just players y'all can just mash up, take all the superstars, MVPs, have an NBA history. There's a few constraints. I don't want to put too many constraints on it, but there's a few constraints on creating this particular roster. And I thought about a way that I could create this to make people think. And we're going to get to that later. Obviously, we got that James Harden news that just dropped today. A lot of people say it's a massive twist. I think this James Harden situation is, I think it's some cap from the media about James Harden's intentions in the beginning. And I think it's a little bit of cap from the Sixers organization. The Sixers are just in a weird situation. They're not necessarily in the position to trade James Harden, especially in this climate. You really think about it, what real trade partners do you have? Who's really willing to compromise the integrity of their entire organization to bring in a guy in James Harden, who has shown he will leave at the drop of any adversity? He left Brooklyn when they faced adversity. Right? He left the Rockets when they faced adversity. And now he's on the Sixers and they face a little bit more adversity. And now James Harden wants out of there. And I think James Harden is just, you keep asking to get traded. You keep wanting to demand these trades. You want to, and it's just like, it gets to a point where it's just like, I don't mind you requesting these trades. I don't mind stars wanting to go to a better situations, but you're crying wolf way too much. He's like the boy who cried wolf. He keeps crying wolf, and it's just now it's a situation where a team said, "Damn, you tricked the Rockets, you tricked the Nets, you tricked the Sixers," and you're talking about a Sixers. Like, how much better can your situation be? You just played with MVP Joel Embiid and couldn't get the job done, and now you want to trade. It's only going to get worse from here. How can any other team trust the fact that you're going to go there and then commit to winning when you couldn't even commit to winning with Joel Embiid? Y'all know how many players in this league would love to play alongside Joel Embiid and actually have a chance to compete for an NBA championship? And so I'm not really the one to criticize these guys, but with what James Harden is doing, I'm not surprised that the Sixers aren't really finding any suitable trade partners. Now, everybody was under the impression that the Clippers were the destination. But the Clippers are probably looking at this like, okay, well, we're not giving you PG. We're not giving you Kawhi Leonard. You're going to have to take, we're not giving you Russ, because we just heard what Ty Lue said about Russ. Plus Russ did one of the smartest moves ever. By him signing such a small deal, he's no longer a trade fodder. You can't play with his, if he signed for his value in the offseason, which was between 8 to 12 million, now he could potentially be trade fodder in one of these weird trades. He signed for damn near the minimum. Not going to really meet the contractual demands or meet the salary needs for any particular trade. So Russ played for the peace of mind of staying in LA, and he likes the organization. Organization is committed to him. Ty Lue speaks. This is a team where Ty Lue said, I'm glad we got Russ, because this is the first time we've actually had a leader in the locker room. I don't know if that's a shot to Kawhi Leonard or Paul George, but those two need to wake the hell up. If that's what Ty Lue is saying about Russell Westbrook being there, they need to wake the hell up. Yes, Nicholas Brown, man. Salute to Nicholas Brown and Michael Matroki, man. Some of the top moderators of the channel, man. Y'all been here damn near from day one. And salute to Mikhail. I saw your comment, June World. Thank you, June World. I'm getting tired of Harden's antics, because at the end of the day, it's not even like the man is playing at an extremely high level. at this stage in his career, just like Doc Rivers said, because of his age, because of his conditioning, he's sometimey. He's going to give you great performances here or there. He's not going to give you anything consistent. He's going to have to be your second or third best player. Right? He's going to be extremely detrimental. Like, why would the Houston Rockets take him back on? Remember, the noise was that he would go back to the Houston Rockets. Why would he go back? Why would I take him back into an organization where he's known for just visiting strip clubs in one of the in a hotbed for strip clubs where you don't want your young players following that type of leadership? Why would the Houston Rockets completely take that on? This is a man where it's rumored that the man has a statue in somebody's strip club. And you want to bring this type of leadership into your locker room? Nope, not happening. And so nobody's going to bring him in at the demand. And the trade is going to be a trade of a high magnitude, not because James Harden is really that nice. It's going to be a humongous trade because of his salary. And MC Robinson, I don't even know what Harden's looking for, because I don't even know if he's looking for a ring, because people were saying, and these are all rumors, that he wanted to go back to Houston. He's not looking for a ring if he wants to go to Houston. He's just looking to finish out his career in a city that he's most comfortable in. James Harden looks like a player that's just there to collect checks. He didn't look hungry. And when you ask out of a situation, this is a situation in Philly. Is it the perfect situation? Is it the most ideal situation? No. But will the Sixers with James Harden and Joel Embiid consistently be a top 6-7 team in the NBA? Yes. They will always be in the mix to potentially get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Whether they get there or not, it's going to be on Joel Embiid being healthy, Harden being healthy, and some of the others being healthy. But at least they are in the mix. His James Harden situation is exactly what Damian Lillard was asking for. I don't have to have a super team. Just put me in the mix. And so this is where James Harden, man, this is where he kind of gets under people's skin. This is where, and what a lot of people end up doing is they take the example that James Harden is putting out there and they label this as any NBA player now after James Harden demanding a trade. A lot of fans are just going to look at them as just like James Harden. And that's not necessarily the case. People are going to tie in Damian Lillard wanting to trade with this James Harden situation. And he makes all the players that want to trade look bad. But James Harden just needs, if he really wants a championship, he would just rededicate himself to the gym, come back in shape, understand that this team and everything that they do is going to run through Joel Embiid, and he needs to find a way to set the stage and set an example for the young players on that team with regards to how to fall into your role and play behind the superstar Joel Embiid, as opposed to just running around crying about how many touches you get, how many shots you get, and you don't like the offense. Obviously, Doc Rivers stopped running that horn set that he loves so much. And they were running more post-oriented sets out of horns. And then he's just been a big crybaby because he's not getting what he wanted. He had a couple 40-point games in the playoffs. And it's just sad. It's just sad. So James Harden, guy that's a shell of himself. Obviously, he's not getting that trade. People are rumoring, and the jokes are coming out now that the man is going to start pulling the fat suit back out just to get traded out. And we're going to have to see. And, as good as James Harden is, how he handles this situation with the Sixers could determine his NBA livelihood. And that's the reality that James Harden is facing. I don't believe the NBA and NBA teams are going to tolerate him doing the fat suit situation that we saw in Houston, getting fat, coming in out of shape, being sometimey. I don't think the NBA accepts that one more time. I think he forces himself out of the league with that one right there. So that's James Harden, y'all. Y'all can think of it what you want. When I drop the link, we start pulling people up, man. We could cook on that as well, because you know, I try to give players like James Harden a pass. I really have been trying to give him a pass. But unfortunately, this one right here, just demanding a trade for absolutely no reason whatsoever when you're playing with an MVP candidate, and all because you're just mad because they're not running the horn set offense through you, and they're running it through the MVP of the league. That's a sad scenario right there. And he's one of the players that give all of the players of this era a bad reputation. So we got some more news for you guys. I don't know if a lot of you guys heard about this story. But the high school player, Caleb White, man, high school star, man, passed away at the age of 17 after collapsing during a workout at school. And so it came out that White's grandfather, he posted this on Facebook. He said that Caleb was an honor student, very respectful, high intellect, excellent role model, phenomenal basketball player. He was ranked the 25th best point guard in his class in the nation. And he was number 2 in the state of Alabama. And he went to, Pinson Valley High School. And the principal of the school also stated, he says, I unfortunately have some sad news to report tonight. One of our senior students suffered a medical emergency at school today. Life-saving efforts were immediately started as first responders were called. Sadly, the student was pronounced deceased after being transported to the hospital. And it says, out of respect for the family, they're not releasing any information on the cause of death, although most people fear that it was similar to the Bronny James situation. He went into cardiac arrest. And so what is the difference between Bronny James and this situation? Well, Bronny James, sometimes it's about the right place in the right time. And if you happen to have a heart issue and you are on the campus of USC, you are in great hands. You are in great hands. They have probably, because they rushed him to the Cedars-Sinai Heart Institute, which is probably one of the best heart centers in the world. And then on top of the fact, they probably had top of the line trainers and staff that understand cardiac arrest and what to do if this happens, and they can respond in better life-saving efforts. On the flip side of that, in the South, Alabama, Mississippi, healthcare in the South is the absolute worst in the world. It's the absolute worst in the world. Probably out of the 50 worst hospitals in the world, in the United States, the majority of them are in the South, in the Mississippi area, in the Alabama area. Worst complete hospitals. And so it doesn't surprise me that this high school, which most high schools aren't even properly staffed to handle these types of situations. Most of the trainers are student trainers, which is what we had at our high school. And so the difference between this guy and Bronny is right place, right time. And that's the sad reality of it. And, this is going to start these cardiac arrests, because if you watch this report, they were really slick about not using the term cardiac arrest, because they don't want to connect cardiac arrest with all of these young players just dropping and either almost losing their lives or losing their life like we have in this situation. And people are going to start asking, why are these young people going into cardiac arrest? And when they start doing blood tests and they see that there are no drugs in their system, they see that there's what they're going to start trying to connect this back to, we all know what. And it's going to be a lot of people, especially if they start doing tests, because this was always feared. One of the side effects to the vax, we all know, was heart conditions and heart issues. It's some very abnormal things that's starting to happen more often than not. And that's something that we're going to have to talk about. Maybe not in this live stream, but we're going to have to talk about it. Tyson is right. It's scary. It is scary. Now, again, I didn't take it. I didn't touch the vaccination. I've for whatever reason, even before, the COVID and things like that came out, I always had a side eye about vaccinations, about taking something, and there's absolutely no need for it. I've never been a believer in taking a medicine for something that you're not sick for. I never believed in the flu shot, things like that. And so that was just my natural propensity for certain things. But then you also have situations where when you have parents who have little kids, well, there's certain vaccinations your kids have to take just to go to kindergarten. So it's almost forced, right? If you go look at some of the plasma banks, a lot of us, remember, we can think back to our days when we was broke and we didn't have no money. Some of us was going to go donate plasma to get an extra $50, $60. Then you'll go in there one day and they'll be like, yeah, if you take this vaccination, this measles vaccination, we'll give you an extra $250 or something ridiculous that they be offering, right? But the thing is that these plasma banks are generally in communities, low income communities, so they're hitting and they're getting the most desolate people in our communities, running a lot of these vaccinations on them, and we don't really know what's in these vaccinations. So again, another conversation for another day. But again, you got to go RIP to Caleb White, man, another young player, another young athlete that's went down. And because of social media, we're hearing more about these stories more and more. They can't really be hidden. Unfortunate reality is something we now have to talk about. It's something that we have to talk about. Salute to One Cool P coming in here. He says, Ken says, this is lame conspiracy nonsense. This is not conspiracy. It's not. Ken, the one thing we say on this channel is research purposes only. If you can give me research that rules it out, I'll rule it out. But until you rule it out, I have to keep it on the table. This was a side effect that a lot of people said existed. I mean, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to not talk about it because you say it's a conspiracy. How's it a conspiracy and we just watch somebody die? Somebody's dead. It's not a conspiracy. And that's another one. He says, was there a report that drugs were in their systems that came out? No reports. And again, toxicology reports, we're going to get all that. We'll start to find out. We'll start to find out. Sometimes, even you can look to a drink like this, right? This company right here, they sent me literally cases and cases of this drink right here. The Twitch drink. Cases and cases of it. When I first got all these cases, like I got two cases over there. I got one case right here. Look, literally hundreds. I literally got hundreds of these. Right? They want me to give them out, give them to players, hundreds of them. But when we first got these drinks, y'all, I drank two of them during the workout. I drank the second one. And I'm like, why the hell do I feel so goddamn jittery? Why I feel like my heart is palpitating? Oh, then I look at the ingredients. When I look at the ingredients, this drink dang near got 200 milligrams of goddamn caffeine. And I didn't slam two of them because it tastes like juice. You can overdose on caffeine. So, Tony, again, we have to leave the door open. There's zero sugar. See, Rundown Productions, that's where they get you because the big thing now is sugar. So what they do is they popularize the zero sugar. But without the sugar, what else what are they going to do to give us that that jolt of energy. You load it up with caffeine. What is a drink like this that they look? This is a Gatorade Twist drink. What is a drink like this that they putting it in schools? This is what they want people drinking after or during your workout when your heart is already racing. Then you load up on, because when you hooping and you dead tired, you just want to get some liquid in your system. You're going to grab one of these things that tastes like Gatorade. You're going to damn near slam the whole bottle, if not the whole bottle. And look how small the bottle is. This is not even a regular size bottle. You slam this down fast and you got 200 milligrams of caffeine. You play 5 more games and you grab another one. You got 400 milligrams of caffeine flowing through your system and potentially within a 2-hour time span. Just something to think about. So again, while y'all think the vax is a part of consideration, stuff like this is also something to consider. And there's no shade on this company. There's no shade on Gatorade. But the one thing that surprised me about this company was that the fact that they literally, if you're a content creator, if anybody in here is a content creator and y'all reach out, if you have a sports team, if y'all reach out to Gatorade, they will literally send you a team, if not hundreds, thousands of these drinks for free. Because also one thing you got to understand is caffeine is addictive too. I got 2 more cases over there. Literally unlimited. I could potentially have an unlimited supply of this. It's no joke. So stuff like this could also be a factor. Isn't Gatorade one of the primary sponsors of the NBA? At least they were. I don't know if they still are. But these are all stuff that you got to talk about. Yeah, it says a lady overdosed on water. That's a possibility too. You know, unlikely. Now that's more of an unlikely scenario, you know, but it is what it is. Trail is correct too. The higher THC in weed today. Weed is no longer regular weed. There's so many additives in it. They spray it with chemicals to give people a higher high, but we don't know what they spraying them with. And if you smoke and you want these extra special strands of weed and you just think they grown that way, then you out of your mind. Facts, North Sea fellow, man. Y'all hit that like button and pull up. We about to get to the topic of this show. Let me push these notifications out. Make sure we get everybody in here. Because, well, we got a good show for you guys today. And once again, make sure y'all hit that Cash App support. Support the channel, support the content. OG Clamp, a salute, man. The OG Clamp, man, he's back. Man, the homie, EP. I was just hooping today, man. Hey, Eric, it ain't the same, man. When I can't get that squad together, remember the guy squads we used to put together? It just ain't the same, man. Oh, salute, man, to Alex, man. I see you in there. Can't wait for the high. Hey, look, man, some of my takes be crazy. A lot of people get on me for my takes, man. Ben Simmons, Russell Westbrook, Draymond Green, Magic Johnson. A lot of people criticize them, man. But, you know, I like it. I rock with them. Weebay says, y'all better whoop PC. Yeah, you know, look, it is what it is. Look, but Weebay, it's not a debate. If it was a debate, yes. I don't know what we're going to be doing over there tomorrow. We're probably, like I said, it's probably going to be more trivia questions. So I have no clue what we're going to be talking about. I have no clue what the questions are going to be. I honestly don't even have any clue as to what the format's going to be. So again, I still got to reach out to, you know, it's the event was canceled and restarted back up so many times that I got to reach out to people and make sure that everybody still participates. So I still got to get a hold of Young Africa and LVZ and all the guys just to make sure everybody's just still ready to go, because it's just been kind of doing it on their time. I think it's 2 p.m. But like I said, I'm gonna clarify the details as soon as this show is over, and then I'm going to once I clarify those details, I'm gonna put those details in the community post. All right. He says Draymond's your third favorite player. Yeah, I love defensive players. So you know, I love defensive guys. I love people that just fall into their role. And those are the guys that get the least appreciation. I like to give them their love over here. Salute to Gorilla Smoke Medium. He said, Young China fighting flies off his face. Young Africa doing his thing. Joe Boy says, Lamont, if you want to win, leave Bees out. Bees is his own, but Bees would be a great replacement though. MC Robinson, he says, you're a coach. Did you ever have a player act like Harden or close to Harden? Yes, I did. 2 years ago, I had a player, talent-wise, probably the best player in the program. Upstairs, mental, one of the most selfish players I've ever seen on a basketball court. Did not know what to do on a basketball court unless he had the basketball in his hands, and he did not want to pass. Excellent scorer, though. Could put up 30, 40 anytime. But when he didn't have the ball in his hands, he was a complete waste of space out there. Didn't want to defend, didn't want to hustle, didn't want to help others, didn't want to communicate. And, luckily that year we had just an excellent team. We still got to the national championship game. But ultimately, we ended up losing because he tried to, he tried to have that mentality that y'all say LeBron needs to have, that killer. Take the tough last shot. And this fool took a shot on Wisconsin's best defender. That motherfucker swatted it to the other side of the court and went and dunked it. I mean, game over. That's part of me. That's on me too. I should have drew up something a little better. Probably should have taken them out. But yeah, the hero ball players will get you beat. They'll help get you there, but they'll get you beat too. So we're gonna talk about it, y'all. Today we're gonna talk about, and I'm gonna bring y'all up because I'm gonna flow through this very quickly. But I want to talk about creating the ultimate NBA team, not starting five team, a 12-man roster. And then as I go through my list, I want you guys to come up with some of y'all own 12-man rosters. And I kind of want to get I want y'all to tell me if y'all think my roster could have some improvements, because everybody that I put on my 12-man roster, I'm going to tell you why I put them there. And how I came up with this list. And I would hope that y'all can do the same. We got Dust Taker in here. He says, I guarantee MG would have got shot off over Jamal Murray, whereas LeBron got locked up. But the unfortunate reality, Dust Taker, is we've seen Jordan miss shots in the clutch. He's missed more shots and more game winners than he's made. So will Jordan always get the shot off? No. In 1995, when we saw Jordan going up against the Orlando Magic, he had two opportunities to either one, win the game, or then push it into overtime. He got the ball stole from him by Nick Anderson. And then on that next opportunity, when he could have taken the shot, he throws the ball out of bounds, turnover, trying to dump it off to Scottie Pippen, who was cutting to the basket. 2 turnovers. So he don't always come through. He don't always get a shot off. And that was against a weaker defender because there was Dennis Scott guarding him. So if he can't get a shot off against Dennis Scott, we can, if we want to play those games about picking at moments, we can pick at moments with Jordan. That's all. We don't call Jordan the GOAT because of bad moments. We call Jordan the GOAT because of great moments. Y'all try so hard to bring up LeBron. We don't think of LeBron as one of the greatest players of all time because he lost in 2011. We think he's one of the greatest of all time because of all the other stuff. Y'all try to do these other weird stuff to try to denigrate him. You see, half of y'all are spend 5 hours trying to denigrate his resume. I still got LeBron top 5 all time. Like, what are you doing then? That's Mr. Miles talk. Man, I love LeBron, man. I got LeBron top 10 all time. But when he played this team and he missed this shot, man, and he came up short and his contract expired. He went to this other team. Stop it, man. That's just you wanting to run your mouth about a whole bunch of stuff that don't matter. But look, so this is the constraints. This is what we doing today, y'all. I said, I'm going to create a roster that I feel is the greatest roster of all time. Now, to prevent you guys from just loading up with superstars and all these all-star laden players, the first constraint and the only constraint that I created was I said, let's do it this way. The only constraint that we're going to apply to it is that you can use any player in NBA history, but you can only have 2 MVPs on your team. You can't not stack this up with all MVPs. So you can only have 2 MVPs. Everybody else is a guy that's never won an MVP, which is generally these guys are role players. And so I'm going to tell you guys to listen. Even with that constraint, you can still come up with some really good teams. Right? You can still come up with some really good teams, but you only got 2 MVPs. So you have to use your 2 MVP players wisely. And I'm going to tell you guys what I came up with. So I got a 12-man roster, and this is for a team playing today. If we needed to create a team and it had to fit in today's game, not in the 90s or the 80s or the 70s, it has to fit. This team has to be prepared to start to go and play in October. So here's the 2 first players. My 2 first players that I selected. These are my MVPs. These are guys that have won MVPs. This is what I'm starting with. And I believe if you don't start with these 2 players, you're an idiot. But I'm starting with Jordan and LeBron. These are my 2 MVPs. Everything from now, everything is going to be built around their strengths and their weaknesses. He says, is the player's choice debate canceled? No, the player's choice debate is tomorrow, unless they canceled it, which I haven't heard from Ron about anything being canceled. So I would assume it's still on for tomorrow. And it's not a debate. It's a trivia show. We're just answering questions from the chat about just random questions. These are not questions that we are or we don't know what the questions are. I don't know what topics they've been talking about. I really haven't had a chance to watch over the last couple of weeks. But he says he's going to pull the questions from the chat, and they're going to ask random trivia questions, and we got to answer them to the best of our ability. That's what we're doing. So it's going to be a fun family trivia night. But my first 2 players are Jordan and LeBron. Jordan, competitive spirit, scoring, and defense. LeBron, because he can play small forward, and he can be a point forward, multiple positions. LeBron brings a level of physicality, versatility, playmaking, and scoring. That's who I'm building everything around. I believe if you don't start with those 2, you got to be out of your mind. My third player on the list, because everybody needs that third tier guy, is going to be Klay Thompson. Right? He's an elite shooter and a 2-way player in his prime, because we're talking about prime Klay Thompson. Why did I choose Klay Thompson as that third pick on my team? I chose Klay Thompson because this is a man who can score 50 without dribbling the basketball. If you're going to be playing with LeBron, if you're going to be playing with Jordan, you have to be ready to not touch the basketball for long stretches of time. And then you have to still be shot ready. And I would say Klay Thompson probably is the best player in NBA history off ball, always being ready to shoot almost anywhere on the floor. That's one of the fastest releases. All right. So Klay Thompson would be that third guy that helps me floor space. But let me tell you what my starting lineup would be. Hold on. Actually, let me go through my whole roster, and then I'm going to tell you what my starting lineup will be. So we got Klay Thompson. Understanding that you got Jordan and LeBron, we need shooting. With this team, when you have Jordan and LeBron, 2 guys that haven't always been the greatest from the 3-point line, 2 guys that thrive off good spacing, you got to have elite shooting. So the next guy, because remember, I only have 2 MVPs. I'm gonna bring in Reggie Miller, legendary shooter, and he's a clutch performer. I'm also gonna bring in Ray Allen, premier catch and shoot player, similar to Klay Thompson. I'm gonna bring in Draymond Green, versatility, playmaking, and defense. Again, more guys that can score on minimal touches, or they're better in other areas of the game. I'm also going to bring in Scottie Pippen, playmaking, defense, versatility. I'm also on my bench going to have Chris Mullin, another excellent shooter. Y'all see where I'm going with my team. It's going to be a ton of floor spacing, and you're going to have to figure out how the hell are we going to guard Jordan and LeBron James with all these shooters. Another guy that gets super underrated that I'm going to be bringing in is and salute to the locker room, man. I see you in there. Your shows, man, be dope. I like the way you done level up over there, man. Salute to the locker room. Make sure y'all go check him out. Subscribe to the show, man. Locker room doing a great job over there with the show. And he's exposing Dreamers Pro on a consistent basis. He got the foot on the gas. He don't let up on the man. Keep doing your thing. We got Robert Horry. Robert Horry's a power forward, good size, can defend multiple positions, great shooter, great versatility. Another guy that I'm gonna bring in. I feel like this guy always gets slighted, doesn't get enough credit for what he did well. Bruce Bowen, lockdown defender, and one of the things that he specialized in, he's a corner three-point specialist, something that I believe all teams in the NBA need. Being able to drive and kick to those corners to a guy that's elite in the corners, that's different. That makes he was one of the reasons why the Spurs were so difficult to guard. I'm going to bring in Peja Stojakovic. I like Peja's size, but he's also an elite shooter. Struggled defensively, but he still has good size for his position. And obviously my team, obviously with Draymond and Pippen, even LeBron, they all have good size. But nobody would say these guys are true bigs. I got to have a rim protector in the mix. I got to have somebody that can just come in. I got another guy that can thrive without touching the ball a ton. I'm going to bring in Dikembe Mutombo as my center. Shot blocking, defense, rebounding. We've seen this man lead the league in rebounders. He's led the league in blocks. The man is an ultimate defender, rim protector. And with all of the other perimeter defenders that you have, like Draymond, like Pippen, like Bruce Bowen, we don't have to worry about sending Draymond out onto the perimeter. He could just go drop coverage and focus on what? He can focus on protecting the rim. That's rim protection. OJ Weston, if this team is Dudo, then I want to hear your team when I drop the link. See, a lot of y'all be having these opinions, but when it's time to talk on your selection, y'all get to saying OJ Mayo on your fifth pick or something weird. Y'all done said Lance Stevenson on your bench or something, right? Y'all done said Tim Hardaway Jr. as your 12th man. See? When I get to having y'all break your own team down, don't come up here saying no crazy stuff. But I know it's going to happen. So look to Alex, man. He says Tracy McGrady. Nah, but again. But the thing is, when I have a Jordan, when I have a LeBron, do I need an all-out gunner? As good as Tracy McGrady is, do you see Tracy McGrady thriving with a Jordan and LeBron on the floor, and he's not dominating the ball? So I don't know if he fits. So the starting lineup, Tyson, is this. This is going to be my starting lineup. My starting lineup is going to be LeBron at the point, primary ball handler, facilitator. Jordan at the 2, primary scorer, one of the defensive leaders. I do have Chris Mullin as a shooter off the bench, Oaktown, Scottie Pippen at the small forward, secondary playmaker, and his defensive versatility allows him to guard 1, 2, or 3. So on any switch with Jordan or LeBron James, he can handle any of them switches. He can even switch with the 4, which my 4 in this starting lineup is going to be Draymond Green, defensive anchor and playmaker. And my center is going to be Dikembe Mutombo for the rim protection. Now, my starting lineup is not loaded with a ton of shooting. The shooting and the spacing is going to come in once I get to making my substitutions. So when we talk about subbing out a Scottie Pippen for a Chris Mullin, and then you add more spacing, or when Jordan needs a quick breather and you bringing in a guy like Reggie Miller or Ray Allen, and then they're playing alongside LeBron, and LeBron's strengths then can kick in because he's more of an attack, kick out type of guy. And now the catch and shoot players can start to thrive. Even if you take out a guy in Draymond Green, you could always move Pippen, especially in today's game. Pippen with his size could be a small 4. Peja could also come in and play the 4 or the 3. So again, there's a lot of different things you can do with this lineup, especially in today's game, because even if your 4 is kind of undersized, it's not going to necessarily kill you, especially if those guys can add some level of floor spacing on the offensive end. So that's my starting 5: LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Draymond Green, Dikembe Mutombo. Now, starting 5. What's the best way to start off a basketball game? By getting stops. The one thing that this starting lineup is going to be able to do, all of these dudes can defend at a high level. LeBron, because that's going to be a matchup nightmare for anybody's point guard. Jordan, Pippen, that 3 on the perimeter is clamps. You got Draymond Green as a potential roamer. He can switch with any guard, but he also can help Mutombo protecting the rim. And then you got Mutombo as the ultimate rim protector. In this era, he's going to have to be a little bit smarter, but Mutombo in his prime was pretty nimble. He could move in and out the paint quickly. I don't want to get a slew-footed, slow Patrick Ewing in there who's going to give me 1,000,003 seconds. Give me a skinny, light, and nimble Mutombo who can get in and out the paint. No defensive 3 seconds, but he can still get back to help. And we have a lot of people on the perimeter who are not going to get beat in one dribble. I like this starting lineup. We got a lot of defense to start games. We got shooting to substitute games, and we got a lot of shooting and defense to close out games. So when we talk about LeBron and Jordan, I believe that LeBron and Jordan together create a powerful tandem based on their own strengths, driving and facilitating. We're surrounding those two with shooters, Thompson, Miller, Aller. This ensures spacing, and the spacing for LeBron to play make, but also spacing for Michael Jordan's post-ups and drives, regardless of how we play. Scottie Pippen, he's going to offer assistance as an additional playmaker, and he's an elite and ultimate defender, arguably the best defender in NBA history. And he can defend multiple positions. So when we talk about the value of being able to defend multiple positions, you can sub Jordan out and move Pippen to the 2 temporarily. And we know that he can hold his own at the 2 spot if you want to go bigger there. We know Pippen can hold his own in short stints if you have to move him to the 4 spot and go to a small ball lineup. So Pippen won't kill you there. His length and activity, and just like Draymond, needs to talk consistently on defense, completely blowing up what the other team can do. Draymond Green, he allows for switching on defense, and he can stretch the floor on offense. A lot of people say, how does he stretch the floor? Prime Draymond Green was what was not an elite 3-point shooter, but he was a willing 3-point shooter. He would take them, right? And then if he gets streaky, he can make them. He also, when teams sag off of Draymond, the one thing Draymond Green made himself extremely valuable in doing is when teams sagged off of him and you gave him the ball, he still found ways to punish you, right? He still found ways to attack sagging defenders. Okay, sag off me if you want to try to entice me into shooting. He's smart enough not to chuck bad threes, but he's also smart enough to attack the sag man, the guy who is sagging. And this is where we saw Draymond Green getting a ton of lobs to a guy like Kevon Looney. You know, a guy that you would never think would get lob passes in the NBA today. Draymond Green's able to get these lobs off to a Kevon Looney who could barely get off the ground because he knows how to attack defenders who are trying to cheat the system. Extremely high IQ player on both sides of the floor. Then we got Mutombo. He provides the necessary shot blocking, provided that we do have a smaller 12-man rotation. And so I think this lineup offers balance in playmaking, defense, and shooting. And with LeBron as the primary facilitator, the team would capitalize on his drive and kick game. And if you noticed, a lot of the shooters that I have on this roster, they're great catch and shoot 3-point shooters. I don't want rhythm 3-point shooters. I don't want off the dribble 3-point shooters. I want guys who are great catch and shoot. And we have the Mullins and other guys who I think on this team, like the Klay Thompsons, who are the most elite catch and shoot shooters in NBA history. Matthew, if you want to give your starting lineup, I'm dropping the link right now. I want you to pull up because we need more than a starting lineup. I need your whole 12-man rotation and why. But we can put it on the screen. See, I told y'all once y'all get to putting some, once you start throwing some names up there, y'all sitting here talking about mine. This man got Mark Price, MJ, Bron, Sean Marion, Dwight. Do I think that's formidable? Yes, I do think that's formidable. But Mark Price in today's game, as the way today's game is played, I don't think Mark Price cuts it. I don't think Mark Price would start in today's game. Too many dynamic guards. He's undersized. He has absolutely no athleticism. You know, I don't know. I mean, could he be a good guard? Could he be a serviceable guard? Yes. I don't know how good he could be in today's game. Mullen in today's game will be great because he's a great catch and shoot player. And that shooting generally translates almost into any era. He says Mark Price will be elite offensively in this era. I know, because you say so, Brandon. We got you, Brandon. But you can't say he would be elite in this era. If you believe he would be elite in this era and he's a part of your list, I need you to come up here and break down why you think he would be elite in this era. What skills did you believe he could translate over in today's game? Right. And then we're not talking about offensively. He also has to play the other end of the court, because what some teams now do is, even if you are a good offensive threat, they'll just go right at you on the other side of the ball. And sometimes that can land you on the bench because you can't defend. So who is he defending at his position to? And if we know that he's not the greatest defender, are you making up for his lack of defense in your starting lineup or throughout your bench? Y'all just give me y'all whole 12-man roster. I don't really necessarily care who it was. I just want you to have a little bit of logic. Is you going to throw Mark Price in there? Tell me why you put Mark Price in there. Tell me why you selected Mark Price over Kevin Johnson. Tell me why you would select Mark Price over Gary Payton. Tell me why you would select Mark Price over a Baron Davis. Tell me why you're selecting him over these other guards who are just as dynamic and suit this era of basketball a lot more. Baron Davis suits today's game a lot more than a Mark Price. Mark Price, very good in his era, but I said this team has to be ready to play in October of this year. That's all. So bring logic with it as well. Bring logic with your 12-man rotation. This is Mark Price was an elite shooter. Yes, he was an elite shooter. And it wasn't a tougher defensive era. That's a subjective. So again, you make definitive statements. Let's keep the subjectiveness out of it. Just let your opinion be your opinion. You don't have to state that the 80s was a tougher era, or the 90s or whatever was a tougher era of defense. That's subjective. If you believe that, then you probably don't want to add that. Let's talk about what they were good at and how you think it would translate in today's game. That's all. Stop bringing up stuff that don't matter. Let me get this link ready. I want to get some of y'all lists. And again, salute to everybody pulling up, man. I see y'all in there. God first, everybody in here. Before I drop that link, make sure y'all hit the Cash App. Y'all see it on the screen to support, man. Anything that y'all can give to the channel, man, definitely helps. I appreciate the people that have been donating. Sometimes I see donations come through and I'm not even live. Y'all be giving me show topics and things like that. So salute, man. Ken Lynn said, I'm getting cooked by Brandon again. All right. If you feel that way, then hit the link and break down why Brandon's cooking me. If you feel that way. Otherwise, it just look like you just trolling. And you're just saying stuff, because this is not a conversation. Because look, I have nothing against you. I have nothing against Mark Price. But the thing is, I just know if you select Mark Price and we're saying that we're playing in this era, a lot of people are going to be looking to a lot of dynamic guards that we see in today's game, in the 2010s, in the 2000s, even in the 90s. There's a lot of guards in the 90s there's a ton of guards that you could say were better than Mark Price in the 90s. Why is you picking Mark Price over KJ, who was a great scorer, much more dynamic with the ball, much better in transition? Right? Why are you picking him over Gary Payton? Much better defender. Oh, I mean, it can get tricky. So if you're going to have a guy, I don't care that you have him. Just tell us why. Because people are going to push. People are going to have questions about my list. People might say I might need to replace Draymond with somebody. Put Ben Wallace in. Ben Wallace had a great run in the 2000s. Put him in instead of Mutombo, which would be a great selection. Like I said, nobody starting 12 is irrefutable. Nobody's gonna have a perfect list. I just want to see how outside of the box some of y'all can think with these lineups. How creative can you get? And then give context about how you put this together. We're not just going off status quo or other people's lists. Hit that link, man. Pull up. Hit that link to pull up, man. Salute to Citizen Lou. Hey, y'all, make sure y'all check out Citizen Lou's channel, man. Y'all see it in the chat, man. If you're on a desktop, just click his name, go sub up. If you're not on the desktop, man, just type it in the search bar, search his channel. Make sure y'all give him a sub as well. Citizen Lou, man. Like I said, you know, he is. I would almost call Citizen Lou the Seinfeld of YouTube. You don't never what the hell this topic gonna be, but he always makes it interesting. It could be tech, it could be life, man of spirit contact, it could be basketball. It could be a combination of all three in one. Oh, they could just have a roast stream. They could just be roasting Ralph the whole stream. You never know. When you go over there, you never know what Citizen Lou's gonna bring you, man. I just know it's good content, man. All right, y'all, man. Link is in the chat, man. I'm gonna get a couple of y'all in the backstage. I got a few people in the backstage. Let me get a panel before I start bringing people up. All right, man. I mean, hit that link. Support. M says Mark Price will be Seth Curry with a better playmaking. Stop it. You know, but you know, and that's what I'm not here to knock Mark Price. But if you're gonna remember, I don't mind if y'all say y'all put Mark Price on the bench, but you said somebody in the chat said they put Mark Price as the starter. And it's just like, man, when I look through NBA history, I don't know. I could accept him coming off the bench, but the starter, I don't know. I feel like I can find a better starter than Mark Price out of all the guys that didn't win MVPs. Man, let me bring y'all up, man. And I'm gonna start with Sturdy, man. Salute, man. Anton Knight, Mingle Jester. We got Christoph in here. Hopefully, I think that might be Ralph, but I don't know. We got M. We got Michael Lamb. Salute, y'all.
Yo, salute everybody. Salute, Lamont. Y'all get me?
Yeah, we hear you, man. What's good?
What's up, everybody?
All right, Lamont. We ain't gonna waste no time. This is a good thing you got going. All right. So just a reminder to people that's listening out there, you're building the best 12-man roster that you can possibly build. The only limitations is two things. Number one, you only have 2 MVPs, and number 2, this team has to be applicable for today's era.
Yep.
All right, here we go. So my starting PG, I'm actually gonna switch it up, Lamont. I know people might take the obvious with Jordan, LeBron. I'm gonna switch it up. I'm actually give me the greatest shooter of all time is Steph Curry, and give me the greatest interior force of all time is Shaq. So my starting point is Curry, my center is Shaq. So obviously, what I need to surround those guys with. So I need to surround those guys with perimeter defenders and mobile players. So let me get Kawhi at my 3, small forward. Let me get Dwayne Wade at my 2 for shooting guard, and let me get Scottie Pippen my power forward. And the reason why I chose the reason why I chose those 3 guys in particular, because one, all those guys can switch on are multifaceted defenders. They can guard multiple positions. Number 2, 2 of those guys in particular, Wade and Pippen, are secondary playmakers, meaning they're great in making smart decisions when after getting what? They're making great smart decisions when they after they start players getting double.
Hey, Sturdy, your mic is a little crackly. It is a little crackly. You might want to. I don't want to cut you off, but you might want to hop out and come back in because it is a little crackle to it.
Let me do this quick.
I can't tell what it is, but you know what though? That Kawhi Leonard pick is nasty because man, in his prime, boy. Now, go ahead. I'll let you know if it keeps messing up, but go ahead and cook.
All right, let me make quick. Back up PG. Let me get Jason. I got Jason Kidd. At the 2, I got Ray Allen. At the 3, I got T-Mac. At the 4, I got AD. And at the 5, I got Dwight Howard. And the reason why I got those guys is because all those guys are threats in transition. In particular with T-Mac, AD, and Ray Allen, I'm getting my floor spacing from mid-range and from 3-pointers. Remember, in 2020, AD was actually shooting great from 3. And just in case things get a little hairy, I got T-Mac to bail me out in isolation score.
Oh, how many is that? Then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's 10.
Okay. Who else you got?
And then my 11th man, Underrated. I'm going with Kevin McHale. Now, I know post players aren't really the number one guys for this era, but Kevin McHale's ability to score at the post and mid-range at such an efficient rate, being a great defender, being a great rebounder, that's something that with some of these lineups I could put together, we could run some of those actions. And then lastly, my 12th guy, it was between a guy who was on the original Dream Team, but I chose this guy instead. I chose Paul Pierce as my 12th man. For extra shooting, he's a good defender as well. And once again, just in case, you never know, I may need in case the game is close, I may need an OT. I would not be opposed to putting Paul Pierce on my closing minutes to end the game. So to sum it up, my starting five is Curry at the 1, Wade at the 2, Kawhi at the 3, Pippen at the 4, Shaq at the 5. My backup PG is Jason Kidd. My backup shooting guard Ray Allen. My backup small forward is T-Mac. My backup power forward is AD. My backup center is Dwight Howard. My 11th and 12th man is Kevin McHale. And it's Paul Pierce.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm looking at yours, man. That definitely might be better than mine. I ain't gonna lie. That's tough. Because your bench would be nasty. Your bench would be
versatility.
A problem.
I got versatility. I got shooting, and I got the underrated aspect of transition. And all those guys are plug-and-play guys I can replace one another. So I'm good.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough right there. That one's gonna be tough. All right, hold on. We got some people coming in. Hold on. Anybody else got their 12-man rotation ready? It don't sound like nobody do, man. So,
I do.
Yeah. I do.
who's that? Ralph? Is that Ralph?
Yeah, brother. What's up?
Michael
Thanks
said
for having me.
yes.
I'm writing y'all list down. I'm writing y'all list down. So hold on. So Ralph, man, you can start with your starting 5.
Okay.
And then just give me your 7 after that. So who's your first starting 5?
So my 2 MVPs are Bron and Wilt. And then I got Wade, Pippen, and I got AD.
That's your starting 5.
Yeah.
Okay. And then give me your other 7.
I got Jerry West, Walt the Clock, Walt
Jerry West
Frazier.
don't have no MVPs?
No.
Okay. Who else you got?
Walt Frazier, George Gervin, Elgin Baylor, Patrick Ewing, and Klay Thompson, and Jason Kidd.
So George Gervin, Elgin. Who's after Elgin?
You got Jerry West,
Yep.
Walt Frazier,
Yep. George Gervin, Elgin Baylor, and then who?
Patrick Ewing,
Okay.
Klay Thompson, and Jason Kidd.
All right. Now, what? How'd you put the list together? What was your thought process when you put this roster together?
Well, I got LeBron for his playmaking because he can play. Excuse me, like you said, multiple positions. So I would start him at the point guard. I got Dwayne Wade, excellent mid-range scorer. He can defend multiple positions also, and he can playmate to Wilt. Also, just like LeBron, they can drive. They're driving forces. Pippen, like you said, one of the greatest defenders of all time, arguably the best. Wilt Chamberlain. I mean, we got Wade, Pippen, and Bron who can force feed him. For real, he's unstoppable. And he had another great defender at his time. He arguably can be the GOAT at defending at his time too. Got Jerry West, great scorer, great playmaker. So what? An okay defender, Elgin Baylor, great scorer. He can play make a little bit. He can rebound.
Mm-hmm.
Above average for his position. Patrick Ewing, great defender, great interior force. Anthony Davis, one of the greatest bigs in this decade and last 10 years. Klay Thompson, great shooter, great defender. Kidd, great playmaker. And I'm done.
You know, I heard 2 lists so far, and The one reason why, even after hearing those two lists, I'm gonna still go with mine is because when I look at y'all two lists, I definitely I see a ton of great players. But remember, if these guys hit the floor today and they have to go hoop, y'all got a list full of all number ones and starters. Which one of these guys know how to come off the bench and be a role player? Like on my list, I got the Bruce Bowens, a role player, elite in his role, knows how to either come off the bench or hop in the starting lineup and fall into his role. Peja Stojakovic, we seen him be good as a starter, but we also seen him be good as a reserve. We got Robert Ory, one of the most elite role players who can do it late game, right? And then early in his career could also defend. And the same with Chris Mullin. We saw Chris Mullin fall into a role when he was with the Pacers and be an elite role player. We saw on some of y'all lists, I don't know if some of these guys could come off the bench and be great role players. We saw Ray Allen do it. We know Draymond can fall into a role. Mutombo, we saw him with the Sixers do that. I just don't think with none of y'all lists, when you got Patrick Ewing, that man was one of the most prideful, egotistical players ever. That's gonna clash with, like, you know, that could potentially clash with other great players who also think they number ones, you know, and that's where I see the problem. Like when I look at Sturdy's list, you got T-Mac, Dwight Howard, and Paul Pierce. These are all ones. Like, or not Dwight Howard, but Dwight Howard is definitely a big diva at times. So, how do y'all manage in the team construct of it? How are y'all going to manage all these number ones on your bench? All these number ones on your bench that think they number ones and ain't never showed any type of any ability to come off the bench and be a role player.
Well, Lamont, once again, it's a stacked team. So, like, ironically, the Dwight came off the bench for the Olympics before, so he wouldn't not have the concept of coming off the bench. And number two, every other guy like Jason Kidd, Ray Allen, and even AD have been proven to be coachable and adjust their role off, especially offensively, for the betterment of the team. And even T-Mac will understand you're not making a startup lineup, bro. Like, honestly, like even to a piece, T-Mac, I might make him 6-man, but I don't think he'll be that. He didn't show any sign of his career being that much of a quote unquote locker room killer to affect my chemistry on my bench. And lastly, with Paul Pierce, he literally sacrificed quote unquote being the number one. Even though he still got his scoring touches, he still wasn't the best player, and he still wasn't the best player on the Celtics when KG arrived. So understanding that all these guys wasn't just names, Lamont. The style of play fit together, and their personality don't clash either.
No, my example is this. We just watched, because remember, we're talking about this era of basketball. We just watched, we watched the Brooklyn Nets struggle to reel in Cam Thomas when Cam Thomas showed a glimpse that he could score the ball like a number one or a number two player. They struggled to reel that ego in. You're now as a coach and you got Prime T-Mac on your bench. How do you go to Prime T-Mac and say, Prime T-Mac, you're playing 15 to 25 minutes this game. You are a role player. How do you get him to buy into that role when he's never done it successfully?
Well, Lamont, these are all good questions. These are all the questions, but like, luckily, if you did ask me what coach I was going to draft, because I'm only the GM, Lamont. I only put if you will ask me what coaching staff I want to pick, that's a different conversation. But like,
no, Sturdy. You the coach.
Oh, now I'm the coach. So now
yeah.
I'm the coach. Okay,
yeah. Hey, Lamont, what are we doing?
You can't go get Phil Jackson.
What's going on here? What's
Well,
Lamont, no. So what's going on is right now, Bobo, like what's going on for P5? What's going on right now? Lamont realized that my 12 is going to kick the hell out of his 12, but he's trying to do this ego thing to destroy my chemistry. That's not what it's about. You know what it's about. It's about
are we drafting dream teams?
No, that's not what we're doing.
No, so basically here's what we're doing, right? We're trying to put the best 12 together in only two circumstances. Number one, you only can pick 2 MVPs, and number two, it has to be applicable for today's game. And Lamont knowing I have versatility, shooting, defending, and he knows those.
So sturdy. So it's only 2 MVPs on your roster, and we're saying, can they translate to today's game? Like we're putting these guys in today's game.
No,
right?
not these guys. You have to make this team work in today's game.
Oh, like
so that's why when I asked Sturdy these questions, he has his list. I'm not gonna lie, Sturdy's team is stacked like a motherfucker. Like this is a great team. But here's the thing: it's so great. I don't see how he goes to a prime T-Mac and convinces him when this guy, we never saw him be elite coming off the bench on anybody's roster. How do you convince prime T-Mac you're coming off the bench?
Okay, I see what
with this roster. Like, and then I think he's gonna have chemistry issues with his team.
Okay.
I think Ralph's team might be a little bit more balanced with regards to, but I think he could also have that problem too.
Hold on, real quick. Let me go.
Real quick. So Lamont, to answer your question, the way I pass it on, as we was talking, I just simulated this my team on 2K. Not only went 82-0, but T-Mac actually was my leading scorer off my bench. So hey man, it looked like it translate well. But go ahead, bro.
Right. Well, my team, these guys was most happier in their career.
Are these 12-man rosters? 12-man?
Yes. They were most happy with career with less load off of them. Like Jerry West was more happier with Wilt Chamberlain being the guy and getting that MVP because he got a championship and when he was the lead guy. We can go into Jason Kidd. It's admirable that he got to the championships, but he won with Dirk taking a back seat.
Yeah, I didn't mention J Kidd. I knew Jason Kidd could be great coming off the bench or being great in a different role because we saw that.
Yeah, Anthony Davis teamed up with LeBron because the load was too heavy for him, and he got a championship out of it. Patrick Ewing, when his team was vulnerable, he started going to championships and deeper playoff runs. Even though he had the load on him, some of that defensive pressure was off of him. Mm-hmm. Some of that offensive pressure was off him. Same with George Gervin and Walt Frazier and Elgin. These guys can thrive in the system where the pressure is loaded off of them. Because they, of course, they're elite guys and they have the talent, but when they were winning, the pressure was a little bit off of them.
Okay. So, now, Ralph, I think the one thing is I don't count a guy going from a 1 to a 2 as I think the 1 and the 2 in today's game are almost kind of similar roles. The 1 and the 2 can still get all your shots off pretty much almost equal in your own right, just like Paul George and Kawhi Leonard can coexist. It's just if you have a strong number 1 and 2 and they're both great scoring, I just think you have to put the proper role players around them who also have to understand our touches are going to be extremely limited because the 1 and 2 handle the bulk load of the scoring. That's how I shaped out mine. I didn't want to do go look at the best names of every era. I wanted to really, when I went to my bench, I really went and looked at what guys can be elite role players because they were actually elite role players in the NBA when they played, not just because they not really good NBA players. And I could take them from somebody's starting lineup and put them on my bench and create an all-star team. I tried to create the best team, not just the list of the best players. And, Sturdy might think I'm nitpicking at his list, but I think I'd be just a better GM,
And I looked at how they perform beside other stars or upcoming guys, and they fare very well with other guys. Not even though they may be the star of the team, but right now they're coming off the bench. Well, a star, they still fare very well coexisting behind other elite players.
All right. Now, let me get some other people's list. Does anybody else got their 12-man roster ready to go?
I'm ready.
I'm making mine right now.
Hold on. Who said they was ready?
I got
Michael? All right. Hold on, Michael, because I'm going to write this down. Let me get my list back up so I can type this in. All right. Hold on.
Only two MVPs, correct? Only 2 MVPs?
Yeah, only 2 MVPs. So, Michael, go ahead. Hold on. Let me add him in here. All right. Let's go ahead and hear it. Let me hear your starting lineup.
All right, my two MVPs is going to be Steph and Jordan. My center is going to be Patrick Ewing. Like I said, I'm 45, so I watched him play, so I don't go off his reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, he was really impressive. He had a nice 15-foot shot, so he could stretch. Like I said, so he could stretch the defense when he had to. I'm going Dennis Rodman.
Okay.
For his ability to play defense, and obviously we know about the rebounds. And I'm going with my power forward, Rasheed Wallace. I mean, that man, he was just incredible. And like I said, man, he was the main reason Detroit got it together in 2004 and put together that damn championship team.
That's your starting lineup?
Yeah, that's my starting lineup.
Okay. And then give me the rest of your 7 men.
My rest of my 7 men, I did have stopped taking Kyrie Irving. I'm going with Kyrie Irving as my backup point guard. I'm going with Klay Thompson as my backup shooting guard. Reason why I'm not going with Ray Allen because I give Klay Thompson the edge on defense. And for my center, I'm going backup center. I'm going Rick Smits.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And
it's a great backup center.
Damn, who did I have as my? Damn, my two. I got Pippen. I got Pippen as my backup small forward. I got Mutombo. That's my third. He's going to be my third. He's going to be my third center. Because I want to go big, even in this era.
All right, you got 10. We need 2 more players.
This is so tough. Oh my god.
Can I go Nick?
Yeah, I'll let you go, Nick.
This is so tough, bro.
Hold on, P5. Let me hear the Michael Lane list. Go ahead.
Who did I?
So far, you got Steph, MJ. So your starting 5 is Steph, MJ.
I know the starters.
And then, so you got Steph, MJ, Ewing, Rodman, and Rasheed Wallace is your starting 5. Then on your bench so far, you got Kyrie, Klay, Rick Smith, Pippen, and Mutombo. So you need 2 more names to finish out your list.
Okay, give me Ray Allen.
Okay, so you add another shooter in there.
Yeah.
And then who else?
I got Pippen. So you get Pippen?
Yeah, I already got Pippen.
Okay, so I got that. I got my defender. Okay. Come on, just one more, man. Just think of one more. What do I need? Another. I want another power forward. So give me power forward. Who's not a MVP? Oh, shit. Give me Horace Grant.
Okay, Horace Grant is today's game.
He has a nice 15-footer too. He can have
so
nice
his starting lineup, y'all. Does anybody have any comments on his starting lineup? His starting lineup is Bron, Wilt, D Wade, Pippen. No, wrong people. His starting lineup is Steph, MJ, Ewing, Rodman, and Rasheed Wallace. What are y'all thoughts about that starting lineup? That's a very odd starting lineup.
I think Ewing would struggle in this era for 3 reasons. The first is Ewing, it was a good rim protector. He wasn't Ewing would struggle against smaller defenders on the perimeter. Ewing was not that good of a passer. And while Ewing was an excellent mid-range shooter, he really couldn't shoot threes at all. Now, big men weren't shooting threes back then, but Ewing didn't have range. The biggest thing with Ewing, though, is he would not be able to guard on the perimeter, and he wasn't a very good passer either. Ewing would not be as good. Ewing's a great player. He'd be okay in any era, but Ewing would be nowhere near the player in this era he was in the 90s.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I kind of agree on Ewing. Hold on, let me give a shout out to Brendan and the Cash Out. Appreciate the support. Like I said, if y'all can put y'all YouTube names in there, because like I said, I don't want to throw y'all government names out there, but I think you know who you are, man. A salute to Brendan in the Cash App. Appreciate you pulling up and then dropping that donation. Whoever you are in the chat. I agree about Ewing. It's different. I'm trying to put together in my head how this particular starting lineup could actually work, because you got Rodman starting at the small forward over Scottie Pippen. And so that's where it gets tricky to me, because I feel like you got guys.
Would y'all consider
played power forward with the Bulls?
Just a question for Lamont real quick.
Detroit.
Hold on, go ahead.
Wait. Would you consider Powell a 4 or a 5?
You said what?
Would you consider Powell a 4 or a 5?
Forward.
Well, he's both. You depend on how you want to use him. Remember, it's today's game. So if you're using Paul Gasol in today's game, you could use him as a 5 because we see small ball lineup. So again, I want y'all to think these players in today's game, like in today's game, you could put Rodman because of how fast he was, you could put him at the 3. Now you're gonna have some issues offensively.
So I can arrange these lineups how I want it to be to make it fit today, but I just have to.
You want it to fit as if you were the GM, and this team is gonna start playing in October when the preseason starts. That's what we're trying to do.
I got it.
All right.
Yeah, I put I put Scottie Pippen my starting power forward. You know what I mean? Like you can do that.
Yo, Lamont. I got my 12.
Who's that? Who's that again? Hold on. Let me go to because I think I told Marquez he could go.
Oh.
Hold on. Marquez, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you hear me? Am I good?
Hold on. Let me get. I gotta get you. Because I actually don't mind Michael's list because it's different, and it's not the status quo names that we saw. I love the Rick Smith pickup. That's somebody that I then think of. And I actually don't mind Horace Grant. I think you talk about a role player. You think a guy that could come in and either start or come off the bench. I think Horace Grant could fit on any championship caliber team. That's just my opinion, though. But go ahead, Marquez. Let's get your first starting lineup.
Okay, starting lineup, point guard. I gotta go Magic. I'm gonna go Magic Johnson. I like Magic's facilitating, and he's 6'9". There's only so much you can teach a 6'9" point guard. So we're gonna go Magic at point guard.
Got mine next.
You know, shooting guard. I'm gonna go with Ginobili, Manu Ginobili, for me.
Is your starter?
For my starter, yeah.
Okay.
I got Ginobili, small forward. I'm going with Pippen. Power forward. I'm gonna go ahead and go with. Did Rasheed Wallace play the 4? I'm not sure. Did he play the 4?
Yeah, he played the 4.
I'm going to go with Rasheed Wallace. Number 5, I'm going to go with Shaq.
Okay. All right, that's your starting lineup. Now, what are the rest of your 7 players?
My starting center is going to be Ben Wallace.
No, this is your bench now, ain't it?
Yep, my bench.
Okay.
My bench center is going to be Ben Wallace.
Okay.
My bench point guard is going to be Penny Hardaway.
Oh.
My bench shooting guard is going to be Tracy McGrady.
Mm-hmm.
Bench small forward is going to be Ray Allen. Bench power forward is going to be. I'm going to put Anthony Davis for my bench. And then center, I said Ben Wallace.
And you still got 2 more spots. It's a 12-man roster.
12-man roster. Okay. I'll put Dunk. I have Duncan on this bench. And then
don't got no MVPs?
Duncan Robinson?
I'm going to put Tim Duncan on this list.
You got an MVP.
You got an MVP, though.
I got an MVP. Oh, he does? Tim Duncan?
Yeah.
I'll put Tim Duncan starting lineup, put Rodman on my bench.
You got to take
But hold on. But you only have 2 MVP. Hold on. What MVPs do you have? You got Shaq and Magic already.
Yeah, Tim Duncan also got 3 league MVPs as well.
Yeah, you can only have 2 former MVPs on your team. You can't add them.
Then I'll take. I'll take LaMarcus Aldridge on my power forward list.
That's not a good choice, actually. So LaMarcus Aldridge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then
I'm going to have. Let me see. On my list right here, I'm going to have. What's that last name on my list? Let's see. Oh, okay, and I'm going to have. Let me see. I'll put Marbury on that list too. I'll put Marbury on that list.
So see, you got Marquez. You have another unique roster. I believe your bench. You're going to have a whole bunch of arguments, and ego problems, and your starting lineup, because I feel like there's guys on your bench who feel like they should be starting. Tracy's gonna feel like he starts over Ginobili, which Ginobili for his whole career was a perennial 6 man. So their roles are kind of odd. I don't know. I think the last two people really value Rasheed Wallace. I don't value him that high to start on an all-time team that I put together. But I see when you talk about today's game, he fits today's game. And
yeah, but Rasheed Wallace is one of the few players who could play the 5 and guard multiple positions. Ewing couldn't do that. Rasheed could. He was athletic enough to guard smaller players too.
No, but when I talk about Rasheed, I never talk about talent. Talent-wise, Rasheed was a talent. I think that when you have Rasheed on your team, if we're talking about being the GM of a team and we're the coach, it's the other stuff that Rasheed Wallace brings. It's the is he very coachable, right? Is he always getting along with teammates? I think it was very widely publicized that Shee's career was kind of limited because he couldn't stop talking to the refs. He yelled at the refs too much, got too many texts. Wasn't always
Couldn't get along with the
greatest team
refs.
player.
That's what it was.
So like I said, when you talk, these are things when you're a GM, you got to consider all these things because it's going to affect your chemistry.
True.
Yeah, but I think you're falling for narratives. Like Rasheed's teammates have said very positive things about him. None of Rasheed's teammates have criticized him. It's the officials didn't like him, but his teammates have always, in Detroit, in Portland, they've always said, even Washington, they've said positive things about him.
I just know that a guy that leads the league in text for multiple years is never a positive.
I mean,
that's with the refs, not teammates.
That's not good.
I picked Rasheed Wallace for like,
you could say the same about Draymond Green.
I picked Rasheed Wallace for his heart, his hustle, his drive. For me, I need a guy like Rasheed Wallace. If something's going wrong, I'm gonna need a Rasheed Wallace type of player on that bench specifically. I think that for my team and how I want my game, since you're considering me being the coach, I would want to have Manu for my starting 5 over Ginobili, over the simple fact that I trust Manu Ginobili's defense more, and
Green was a great teammate.
He's a more proven champion than he's
champion. And I agree, but I agree with your take, Marquez. This is the problem that you being the coach, you're going to have to get into that locker room and you're going to have to convince the team. T-Mac, I know you're the better player, but I got to start Manu Ginobili over you. And how do you get T-Mac in his prime to buy into that, and you still getting the same T-Mac when he comes in the game?
You know what? You're right. Matter of fact,
you can't change it now. No, don't change it now, Marquez.
I should have.
It's locked in.
If that's the case, I would have put.
No, I'm just saying if we look at it from the GM side of things, because we're trying to build a team. I'm not putting the confines of a salary cap on you guys and nothing like that to make it even more complicated. I'm just saying we building a team. I just feel like these are things you have to consider. You can't always. It's not always about talent. It's also about fit, role, and things like that. And I just think that when I look at some of y'all, especially benches, ton of talent, but you got a bench full of number ones, guys that really ain't never been elite coming off the bench until they were old, and they only could come off the bench because they were old and their skill sets weren't the same. So
that's true. It was either that though. It was either that Lamont or pick J.R. Smith. So I don't want to sound too blasphemous tonight. I had to pick Tracy. I had to.
Okay, I got my team.
Hold on, there was somebody before P5 that said they had their team.
Oh, okay. I got more time to think.
Hold on, who was that said they had their team?
I got my team.
Hold on. Who, I can't even see. Is that Slash Blade?
Yeah, it's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get your name written down right here so I can get your list. So I got Marquez. Marquez had a solid list. I ain't gonna knock it though. Some good players. I like the Penny Hardaway one. I don't know if I would have Penny coming off the bench. He's the first person to leave Michael Jordan out. That's the one thing nobody said about. He left Jordan out.
No, I didn't have Jordan either.
Oh, you didn't? Oh,
no, I had Curry and Shaq.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So you left Jordan out as well. Much harder to build around Jordan, though. So again, it's not as easy to build around Jordan as some of y'all think. But Slash Blade, who you got as your starting five?
All right. I got Steph at the 1, Clay at the 2, Bowens at the 3,
Who?
Bruce Bowens at the 3. Yeah.
Okay.
Chris Bosh at the 4, and Shaq at the 5.
Okay.
And for my backup, I got Chauncey Billups at the point, Danny Green at the 2, at the 3 I had Tayshaun, 4 I had Andre Kirilenko, 5 Marc Gasol. I had Andre Iguodala as my 11th man, and I just had Muggsy Bogues as the 12th man.
Muggsy Bogues?
Yeah.
All right. Slash Blade. Hold on. Let's do a quick. We're gonna do a quick review of Slash Blade. Now, look, I appreciate people that's thinking outside the box because he may have some very good justification for Muggsy Bogues in today's game. So he has his starting lineup is Steph, Clay, Bruce Bowens, which I actually like that perimeter. I'm not gonna lie. Then you got Bosh and Shaq to round it out, which in today's game that would be an elite. That would be a really nice 5 based on how their teams played today. Then you got Billups. That's Danny Green, correct?
Yeah, Danny Green.
Tayshaun Prince, Andre Kirilenko. I like Kirilenko, Marc Gasol, Iggy, and Muggsy Bogues. Tell us how you, as a GM, what's your thought process with this? How you going to utilize these guys?
Spacing for Shaq. I just need some defensive versatility. I also need someone like Chauncey who can sometimes just put a little bit of pressure on the defense. I like Iggy just simply because he can just be in any type of lineup and still be viable. Bosh is a great pick and roll partner for Steph or pick and pop partner, as well as giving Shaq all the room he needs. I mean, that's kind of just been mostly my focus when building the lineup.
One knock I would have is centers that play with Steph and Clay struggle to get post touches. And this is where a lot of centers like James Wiseman kind of get disgruntled and they didn't end up not fitting. As a coach, how you going to make sure Shaq gets his post touches when you got Clay and Steph out there?
I did not take that into account, so I can't give you a solid.
Damn.
All right, I know what I got to do now.
Man, I got the perfect answer for that.
Hey, I
really want to get Trace.
Hey, what was Sturdy's bench? Lamont, you had a horrible bench.
So I got you.
Hold on. Mac Def, you said I had the worst bench?
You had the worst bench of everybody. Even
all right, I got my team for sure.
No. But Mac Def, I said I know talent-wise, my bench isn't as good as y'all but what I said was if I'm gonna go to my bench, I want guys who are proven elite bench guys. I'm not just gonna plug. Okay. I'm not gonna pull number ones out of NBA history and just say, "Oh, that's on my bench." Because remember, as a coach and a GM, now you have the job of trying to tell Prime T-Mac, yeah, you're coming off the bench. You're no longer a number one. So now you have, and we've seen how difficult it is to get number ones to buy into being role players. Iverson didn't want to do it. I never saw T-Mac do it. We saw the struggles that Russell Westbrook had in doing it. And so if you look through NBA history and you see how guys struggle from going to being number ones to the bench, y'all got to tell me, y'all got to go be the Frank Vogels and the Darvin Hams. And y'all got to go figure that nonsense out. I'm just going to go get elite bench guys who I don't have to go coach and worry about none of that nonsense. I just know that a Bruce Bowen and Chris Mullin, who showed me he can be elite coming off the bench, and some of these guys, they can fall into a role.
But
I don't
Bruce
know if y'all
Bowen
can
he was in the starting lineup.
Bruce Bowen was the epitome of an elite role player. Defender, corner 3-point specialist, be ready to shoot the ball when your time comes up. He don't have to score a point in the game to have any impact on the game. Because his defense and other things.
Starting lineup though.
I know, but just because you started doesn't mean you're not a role player. I said I went and got the most.
Role player and bench player, two different things.
I said but Bruce Bowen hasn't always been a starter. He's been a bench player.
Okay. All right, I got my team.
You can go, brother.
And the same thing with if you look at my bench, the same thing with Peja, who's done both. The same. Mutombo's role changed significantly when he went to Philly, right? Especially offensively. You look at Robert Horry, who started off as starter at times with Houston, but he was a role player for most of his career, especially during his prime. I got some of the best role players in NBA history on my
Now,
bench.
that's kind of cap on Mutombo, but I'm gonna let Bubba go.
Yeah,
He's been waiting a long time.
Oh, Lamont, hold on, real quick. Well, Lamont,
I got
simulated-
Mutombo as my starter, so I don't. It ain't gonna hurt me. I got him as
Lamont,
starter.
I just simulated your team on 2K, and
No,
you only lost.
No,
you only lost 2 games. You only lost 2 games.
Look, I simulated my team already, and I got the video that's dropping tomorrow.
Yeah, you only lost 2 games. Lamont.
Who's next?
Hold on, what was my record?
You were 80-2. 80-2.
I think my team's perfect. I think, but
All right, hold on. P5, let's hear yours, man. Hold on, let me pull up
All
my
right.
list again so I can write yours down. Hold on 1 second. So we got P5. So Slash Blade. No, Slash Blade, you didn't explain the Muggsy Bogues.
he couldn't. He said he couldn't. I think, right? Is that what he said?
No, you can explain that because Muggsy Bogues couldn't be a bench player.
I just like Muggsy.
He just likes him. He just likes him.
Oh, so he just got on because he just know he the coach liked him, so he just got signed because
he's the coach's son. He's the coach's son, basically.
All right. That happens in basketball. You know the right person, you get the spot.
Yeah. All right, my team, the lineup from point guard to center is Curry, Clay, LeBron, Bowen.
Hold on, give me your starters first. Give me your starters.
Yeah, from point guard to center, it's Curry, Clay, LeBron, Bowen, Dwight, LeBron. I'm just gonna give you the team. My backups: Kidd, Ray Allen, Paul George, Pippen, Pau Gasol, and my 11-12 is Chris Paul and Dennis Rodman.
Wow.
Hold on.
Chris Paul.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 12.
Yeah.
All right. So P5, when you put together your starting lineup of Curry, Clay, Bron, Bruce Bowen, and Dwight, what's your thought process there?
My thought process is LeBron's going to be the one running the offense. He's going to be the one with the ball in his hands for the most of the time, not all the time, but he's going to be the one with the ball in his hands. And I wanted to try to build like the perfect unit around him. I wanted defensive versatility. I wanted a rim runner who can protect the paint, guys that can play off the ball. So I got Curry and Clay. Bowen, like you said, excellent defender. Can space out the floor at a high level as well. Doesn't need the ball in his hands to be effective. And I'm thinking Dwight could be a really good pick and roll partner. Defensively, LeBron was a really good defender, especially at his peak. Bruce Bowen was an elite defender. Dwight can protect the rim. Klay Thompson and Steph Curry can at least hold their own out there. Curry in particular, I don't think he'll be a negative. On the bench, we got Jason Kidd. He's going to be the one running the offense off the bench. Ray Allen and Paul George are 2 elite floor spacers that I think, they can space out the floor. In Paul George's case, he can defend. I got, in my opinion, one of the most versatile defenders of all time is Scottie Pippen, who can run the floor with Jason Kidd because we know how good Kidd is in transition. And we know how good of a defender Jason Kidd is too. He's a guy that'll be able to run the floor with him, play elite defense with him, and Pau Gasol is just a center that's not going to make mistakes. Really good defender. Had a little bit of a jump shot a little later in his career. Can probably run the pick and roll with Jason Kidd as well. And Chris Paul and Dennis Rodman. Rodman, in my opinion, is also one of the most versatile defenders of all time. And Chris Paul is just another guy that can run the pick and roll. Great defender, can space out the floor. Good playmaker. And that's kind of the identity of my team. I wanted defensive.
Can I ask you one quick question though?
Yeah, what's up?
You're the coach. You're the coach. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Season's about to start. You got Curry, Kidd, and CP3. Yeah. One of those guys can't play. With them guys in their primes being all number ones, how do you convince CP3 or Kidd that they're not going to get very many minutes and they buy into that?
Because I think I can inform them. Jason Kidd in particular, from a floor spacing standpoint, it would just help the team win more. Jason Kidd, of course, can't space out the floor like Curry was able to. And I feel
let's do this then, because I want to hear this. I'm Jason Kidd, and you're having that coach-to-player conversation, man. Break it down to me. I'm elite. I'm in my prime.
Okay.
Tell me how I'm not playing.
Look, Jason Kidd. Oh my God. We already have a main ball handler in the starting lineup, LeBron James. The offense is going to be ran through him and whatever he can play, make, and create for the other guys. I need floor spacing around him. I got Clay. I got Bowen out there. Dwight's going to be a great pick and roll partner with him. Kid, you're an amazing player.
P5. This is what I'm Jason Kidd.
I know. I'm about to get
Coach.
to it.
I know. I'm gonna tell you, Coach. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna have my agent contact the team. I'm demanding a trade immediately. Now, this is the problem that you run into.
They don't have to trade you.
Yeah, no, I want out. This is hold on. We saw Kidd want out of Dallas because of problems like this. We saw him ass out. He was he became a head. He became hell for Dallas at one point in time. That's why they had to trade him out of there. So again, you have a head case. I'm saying you have a when you a coach. These are some of the non-basketball issues that you will run into when you start just bringing in talent, and you don't consider fit and role. Kidd's role has never been to be a third option on a team and never play. And what I'm saying here is, I want you to tell me who a hot-headed Jason Kidd in his prime, how you convince him that he's not playing over, and he probably feels like he's better than CP3, especially at this time.
I think
He's playing over
CP3
Chris
is going to be the problem, not Jason Kidd.
He's playing over Chris Paul, but the main pitch that I could probably sell to him is that if he was playing in the lineup with LeBron, he wouldn't be the one. He wouldn't be the one with the ball in his hands. I'm sorry, he just probably wouldn't be. LeBron would be, because he's just far more effective at drawing defensive attention, and I think he's a better playmaker and passer. Jason Kidd would have all of the free will to run the offense off the bench. He would have the ball in his hands.
I know, but as with me being Jay Kidd, I appreciate your take on that, Coach. I understand you think other guys are better. I'm going to contact my agent. I need a trade. It's time. I'm a starter in this league. I'm going to come back and bust y'all ass when you trade me. That's what's going to happen.
Does he have to trade him, though?
Yeah, but in today's game, you know what I'm going to do? Because remember, this is today's game. I'm going to force my way out. I'm going to go to social media. I'm going to use my agent to throw toxicity out there, and I'm going to force y'all here. Remember, this is today's game.
I should have drafted Tyus Jones.
Let me go, bro.
Oh, see, now y'all getting the team building aspect of it now.
The CP3 is what caught me. I'm like, CP3 as a 12th man.
Okay, but at least tell me. I need you to tell me, Lamont, does my team work from the aspect that I broke it down from a basketball standpoint? Does it work?
Yeah, I mean, anytime we can put all of these players in a bin and start pulling them out, and most combinations are going to work. Yeah. The thing is, do y'all have guys that are going to buy into their role? Have we seen now? Jay Kidd, we've seen him. He's probably the exception here. We've seen him buy into a lesser role, and it worked. So Jay Kidd might be the exception there. CP3, we haven't yet to see that. Pippen didn't get the shot over Tony Kukoc, and he blew up, and he had a fit there. So he's probably not going to like the fact that Bruce Bowen and Clay are starting over him. You got some issues there.
The only way I'd be able to break it down to him is how it would work, how it would better benefit the team. And if they're not willing to help the team or benefit the team more, then they don't need to be on the team anyway. But like if Kidd's gonna cry about not being in the starting lineup, or Pippen's gonna cry about not being in the starting lineup when I'm telling them they can't space out the floor, and that's why they're not in the starting lineup, then I don't know what to tell them.
But you're your GM, you're gonna have to figure something out, because if they get to crying and fussing, you got to start making moves. Because remember, you got Brian there too. Because Brian ain't gonna like that. He gonna demand that some of these guys get traded, just like he did in Cleveland. Got them guys up out of there, being toxic in the locker room.
Pippen,
that's why LeBron ain't on my team.
Wait, don't you got LeBron? Don't you got LeBron?
Like that, I really should have picked.
I'm the GM, Bron. I wish Bron would say something to me about
Lamont. Don't you have a guy in Draymond Green who's not only notorious for having feuds with his teammates, like a Kevin Durant, like a Jordan Poole, who actually notorious too for also going back and forth with his coach, like Steve Kerr. Hey, these are all factors you got to take into account.
But sturdy. I'm coaching them though. I know how to handle those types of players.
Lamont,
let me go, bro. Let me go before Brandy gives his.
I don't know.
Go ahead. Hold on.
I think my team from a basketball standpoint is perfect. I don't see any flaw outside of attitude and cancer.
Hold on. Let me get MacDef, because it sound like MacDef ready to rock on his list. Hold on. Let me get your name. P5, your list wasn't bad. I thought it had some flaws. But
that's
it wasn't
hard though. Don't get it twisted.
No. Well, hold on. The names all go hard. These are all great players we're talking about. But I don't know if they all
got a top 3 team. I just heard out of it.
I want to hear though, Lamont, from a basketball standpoint. What's the problem? Because
in today's game, you have your starting lineup is really good. I don't know if Dwight I mean, I guess Dwight in his prime. I mean, I like
I'm not
Dwight.
saying that he's more of a pick and roll guy, can at least protect the rim. I'm not asking him because I'm not asking.
Yeah, but, I mean, he is more of a pick and roll guy, but you don't have any. I mean, unless you're going to start CP3, because you said Dwight is your starter. CP3 and Kidd are your lob throwers. Curry's not going to be your lob thrower. Bron's really not even elite at throwing the lob. So again, your guys that are going to really feed Dwight are on the bench, and one of them won't even play.
Okay, so maybe Dwight doesn't.
Well, how am I lying?
Man, your squad go hard.
LeBron's not an elite lob thrower?
Lamont got the crappiest
the
bench.
Chris Anderson. What we talking about, Lamont?
Bro, hold on. Who's the better lob passer of the three? Kidd, who rank him in
Jason
order?
Kidd.
Kidd,
It's Jason
CP3,
Kidd,
and
obviously.
LeBron. Kidd,
Jason
CP3,
Kidd.
and we're talking about throwing the lob off the pick
CP3.
and roll. We're talking about throwing the
They
lob.
were
off
literally
the-
called Lob City for a reason.
Kid number one.
Jason Kidd is
LeBron number
better.
CP3 number one.
No,
CP3
Chris
number
Paul is a much better lob passer
Chris
than
Paul.
LeBron.
Chris Paul.
That's
Chris Paul
Blake
second
Griffin
LeBron
and-
because
Man,
Kid-
DeAndre
Chris
Jordan.
Paul over
I like-
LeBron, but
I
Jason
got you.
Kidd is
Hold
the
on,
best lob
hold on, I
passer.
got you. I
No,
he
he
is, but
isn't.
like, hold on. The reason why I said LeBron over CP Lamont because we all know, and you know this too, Lamont, going left in regards to Chris. LeBron's more ambidextrous either way from the pick and roll than opposed to Chris Paul. Chris Paul tends to favor the right side.
I'm just talking about lobs.
Yeah, that's throwing lobs. From your right hand, left.
LeBron is not a better lob passer than CP3. I'm not even gonna cap. I like LeBron. I can't give him that. Not over CP3. He might be a better overall passer.
I was
playmaker.
debating who to have as my backup point guard. I went with Kidd because I think he's a better defender, but I don't know.
No, bro, you got a good team, bro. Don't let them lie.
I still think LeBron and Dwight could work. I think Paul could make it better, but I think LeBron and Dwight would still be an elite combo.
Yeah, did y'all see them in the All-Star game?
I didn't watch any of those.
Come on, bro. They went crazy. Dwight.
All right, hold on. Let me get MacDeff's list. I don't want to forget about him because I got a couple more people's list that I got to get to.
Let me get his fire ass.
Hold on. Let me pull it up so I can type it in. All right, MacDeff, give me your starting five first.
All right, starting five. It's gonna be Curry at the 1, Jordan at the 2, Kawhi Leonard at the 3, Melo at the 4, and AD at the 5. And then coming off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
What's your starting five?
Coming off the.
Hold on, I'll repeat it when he's done.
Then the coming off the bench is Michael Cooper at the 1, Ginobili at the 2, John Havlicek at the 3. I'm gonna go Tony Kukoc at the stretch 4, and Bob. Did Bob McAdoo win an MVP?
Yep. Wait, no. Wait,
I don't know. I'll check. Here, just put him down there, and if I'll check. And if he does,
won scoring titles. I don't think he didn't win no MVP in the series.
No, he won. Yeah, I think he did win. He won an MVP.
He won the 1975 MVP. He was an MVP.
Okay. So Tony Kukoc at the stretch 4, and then give me Rodman at the center. Yeah.
Hold on, is that 12?
No, that's 10. And then my last two bench players will be
CP, Jordan, Clay.
Did you go out?
I said my last two is Iguodala and Udonis Haslem, locker room guys.
My biggest
I
problem with that list.
I like those two. Now you clean your list up there. But you know what? Back up, I see an immediate flaw. Well, y'all gonna start opening day season. Y'all gonna start the season off. The team's is gonna treat y'all like the Lakers, man. Y'all got no shooting.
What do you mean we ain't got no shooting?
I don't like Carmelo Anthony on that team either, to be honest.
Isn't Kawhi a 2-time Finals MVP? Is he eligible
what's
to be
his-
on the list?
He's definitely eligible.
How we ain't got no shooting? I got Curry in the lineup. What are you
Hold
talking
on,
about?
Lamont. What's his five?
Three
What's his
MVPs
starting
and
five?
one team.
I heard his bench. What's his
Hold on,
starting?
his starting five is
It's
nice.
league MVPs.
I actually like his starting five, but as far as coaching
Did he say
goes,
league? I thought he.
I don't know if he can share them. I don't know if there's enough basketball for all of these guys, but you got Curry, MJ, Kawhi Leonard, Melo, and AD. Now, Kawhi can thrive without scoring. I don't know if Melo can thrive without scoring.
He can.
He just
Yeah,
be
it's
out
the
there.
Melo. It's the Melo one.
He'll just be out there
because Curry and MJ are going to be a number 1 and 2 option. Can Melo buy into being the number 3 consistently? Because he's not going to give you much on the defensive end.
We already saw him try. It didn't work out in OKC.
So what I'm saying is, what is Melo out there for?
They just traded him.
No, but MacDef,
Melo,
what is
all right? Melo
what is Melo out there for? If he can't be a number 1 scoring option.
Melo stretches the 4 as a stretch forward.
But is he going to buy?
Hold on, he bought into the role in Houston. They just got rid of him.
Later on in his career, he was talking about everybody getting
Let me finish. He bought into the role. He bought into the role in OKC. They just traded him. He came off the bench. He came off the bench in Portland. And bought into that role as well. Carmelo.
Okay, so we're talking about passes.
So hold on. No, MacDef can choose old Melo. Oh, so you want old Melo in your start?
What are you talking about?
It's an even worse defender.
You don't want prime Melo. You taking old Melo?
No, everybody's in their prime. Stop acting like they ain't bought into.
Why did you bring up Portland Melo and Houston Melo? Why did you bring up Melo?
Because you act like the nigga ain't never bought into a role where he came off the bench and nothing.
Past his prime.
Well then in that case, Jason Kidd works then because
did he ever buy into that role in his prime?
No,
because he was a number 1 option. Why would he?
Because what I'm saying is, I said there are certain guys who were forced into.
Okay, hold on. I got you. He bought into the role in his prime on the USA team.
He was
the number 1 guy. He was the number 1 guy on the USA team.
I'm going to raise my hand. Did he buy into his role on the USA team?
He was the lead scorer.
Did he come off the bench on the USA team?
Not in the gold medal
No,
game.
he did
in
not.
his prime.
Not in 2008.
Okay, then he came off the bench, y'all, in his prime. Stop it.
He did in 2008.
Nigga won a scoring title in 2013. It was coming off the bench. Y'all just mad because I got a fire ass lineup. Cool.
Carmelo doesn't work though.
Carmelo doesn't work. He does work.
He don't have no defense in his prime.
Awful defender. I
got Anthony Davis. I got Anthony Davis.
Guard the perimeter.
I got Anthony Davis who can guard 1 through 5. I got the best wing defenders all time in Jordan and Kawhi. How much defense do I need?
Melo got asked to take a lesser role in OKC, and he cried about it.
Man.
I don't know what you're expecting Melo to do here.
Bro, y'all are hating on Carmelo Anthony. I just gave you a scenario in his prime, at his peak, where he bought into a role on on a USA basketball team, bro.
Hold on. One more question, MacDef. The one thing I noticed too on your list, very glaring, is that you have absolutely no playmaking and point guards. What are you going to do to supplement that?
So, Michael Cooper is a point guard. Number 2, Ginobili. Hold on. Number two. Stop acting like Ginobili couldn't play make.
So, what are you saying? Michael Cooper in today's game is going to be your point.
Michael Cooper can bring the ball up and play point guard, but the playmaker off my bench is Ginobili.
What?
All right.
Okay.
All right. Y'all can go ahead and say Ginobili's not a playmaker now.
Okay. He lacks playmaking.
Hold on, Tony. Ginobili. First of all, this is what
in comparison to all of our teams, you lack playmaking.
Brandon, hold on. Time out. When I talk about Ginobili, he played in a system in San Antonio where it involved passing. Tony Kukoc can make off the dribble and pass.
Yeah, that's great.
Freaking Michael Cooper played in a system where they passed the ball.
In comparison,
Kawhi Leonard played for the Spurs where they passed the ball.
Oh no, you said Kawhi's a playmaker now, MacDef?
No, I didn't say he's a playmaker. Stop looking at the word playmaker and look at the team and what they do. Ginobili played in a system where they passed the ball. Kawhi played in that exact same system in 2014 Spurs where they passed the ball.
Who was the one facilitating those offenses, though? It wasn't.
Tony.
It was Tony Parker. Parker was the one facilitating those offenses, MacDef. I'm not saying
MacDef, that's true. You can't
I'm not
go
saying
away from
Ginobili.
that.
I'm not saying Ginobili can't play make, but I'm just saying you're saying these guys played in these teams and these systems where they passed the ball and where they had to pass and there was playmakers. They weren't the playmakers of those teams. Kawhi wasn't the playmaker of the Spurs. Ginobili wasn't the playmaker of the Spurs. You said Tony Kukoc.
Ginobili was a secondary playmaker, not a primary.
He was a secondary playmaker. Like, you're naming guys that were on these teams with playmakers that weren't them.
No, you guys are looking. Listen. First of all, it's my team. Number one. Number
I just
two.
want to know who's your
He
point
did
guard
this
coming
to
off the bench.
everybody. Why you crying?
I got Michael Cooper and Ginobili as my guards coming off the
When
bench.
has Michael Cooper ever in the NBA played point guard?
He played point guard coming off the bench. What are you talking about?
No, he didn't. He played shooting guard.
Bro,
He's never
bro,
played point guard.
Yes, he did. Okay. He didn't play point
He's a
guard.
shooting guard for the Lakers, bro. Stop it.
He came off the bench as a combo guard. He played point and he played the two. When Magic Johnson was Magic Johnson was hurt, he played point guard.
Norm Nixon was the point guard. Stop it off the bench.
You said who?
Norm Nixon.
In the 88 finals, when Magic got hurt, who was playing point guard?
Are you talking about 1 year?
No, I'm talking about the whole time when Michael Cooper came off the freaking bench. His whole career, winning Defensive Player of the Year, he was a primary ball handler when Magic was not there.
What did he excel at the point guard position to where you feel you could take him from his natural position as shooting guard and make him the point guard on your team?
He's gonna bring the ball up and he's gonna space the floor and knock down threes. I'm not asking him to play make. He's compatible.
Hold on. Michael Cooper shot horrible from the 3-point line. What are you going? How are you
talking about?
You?
Oh, first of all, Lamont, you're bringing for the 80s. Michael Cooper was a good shooter. He'll excel in today's league. Ginobili is my off guard and best playmaker.
But Mac Def, here's the thing. I said in today's game where the 3-point line is much more extended out, we're talking about you said you're gonna allow Michael Cooper to come off your bench, run point when he was a natural 2, and you're gonna rely on him to also make. You're going to rely on him to make threes when you got to talk about a man that had 25% from the 3, 21% from the 3, 11% from the 3, 23% from the 3, 31% from the 3, 32% from the 3, 28% from the 3. This is his career. This is his career 3-point numbers.
28 and 32 sound nice in the 80s. That's going to be better.
So what I'm saying is in a league where the 3-point line is even farther out, how do you expect them percentages to get better?
I mean,
and you're taking him out of his natural position.
I'm not. I'm not taking him out of his natural position. The man was a guard, and he brung the ball up.
Michael Cooper was not a 2-1. If anything, Michael Cooper was more of a wing/2 guard.
He was a 6'7" 2 guard. He was more of a 2-3.
Yeah, he had years where he made the all-defensive team as a forward, Mac Dev. That's not a point guard.
Sir, did he play again with the Lakers when he came off the bench and Magic was not in the game? He was the primary ball handler. Those are just facts.
Okay, now you're saying
both are backcourt players. That's why they both.
You said what?
Yeah, I was about to say, Lamont. He did shoot. He had a couple.
Okay, but hold on. But tell me what was his career 3-point percentage?
34%.
Okay,
and that's in the 80s. First of all, y'all act like Michael Cooper's just finna be the number 1 option off the bench. I got Ginobili, playmaker.
I just said who's gonna be your point guard, and you said your 6'7" shooting guard, small forward is gonna be your point guard.
Bro, I could bring Michael Cooper. He could play the point. Ginobili could play the point. If I want to bring Tony Kukoc and have his 16 come off and bring the ball up, he can.
I'm Michael Cooper. I want you to explain to me, Michael Cooper, that you're completely redefining my role. You're making me be a natural point guard that needs to shoot threes.
Michael Cooper. For your whole career, you came off the bench as a 6-man. Backing up Magic.
No, you're talking about prime Michael Cooper.
I'm talking about. I said your whole career. So that's middle to end.
Look, we're about to start.
You didn't start in your prime.
Hold on, we're about to start playing in October. Tell me what my role is going to be on this team.
Bro, this nigga came off the bench his whole career. Why do I have to explain something?
Hold on. I know I'm coming off the bench. I'm fine with that. Now, tell me what my role is coming off the bench, and I'm going to give you my Michael Cooper response.
The exact same role you always had. You come off the bench. You play elite defense.
Okay, I got you, coach.
And you bring the ball up and you spread the floor.
What you mean spread the floor?
If need be, yes, you can bring the ball up if need be, yes.
So
you play your exact role. You're Michael Cooper.
Coach, you want me to run the offense, coach?
You do the exact same thing you've been doing.
Coach, you want me to run the offense?
I don't want you to do nothing. Do the exact same thing you've been doing your whole career.
That's some bad.
If you have a problem doing the exact same thing your whole career, then I guess you can go. If you have a problem doing the exact same thing you've been doing your whole career.
Is that what he's been doing his whole career?
He been bringing the ball
Whatever,
up,
bro.
Hold on. So Michael Cooper been running the point his whole career and
No,
chucking threes.
no. You've been
just
coming off
said.
the bench.
Talking
You've been
about.
coming off the bench, playing elite defense and spreading the floor your whole career. Do you bring the ball up from time to time? Yes, you're a ball handler. Ginobili, I have.
Michael
you don't have
Cooper's
to do
your
it all the
point.
time because I got Ginobili
All right,
and
Michael
Tony
Cooper's
Kukoc.
your point. We got you. Michael Cooper's your point. And you still, and even if you do have Michael Cooper as an unnatural point guard on your bench, you don't have not one true point guard on this roster at all. But you got de facto point guards, which ultimately that's going to lead to a ton of problems.
Okay, so hold on, time out. In today's era, in today's era, what true point guard do I need? Why do I need a traditional?
Back there. I got to get to other people's list. Well, I got to get to other people's list. No, you don't need a traditional point guard.
True point guard.
Hold on, I got the other people's list. You don't need a true point guard, but man, oh man, you got absolutely no ball handlers on this team. Not any real ones.
And no defense for real.
Yeah, I can't believe you talked about everybody listening when you said yours. It's the worst of them all.
Trash.
I'm just amazed. He's gonna take players that aren't point guards and have them run the point. There's gonna be playmaking issues.
He don't have one true
guys
center.
aren't gonna be able to get.
He don't have one true center on the roster. He got AD as your biggest player, and y'all the ones that say AD the softest motherfucker in the league. You don't have nobody outside of AD that can guard the center spot. So means you're gonna have to play AD 47
What are you talking
minutes
about?
a game. Who's your centers?
I got Rodman and freaking AD.
See?
Okay, so you're taking players.
Try to play small ball and let Curry get off. That's
So
all.
If we're playing in today's era, and I got freaking Steph Curry, why all of a sudden? See, Lamont, you get on the people about having. He had Dwight Howard and Shaq. I don't know, with Clay and Steph, that's gonna be good because centers never work. Now all of a sudden, I got AD and Steph who don't even really need the ball spaced out the floor. Now it's a problem.
I just see a lot of ball stoppers.
Bro.
In your starting
I got a fire
lineup,
squad.
in your starting lineup, I see two ball stoppers in Jordan and Melo.
Tony Kukoc,
and then you have a guy in Curry that thrives off all movement. So again, something's gonna clash because you have ball stoppers.
You want something to clash.
Hold on, my guy.
Something. When you say
hold
something,
on. Active. Hold on.
It doesn't fit.
No, hold on. What I'm saying is you got ball stoppers in Melo, Jordan, and AD. These are guys that when the ball goes to their hands, they're relied on the score. That's called ball stoppers. When these guys touch the ball, they're not looking to play make. They're not looking to create for others. These guys are looking for others to create for them. You got 3 ball stoppers in your starting lineup.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Hold on. Well, then how would you? Okay, if Melo's not a ball stopper, then what is he?
Okay, if you want to call Melo a ball stopper, cool. Who else is a
you
ball
tell me
stopper?
what you think he is.
Let's for the sake of this argument, let's call Melo the black hole.
You're trying to avoid the answer. If Melo's not a ball stopper, then what is he?
Call him a ball stopper then.
Okay, AD.
He can't stretch. He can't catch and shoot. He can't stretch out. He can't stretch out the defense. He's a ball stopper. Okay. Who else is a ball stopper?
We know he can score. When Melo in his prime catches the ball, his job is to score.
Correct.
So when AD catches the ball in his prime, his job is to go score. When Jordan catches the ball in his prime, his job is to go score.
Sir.
And the thing is, when you got 3 ball stoppers and you have a point guard,
you're crazy.
When you have a point guard by the name of Steph Curry, whose success thrives on ball movement, something's got to give. You're going to have to convince people like Melo and Jordan to move the ball more so Steph can have success, or you're just going to have Steph standing around doing absolutely nothing. How do you make it work?
For the sake of this argument, let's call Melo a ball. Let's call Melo a ball stopper. So he's not going to stretch out the defense, right? Let's just call Melo a ball stopper. Anthony Davis, if he gets force fed the ball, if you want to pass the ball to him in the low post, which Steph Curry and Jordan are not going to do, then yes, you could call him a ball stopper, but that's not going to be him on this offense. He's going to be catching lobs and having screens for Steph and Jordan. Jordan can be a ball stopper, but Jordan is not a ball stopper. He played in a offense. Sir, he played point guard. What are you talking about? The nigga averaged 7, 8 assists.
Y'all motherfuckers be taking 25 games Jordan played at the point, acting like this man can run point. Man,
He
stop.
played point guard, but not in the triangle. Dummy.
Bro, that's what they do with
I'm
Ray
not
Allen.
saying he,
Ray Allen did
bro.
one big
Jordan,
shot, they said he's
y'all
clutch.
act like the triangle offense is not a ball movement offense. If he wanted to break the triangle, he could, but
All right,
he
hold on,
played in a
McDev.
ball movement
Hold
offense.
on. Let me get to Big Art. Big Art's here. I got to get to his list, man.
You just mad because your bench is garbage.
Nah, I know
You
my
got the
bench is
trash
garbage.
list up there so far.
I'm just saying. Look,
My squad is fire.
Hold on,
Defense, shooting, all.
Hold on, y'all. Everybody, hold on.
With you, Lamont.
Look, hold on, y'all.
Chris can run the point guard.
Your team is filled with a ton of great players. I give you that. What I'm trying to get everybody to do here, because a lot of people don't give these coaches and GMs enough credit. Y'all call these coaches trash. Y'all say they need to make adjustments, but you don't tell what type of adjustments they need to make. You say they need to run better offenses, but you can't break down any type of offense yourself. So what I'm saying is I'm putting you in the driver's seat to create your own team, and you have to now deal with the head cases, the chemistry problems, the roles, explaining to guys on the bench that no, you're no longer a number one in this league like a Tracy McGrady. You got to come off the bench, and you can't be that guy. You have to explain to a Melo, a guy that chucks up 15 to 25 shots a game, and say, no, MJ and Curry are getting all these shots. You're going to have to defer. How do you explain this to a prime Melo? How do you explain Curry possibly not getting shots off because there's a no ball movement because Jordan and Melo on the team? Like, so how would you break this down and get these guys to gel and play as one? We know they're good players, but we know also that just a collection of good players don't win shit if they don't buy into their role, right? This is why the Denver Nuggets are champions, because they had a whole bunch of guys that bought into their role. Not because they had the best roster. But again, if you want to put together names that look good, you were successful at that. I don't know if you put together I don't know if you put together a team. I don't know if you put together the best team. But let me get to Big Art.
Everybody on the bench came off the bench in their careers.
Okay, Big Art, man. You got your 12-man rotation for me, man.
What's the criteria for it?
So the only criteria we got is the team has to be adaptable to today's game, one. And you can only select 2 former MVPs.
Only 2 former MVPs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
If you don't have it ready, we can go
read Mac Def's lineup so he'll get a good idea because that's the best lineup. So.
No, it's trash.
Oh, it's
yours
the
is in the
worst.
garbage
He
can.
has so many flaws in it, bro. It's just
I got the best.
You got to go 12.
Yeah, if you don't have it ready, I think I got somebody else with theirs ready.
Okay, they got theirs ready. They can go ahead. I ain't know
Crying
about
over
only 2
Melo.
MVPs for it.
All right,
What up, Lamonto? My fault. What up, bro?
What up, man?
Sturdy. What you think about the lineup?
I don't think Sturdy with it. Hold on. Hey,
Nah, it's
hey,
not bad, to be honest with you. Not bad.
SB, hit that link, SB. My bad. I just saw you, SB.
Yo, Lamont.
I'm just running these simulations, and so far, man, my team is kicking the hell out of Lamont's team in the 7-game series. But go ahead, y'all.
oh my goodness.
You put my team together, Sturdy?
Yeah, that's
now. See, the thing is,
that
I'm
bench
actually
is
gonna
ass.
play my simulation. See, he can say anything without playing. I'm gonna play mine.
That bench is
Lamont,
garbage.
Lamont,
bro.
just a question. Outside of to avoid bias, outside of your team, who do you by the criteria that you think of in your head about how players fit together, who so far has the best?
All right, hold on. Let me see.
By how you feel like players should be able to fit together.
So this is what I'm looking for. What I was looking for was I wanted people to shy away from just loading their bench up with a whole bunch of all-stars who were all number ones on their own team, because we know that's not realistic. It's not realistic. No, everybody went to most people went to just loading their bench up with a whole bunch of number 1, number 2 guys, or guys that were at the top of the league defensively, and said, I'm going to convince these guys to all come off the bench. And remember, we're dealing with all these guys in their prime. And I just don't think that's realistic. You're not going to convince these guys to come off the bench. That's why I went with more traditional role players as opposed to just loading it up with all-stars.
I think I'm ready.
I don't want to take
I
us
think
from
I'm
the
ready,
stream, but thanks for telling me that we have the PC versus FYF tomorrow.
I thought they put it. I thought they promoted it.
They did promote it, but you did not tell me that. Hey, SB, be prepared tomorrow. We got to handle business.
Oh, bro, what are we about? There's no way to even prepare. They doing trivia questions.
Yeah,
It's not a debate. They're not bringing a topic that we got to touch on. So
Nah, you're right. You're right. You're
It's
right.
not. You know, it's all. It's all going to be so-called random questions.
Lamont, his thing. Hold on, Lamont, as the host, right? If you wanted the list to be realistic, all you had to do was say that, brother. But apparently,
I didn't. I don't. I told y'all that y'all the GM. So I want to see, because all I'm doing is I'm seeing where y'all basketball minds are at right now.
Yeah, I'll be ready.
I'm saying, are y'all just going to naturally be realistic, or do I got to ask y'all to be realistic?
I'm going
to be realistic.
As the GM, I'm getting Greg Popovich to coach.
And you know what though? The person, the sad part about it is, Slash Blade probably has the most balanced team, because if you look at his bench, Iggy, Kirilenko,
Bugsy,
Danny Green, Tayshaun Prince,
Bugsy
played in this come off the bench. He has a realistic bench. This not loaded with, I'm just going to pick up a whole bunch of all-star. You're talking about guys who were role players in their career, and they were great at it. Danny Green was one of the best role players in the league. Multiple championship caliber teams will pick him up because he's an elite role player. And when you go to that, I got to respect it. And then you even have some guys that are interchangeable, because you can start Kirilenko for Bruce Bowen. Bruce Bowen could come off the bench. You can start Tayshaun Prince for Bruce Bowen. So the thing is, there's a lot of energy. I think Slash Blade has one of the most realistic benches because it's more coachable. I don't know how some of y'all are going to coach these teams full of all number ones and all-stars without running into all types of head cases, trade demands, all types of issues. So
I had the best 12, bro.
No, you have a good 12. The only reason people like Havlicek won't complain is because they played in an era where they didn't know about player empowerment and movement. They just gonna know, all right, I'm gonna do what the coach said. He from
Ginobili's one of the greatest six man. Havlicek, the greatest six man. One of the greatest.
You can't have two of the greatest six man. It's just
they know their roles. Michael Cooper came off the bench. Tony Kukoc came off the bench. Rodman came off the bench.
I know, but your starting lineup is full of a whole bunch of
it's all great, but my main problem with your team is the playmaking, and your starting lineup doesn't fit.
He has no point guard, and he has a whole bunch of ball stoppers.
I got Steph Curry.
If y'all were playing in the big three, y'all would be nice.
Again,
so Steph Curry is not a point guard. All of a
my
sudden.
big problems are playmaking and how your starting five fits in general. That's my problem with it.
Like when was it realistic, MacDef, to have your whole starting five and all of them can average over 25 a game?
The big three.
How realistic is it? No, I said all five of your guys.
It's not realistic.
All five of your guys in a natural role are averaging over 25 a game in their prime.
Not realistic.
That's not realistic.
It's not realistic.
Melo was leading scoring the league in his prime. Curry can lead the league in scoring. Jordan definitely led the league in scoring. AD can give you 25 a game. So you got all these points per game
so
scores.
How
you make
that?
Prime, so I'm asking you as a coach, how do you make that work? How do you get them to buy in?
In their prime, Steph Curry was averaging like 24, even when he had KD.
How do you get these guys to buy into lesser roles? Because somebody's going to have to take less shots.
MacDef, who's getting Curry the ball? Because if he's
who's giving Curry the ball? He's a point guard.
It's just not a very realistic starting
lineup.
But
when Curry is at his
if you
best,
said you're going to have Melo coming off the bench and be your scorer off the bench, and let's say you put Cooper in for Melo or something,
why would I have Melo coming off the bench?
Because you cannot have five guys in the starting lineup who average 25 points per game.
But even then, Melo still wouldn't be cool with coming off the bench.
I
mean,
especially
it's just not balanced. You just went. It's almost like you went and looked at the all-time league leader and best scorers in NBA history and said, "I'm selecting 5 of them, 4 of them."
Y'all some haters. I didn't have to look at nothing. Y'all just some haters. Y'all just nitpicking right now. That's y'all nitpicking.
Oh, wait, MacDef. This is the
run down.
No,
He had AD as his center.
Steph Curry play in today's era, but Steph Curry is not a point guard, so I don't have a point guard.
Wait, y'all. MacDef. Takes like this is the reason why he didn't make the starting five for the debate.
Okay.
Hold on. Who else they list ready? Who has they 12?
I'm ready. I said I was ready.
I still got the best lineup.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Big Art. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, Big Art. I'm gonna go with Big Art, and then we're gonna go to.
No, y'all just nitpicking. It's cool.
Okay, good job, MacDef. We know you did the best of your capability with your basketball knowledge, man. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
he
That felt like
Hey,
an insult.
Hey,
if-
that man told you appreciate you. That's
if anybody I say got an MVP and I don't remember, please correct me.
All right, we'll try our best. All right, go ahead. Go. Start with your starting lineup.
My
'Cause
starting
generally,
lineup would
that's what the
be
MVPs gonna be.
since Isaiah Thomas got an MVP.
No.
Okay, so my point guard to be Isaiah Thomas.
Mhm.
Shooting guard to be Reggie Miller. Do we got an MVP?
No.
Hell no.
Hell no.
Okay.
Bum ass Reggie Miller.
Hey, he can shoot. Hey,
Fuck.
let me see. My small forward. I'm gonna go with Scottie Pippen.
Trash.
Yeah, MVP, big man.
And then for my two MVPs, because I'm gonna use my two MVPs and my power forward and my center, so I'm gonna go with Kevin Garnett, and I'm gonna go with Hakeem Olajuwon.
Okay, I like that. I like what you did there. I like what you
Okay. That's not bad so far. Let's hear your bench. Seven man bench rotation. Realistic. Because remember, you the coach. Remember, you the coach, Big Art. You gotta explain these roles to all these guys on the bench. Not nobody else. You do.
Okay, my backup point guard is Penny Hardaway.
Okay.
My backup two guard is Klay Thompson.
Okay.
My backup three is going to be Vince Carter. My backup four is probably going to be let me see.
Vince Carter.
I'm gonna go with Anthony Davis because he ain't got no MVP.
You definitely.
And my backup five.
You definitely.
Who's the best backup five without an MVP?
You got all NBA caliber guys.
Let me see.
Y'all just let him finish this list, y'all. Just let him finish this list.
Backup five.
And Lamar, I think finish. I want you to say that criteria again.
Matt Geiger.
Matt Geiger looking ass.
Mac Neff, look at that.
SB, it's just.
Now I'm gonna go with
What's the criteria?
I'm gonna go with a defensive center.
Y'all hold on and let Big Art finish, man.
I'm gonna go with a defensive center, right? And I'm gonna go with Ben Wallace. So that's my five, and then my two utility players probably be like Robert Horry, and then that's my stretch four, just in case I want to play a stretch four. Then my other utility player probably be a guard. So I'm gonna go with Mark Price.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Just because I need somebody else to come in and run my system.
SB.
Yeah, like so
What's
similar.
the criteria again?
Similar. I think you got a few guys on your bench that I think could translate.
You got to type it in private chat.
When you talk about Horry and Ben Wallace, I think even Clay could potentially come off a bench. Penny as well. We saw him do that after his injuries.
Mm-hmm.
I think your starting lineup would just be annoying to defend. That would be like an annoying lineup to defend if you're a coach because you got IT and Reggie. Because Isaiah Thomas could be a great passer when he wanted to be, but he can also be a great scorer when he wants to be.
Thanks.
And then if he's passing it, if you got him playmaking to Reggie and you got Scotty potentially playmaking to Hakeem and Reggie, and then you got Garnett who can make the mid range. I think it's low. It's a under. I think other people would look at this and say it's not good, but I think it'd be like an underrated roster right here. I think it could be good. Vince Carter's the only one that I just think that don't fit the mold. I would say there's other better guys you can have coming off your bench. I wouldn't like Vince, but I don't mind this list. I actually like yours.
This is good. All right,
25.
All right, let me go.
Remember, the starting five don't have to be the best players you can think of. It has when you talk about
Didn't you have Anthony
chemistry.
Davis coming off the bench?
When you talk about chemistry and putting it, he has. That's what I'm saying. There's some guys that I would question because remember, as a coach, you have to tell AD you're coming off the bench.
From a basketball standpoint, my biggest problem with that starting five is the 3-point shooting. He has Reggie Miller, that's great, but I understand KG and Hakeem could knock down the mid range, but they couldn't space out to the 3-point line. Isaiah Thomas wasn't a great shooter.
Scotty wasn't.
Scotty Pippen wasn't average.
Yeah, but Scottie Pippen could hit an open three though.
Like, yeah, that's fine, but I'm just saying like it could have been better. But I'm not saying it's bad.
Hey, well, if I'm the coach, I'm gonna tell them niggas not to shoot so many threes.
Defensively, but
You ain't always got to shoot threes. Hey, but Lamont, it's Showboy. Let me go real quick. You said I was.
I still
All right,
got
hold
the best
on.
defensive
Let me
team.
show boy. No, hold on. Actually, don't. I think there's some issues there, but I can't knock Big
The
R.
team's amazing defensively in the starting five.
I was saying, let me go next.
The defensive versatility will be crazy with this team.
Yeah,
'Cause
it's
they could,
amazing.
they were outside of Reggie, because Reggie, you at the 2, but I feel like you can hide 1s and 2s in this era.
Probably.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Show Boy. Let's hear yours, man.
I know you gonna argue with me because you.
No, I'm not, man. No,
you
I'm
always
not.
funking with me, but we gonna argue.
No, all I ask Show Boy is you got to understand that this is a lineup that you have to coach. If you're gonna put somebody on the bench that you know been a starter and a number 1 their whole career, you got to tell me how you're gonna explain this role to that player and how they gonna buy in.
I ain't never coached adults, but I coached my nephew team, and I told.
Well, then you're probably gonna struggle convincing some. You better pick some perennial role players because you're gonna be having trade demands all over the place.
Brandon, I like Mark Price too. I like Mark Price.
Lamont, let me
drop
my team when I'm ready to go.
Hold on. I'm gonna let Joe Boy go, and then I'm coming to you, SB, right next.
Hey, my point guard is Magic, of course.
Okay.
He playmaking. MJ,
That's one MVP.
Hold on. I'm trying to hear. Who else?
MJ and Magic. They can run and gun, and MJ can. I didn't like when you said MJ can't really run the offense because he can. That's 2. Pippen 3. Pippen can run the offense 2 as well, and he plays a little D. I got AD at the 4 and Yao Ming at the 5. Yao Ming got the pretty mid range. He good. He rim protector. He do all that. So my backups. I got GP at the 1, Mitch Richmond at the 2. You know I'm gonna give it up for my run TMC from the Bay. Chris Mullen at the 3, gonna shoot the 3.
Trash.
Dennis Rodman, and then I'm gonna put Pat Ewing at the 5. And then my two extras is Sean Elliott, big 3 and D, and Kyrie Irving.
Okay, now as a coach, here's my only problem here is as a coach, tell me when the season starts how you explain to Patrick Ewing and Kyrie Irving that they're gonna be playing limited minutes coming off
Kyrie's
the bench.
not even gonna play.
Yeah, like we don't know when Kyrie's gonna show up. So when he do show up, you gotta come off the bench. That's number 1.
You know what? That's a fair point.
That's number 1.
Okay, and you know what? Hold on. And Joe Boy, just like we saw last year, this is what's gonna happen. Trade demand, and now you down a player.
Yep.
So when you get that trade demand and now you down a player, then when you're gonna be playing without him, you're gonna have to think about who do we bring in to replace him
How
that
often
fits
do the
better.
11th and 12th man play?
What I'm saying is, if you don't play Kyrie, he's going to ask for a trade, and
That's
then
what I'm
with
saying,
you
but
being the
how
GM and coach, you got to deal with that trade.
12th, how often do we play anyway?
No, listen to what I'm saying. If you have a guy that's an all-star level player not playing, he's going to demand a trade. You're the GM of this team. You're going to have to trade him.
Okay, well, so let me trade him. I'm gonna trade him for Rod Strickland.
No, all right, it's too late now.
I'm gonna trade him for Rod Strickland.
You got to start the season with him. You can't trade him. You can't trade him
exactly the same.
But you can't trade him until the trade. You can't trade him till February. So you stuck with him.
I'm stuck with him till February. Then if he argued with him, Rod Strickland can take his place. And then Sean Elliott off the bench as well.
And then Ewing, we know Ewing was in the ultimate head case that never passed the ball. How the hell you gonna get him to buy into coming off the bench?
Somebody said, but yeah, no, that's just what it is, man.
Because you know he gonna think he better than Yao Ming.
I think no, Patrick Ewing.
No, Patrick Ewing was my favorite player.
They gonna get slaughtered in today's era, man.
Hey, the one pick that I did like, Joe Boy, that Sean Elliott pick, that was nice. That was one I didn't think of. Sean Elliott is one of the best role players of all time. That's a great pick.
3-and-D, 6'7", big small forward.
He's barely playing.
He wasn't a better role player than Mario Ellie.
Yes, man. Are you?
Yeah, he was. Hell yeah, he was.
He was a way better player than Mario Ellie. Nigga, please.
I don't know.
Was he better than
Mario Ellie? I don't know.
Mario Ellie knew how to get the crowd hype though.
Was he better than Robert Ory?
That shit
Mario Ellie.
No. Hey, I'm taking Sean Elliott over.
Yeah,
all
Sean
of them.
was
You taking Sean Elliott over Robert Ory?
Yeah,
Robert
hell
Ory is
yeah.
the best role
Yeah,
player
absolutely.
ever, bro. Stop it.
Y'all
Absolutely.
tripping right
y'all
now.
must
We can
not have
move
seen
on.
Sean
We can
Elliott.
Y'all
move
don't know
on,
who
man.
Sean
No, I
Elliott
remember
is.
Sean
Y'all
Elliott.
don't know who he
Sean
is.
Elliott was way better
You
than
talking about the guy
Robert
who
Ory.
couldn't win without Tim Duncan getting there?
I don't think it was close. I don't even think it's close.
We
Me
can move
neither. It's not.
on,
It's
man. Y'all
not
going.
close. Sean Elliott's a way better player than Robert. It's not
Who's
even
the
close.
Man, Robert Ory
on,
got
man.
dunking more
Let's
chips
move
than he got
because
dunking chips. Stop
Sean
it.
Elliott got a
Let's
couple
move
chips
on.
too, bro.
He only got one chip for dunking.
Who's
With
the
dunking.
greatest role player then? Because if it's Sean Elliott, then that's understandable.
Bill
but-
Russell.
It's Robert Ory, bro.
Hold on. Well, like, what do we
And
mean by
Derek
role
Fisher.
players? Do I mean
Like a
like
role
not
player, a guy,
like
a guy that
starters
doesn't
that's not
have, a guy that
superstars
doesn't
or
have,
just bench players?
Bench
just,
Sean
player.
Elliott was
just a
damn.
guy, just a
Sean
guy
That
who
can
Elliott.
mostly
start.
plays.
Sean
Because
Elliott was
Sean
teetering on being a
Sean Elliott
all-star, bro.
started.
No. It does. You don't have to be a bench player. My definition of a role player is a guy who mostly relies on the stars to create for them, from an offensive standpoint, and they usually play great. The best ones
Hey,
usually play at a high level.
So
defensively.
is J.R. Smith a better role player than Sean Elliott?
Yes.
So okay, I'm gonna put J.R. Smith higher on that list than Sean Elliott.
No, he's not.
Because J.R. Smith can get off.
No, he's not. So can
By
Sean
himself.
Smith. I can tell y'all.
You don't need no star to get him off. He can get off
None
by
of y'all
himself.
watch Sean Elliott play.
Sean Elliott can ball, but he ain't
Bubba,
really,
don't you think he
Sean
can get
Elliott
off by
is better
himself?
than
You don't need no
J.R.
star.
I don't think. J.R. Smith. Yeah, he could get it off
better
by
than
himself.
J.R.
But I don't
Smith
think he's.
and
I don't think he was
Robert
more impactful than Sean Elliott. I
Facts.
think
Robert Ory's been an
Crawford in the
X factor on every team he's been
No,
on. though,
Robert
so-
Ory shot one shot at the
he
end of the
hasn't.
game. He is not.
All right,
Sean
bro.
Elliott.
You go.
No, he
You got
hasn't
to
shot one
Robert
shot.
Ory.
He was a
We
really
can
good
move on.
role
SB,
player
what's
in
your
Houston.
squad?
Yeah.
They said he shot one shot.
And for the Lakers.
Man, for the
Yeah,
Lakers.
right.
Yo, Lamont.
I'm starting
I
to
get my
think about
12.
it. There's a lot of great role players. That
And you know what though? The one thing y'all are
Manu,
proving. The one thing y'all are proving is I understand why none of y'all are in basketball.
Oh,
I
come on,
definitely
man.
understand that. Man.
You better
Lamont,
try.
yo, bench.
You know, it's not for everybody. You know,
Hey, Lamont. So tell me what's
You
wrong.
prove why you shouldn't be in basketball.
What was wrong
I
with
still
my
had to fire 12. I don't know. I don't get how I had.
I'm
yeah.
not
No, you didn't. You had the worst
Hey,
shot on
Mac
the
him.
one
Def,
thing
my
I know
12
for certain is
my
if y'all
12
got
match
kids,
yours.
do not put them on Mac Def's.
I got you,
AAU
Dan.
team.
I got you, Donis Haslam
No.
and Andre Iguodala.
If you put
Locker
if you
room
put
guys
your
as
kid on
my
Mac Def's
11
AAU
and
team,
12.
he gonna
Stop
average.
it, bro.
He gonna average 2 points
Stop
per game
it.
in 30
You want a
minutes.
cookie for Adonis Haslam? Be
My
the
team
Stop
lost
locker
in the
room guy?
championship, Lamont.
Stop it.
Straight up.
This is rough.
All right, hold on.
Yo, Lamont. Can I get my
I still had
12?
to fire
Hold
12.
on. I gotta get a new.
It's
I gotta
SB
hold
turn.
on. Is that M?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, hold on, man. Let's
Oh,
get your
SB
list.
left.
Hold on. Let me get your list. So,
Yeah,
I know you've been
SB
waiting
probably has
patiently.
somewhere
I think
to
I skipped
go
over
at
you on
some point.
accident. All right, so M, let's hear your list. I want to see if anybody has a list that can compare to mine, a coachable list, not a 2K list. A
Bro, I
coachable.
smacked you,
Y'all ban.
bro.
Y'all
Stop
look like y'all
lying,
buying.
Lamont. You mad,
Yeah,
bro?
hold on, Mac Def. What Mac Def is? Mac, you can't buy packs.
Let him
on 2K.
find his
This
12.
is not 2K
man.
packs. You're not getting. You
Let
buying
him
2K
see
packs.
his 12, man. Stop hating
This
on
is
Mike.
this is a real roster. You buying
Nigga
2K
nitpick.
packs trying to get your players. All right, hold on. Context matters. All right, M. Let's hear it. Let's hear y'all starting five and then your bench.
All right. I got Kid, Clay, Kawhi.
Bro, who's the second?
I got Kid, Clay, Kawhi, Tim, KG.
Timmy?
Yeah, Tim Duncan.
That's 3 MVPs, ain't it? I don't like those
No,
3.
that's not
I don't
3
like
MVPs.
those 3, man.
No,
Tim
and KD's the only
You
two.
can only have 2 MVPs.
I have Tim, KG.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay.
Oh,
so there you
Tim
go.
Duncan and Kevin Garnett. I thought
Oh,
you said
okay.
KD.
KG is the MVP as well.
And then I got
Who was your small forward?
Kawhi.
Kawhi's he's not a league MVP though, right?
No, he's only a finals MVP.
I didn't even think of that. Go ahead.
All right. Just see it. Let's hear your bench.
Tony, Manu,
Hold on, you gotta say it's a lot of Tonys, man. Who you talking about?
Tony Parker.
I thought you was about to talk about Tony Allen. That would have been clutch. Tony Parker coming off the bench though.
I got Chris Middleton, Big Z, Kevin McHale.
Hold on, who Big Z? Who is that?
The
Zebo?
one on the Cavs.
So Judas
Yeah, Jonas Ilgauskas.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
I like that. I love that. Hold on, who else you got?
And then I got Jimmy Butler and Udonis Haslem.
All right, what else you got?
Jimmy Butler and Udonis Haslem.
So is that 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's only 10.
That's 12.
Who did you say before? Junior?
No, hold on. I got your starting lineup is Kidd, Clay, Kawhi, Tim Duncan, and KG. And then on your bench, I got Tony Parker, Chris Middleton, Jonas Ilgauskas, Jimmy Butler, and Haslam. Who am I missing?
I had Kevin McHale.
Okay, McHale.
Mm-hmm.
And then who else?
I'm gonna just throw out Pascal Siakam.
Wow.
How many?
Wow.
How many?
Hey, look, y'all.
How many
No, look. All I want you to do is give us your breakdown of this roster. How would you coach them? Obviously, you got some guys on the bench. You got some egos on that bench. You got to have to manage. How you going to coach this team? And like, what's the ultimate like goal? Like, who is your number one scorers? What is your rotations going to look like? Break it down for us.
So I got Kevin McHale. He was 6th man of the year. And then the rest of them were all undrafted or low draft picks on my bench. So coming in, like, they wouldn't really have expectations to start. So, and then my starting lineup, everybody except Kidd is a good off-ball player or played in a system where they didn't need the ball as much.
You made a good point. I ain't gonna lie about the low draft picks. I'm not gonna lie. That's a good point. The expectation to play is not high. These are all guys. That's not a bad point. I can't really knock that. And Kidd, Clay, Kawhi, Tim Duncan, KG is balanced in the starting lineup. You got a backup point guard, Tony Parker. You made the point about him being a low draft pick, the expectation to come off the bench behind Kidd. Similar Chris Middleton.
Yeah, but they proved way more though. You know what I mean? They like telling Tony Parker,
I know he did
to come off the bench, but I don't know.
They can't show what they got if they're on the bench.
Yeah, I understand.
Tony
That's
needed
tough,
the
bro.
ball to kind of thrive, though. That's the thing. About
It's tough. Like, it's easy
But
to
the thing
just
is,
name ballers and put them on the bench.
Tony Parker's going to play a lot in this rotation with Tim Duncan. So one of the reasons why he was so successful was a guy like Tim Duncan. So you're playing with him.
I mean, Big Z's a good catch and shoot shooter.
That's a fair point.
Now, the Big Z was just the
fair
curveball. That's a humongous curveball. I don't know where the Big Z came. I thought. I mean, if you're gonna get a guy to come off the bench, I'm thinking, okay, what can you bring? Usually, you want to bring in defense off the bench. I don't know if I'm bringing in Big Z, Jonas Ilgauskas. I'm not doing that one. That's the only
problems.
I mean, but if you want to give out a veteran minimum contract to save money or something, he would definitely be getting a veteran minimum. But
he was all-star before LeBron got there.
Siakam is a sub for Kawhi.
He played okay defense.
McHale is a sub for Tim. You made a good point. McHale was 6th man of the year. He can come off the bench. Oh no, yeah, I think he actually got outside of the Jimmy Butler one.
Yeah,
I don't think Jimmy Butler fits coming off the bench, but I like it though. This would have been the team where that Sean Elliott instead of Jimmy Butler would have worked perfectly. This would have been because he's a bench player. He's a true bench.
Jimmy can be the star of the second unit though. He's still a star,
right?
Bro, y'all be overrating this star of the second unit shit. These motherfuckers don't have enough time to go out there and beat those stars.
Nah, you can't say that, because
all that shit is fake. Y'all be bro. That star of the second unit shit is fake.
So what's Manu? What's Manu?
Yeah, tell everybody to know who almost
Mano was a really good player.
Okay. He wasn't a
Jimmy's the
star
11th
in his
guy.
role. He
Bro,
wasn't a.
that's like you telling me Jamal Crawford was a star of the second unit. You can only do so much in that little time. These motherfuckers, Lou Williams is star of the second unit. That what you saying?
What do you mean? Lou Williams led that Clippers team.
Man, come on, man. Six men of the year. Six men of the year are great role players.
He took the Warriors to 6 games.
Bro, we didn't see the
Tobias.
best of Mano until he actually started starting. And really, he was playing starter minutes. At one point in time, he was just coming off the bench because that's what he felt most comfortable doing. He was still playing starter minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying Jimmy Butler could do.
Man, okay.
No, Jimmy Butler's the 11th guy. Come on, man.
Yeah, Jimmy as the 11th guy.
Just because you named him 11th don't mean he has to be 11th.
Oh, you about to have locker room brawls and practice brawls over that playing time.
He's getting traded for.
You gotta think about it. Just because you named him at that 11th, he don't have to be 11th, bro.
He said he's getting traded for future draft picks.
I don't know if Jimmy Ego built for that, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. I don't think Jimmy Ego built for that.
All right, hold on. Where did SB go? I want an SB list.
He dipped out, bro.
Yeah, he
All right, hold on. All right, he probably had to go. My bad, SB.
Salute, T. Salute, critic.
Hey, it's good, bro.
Oh man,
what's going on, buddy?
Nice, bro.
Salute, fellas. What's the word, fellas?
What's up? Context. You got to.
Context. Salute, brother.
Yeah, what's going on, my guy? Yeah, I got a list. I got a list for y'all.
Let me drop this link. Hold on, one quick. Let me drop the link real quick, and then I'm about to write your list down. Hold on.
Yes, sir. Do your thing. Do your thing.
Yeah. Tony Allen would have been a clutch bench player. I have a feeling now that we mentioned the name, nobody's gonna say it, but somebody's gonna say it now. But Tony Allen would have been elite. He's elite. It's just his shooting. Like you have to think about it. Like if you're thinking about a team in today's era, one of Tony Allen's biggest weakness was shooting, and just like we see with the guard in Sacramento. It's hard to play him sometimes. Even though he's great defensively, it's hard to play him long stretches because
he can bring that midi back. He was a mid-range shooter, not a 3-point.
No, I'm talking about in today's game, the midi is dead because the zones have taken it out the game.
Wait, who's a good mid-range shooter? You talking about Tony Allen?
I don't ever remember Tony Allen being
I don't remember that one.
He wasn't a good one. He can hit it, but he wasn't like a good one.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
What are you talking about, bro?
He had a little midi. He had a little midi. It wasn't crazy.
Salute to One Cool P. One Cool P, you got to come up and give us your team. You got to get together a 12-man roster. I want to hear Jared's too.
Hey, let me go after
I'm not talking about Jared. I'm not talking about Keegan Murray. I'm talking about Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell is a elite perimeter defender, but he can only play spot minutes because of his offense.
Right. I agree with that one.
George, you got noise in your background. You need to fix that, man. All right. You got background noise. We won't need to hear you getting cussed out by somebody, George. Sound like it. Hold on. Who else? Context. You got your list ready? Hold on. Let me get this right.
Do your thing, brother. Do your thing, brother.
All right. Context list. Okay. Give me your starting lineup first.
All right. So my starting lineup is going to be Braun at the 1, PG 13 at the 2,
PG.
Clay at the 3. I got Pippen at the 4. And I got Dwight Howard as my starting center.
All right, and your bench?
And my bench is going to be Wade coming off my bench. Battier. Shane Battier. Ray Allen. Duncan.
What Duncan?
Tim Duncan, my fault.
Coming off the bench?
Yes, sir.
He has an MVP, don't he?
Yes, he does.
He does.
He does.
Hold on.
So that's already Braun.
No. So you using your second MVP on the bench guy?
Yes, sir.
That's a good chess move. That's a good chess
move. Okay.
And then I have Kawhi coming off my bench as well. And I also have AD coming off my bench as well.
Wow, that's a fantasy team right there.
Hold on, now context. You the coach. Remember context.
Yeah, I know. I got you. I can walk you through it.
As the coach, how do you sit down Tim Duncan, Kawhi, AD, and Dwayne Wade, and you let them know, even though y'all all in y'all prime, y'all will be coming off the bench.
Okay. So for Tim Duncan, regardless of him being in his prime or not, he's always shown that he is for winning. You don't need to convince him to the betterment of the team is the convincing point. Regardless of the fact, AD is another guy as well that he can rely on his defense. The starting the minutes, just having an impact on winning, is the same thing. I think they're along on the same lines. I think with Kawhi, especially with his injury history, you can use that against him and say, hey, with this spark coming off the bench, we're going to save your knees, and you're going to be able to play way more games and have a more healthy career. And it's been shown that Dwayne Wade was able to come off the bench as a backup point guard and be that spark for Team USA. So the evidence is already clear. So I don't really need to do a lot of convincing. These are things that they've already done in their career, and they've shown the ability to be malleable and coachable. So that's the reason why I have Tim Duncan and AD off the bench.
No, I understand the thought process why. I just don't think what you said was gonna fly. Like you just gonna tell them, look, y'all, I think that we gonna win, and it's just like,
well, Tim Duncan, I don't think you really need to. I don't think his ego is that much of a headache where you're going to be able to have to go back and forth, even with him being in his prime. I think with the betterment of the team, I think just him winning, I think that's going to be enough for him. Same thing with AD.
Well, we say that, but see, we say that
he was the reason for winning, though.
No, we say it so easily now because it's easy to think of the concept in your head because. Yeah. But the thing is, Tim Duncan never had to come off the bench and be that guy in his prime. So again, we don't know how he's going to react in his prime if he all of a sudden got to come off the bench. While there are other guys,
he's always the reason why I'll give a little pushback for that. And I understand that we can't have that hypothetical. However, evidence has shown us that he's been the most malleable superstar that we've seen. I mean, everybody said it from his teammates to his opponents that his ego is not. He doesn't even trash talk when it comes to. He has a nice guy like. So my thing is that he has the ultimate superstar teammate like mentality. So even though he's a superstar, he doesn't look at himself as a superstar.
But how do you get him to how do you get him to envision winning when you without him in the starting lineup, but you have Klay Thompson and Paul George in the starting lineup, and you have Pippen in his spot at the 4. How do you convince him that that's going to lead to more winning with those guys in the starting lineup and him coming off the bench?
Well, I will show you that we are going by the game's rules right now, right, and the gameplay right now, and the driving kick game is what is more successful offense compared to dinking and dunking in the post that can lead to waste of shot clock, waste of possessions, things of this nature. We have to keep the ball flowing within the starting lineup. And then the bench, you're going to have easy pickings. You're going to be the opposite where we can throw you the ball in the post. We could get you touches in the high post as well. He can play well with AD, and they can play high-low together.
Hey, but who's going to do that on your bench, sir? Because you sure ain't got nobody to run your backup.
Dwayne Wade play point guard in high school and in college.
In high school?
And in college, in high school,
and when he came to the league,
I don't think that's good enough. I don't think that's good enough to satisfy the likes of Tim Duncan.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? The likes of the players that you have on your bench.
D-Wade sacrificed for LeBron, but I don't know.
He did it with Shaq. He made sacrifices with Braun. He made sacrifices with Chris Bosh. We showed that Dwayne Wade ultimately he changed his game to fit what he needed. He played differently when he played with Shaq.
They went to conference finals
Tim
because
Duncan is arguably better than LeBron.
And then Gary Payton came back around and said, "Hey, Shaq,
and he went back to
the Wade." So,
my opinion with these teams is like I don't think franchise carriers, should be on the bench because that's the easy thing to do. I could name a whole bunch of great players and say, hey, I could convince them.
But if
you know what I mean,
like Popovich convinced Duncan the low man in his prime.
That's my point.
Bro.
I mean, but not only do you
he's still starting.
But you got to convince D-Wade to run point guard.
Guys that have high ego. You're trying to convince Melo to come off the bench.
Guys who were
like that's
Duncan
going to
will
be a
have
tough
the ego.
time.
Like you say.
I don't need to convince Tim Duncan because it's going to be easier convincing because he shows that he's more malleable. That's the reason.
I don't know. As a GM, bro, like you might have some problems as a GM, man.
Nah,
Nah,
You
he
talking
wants
about man
to
who
be
took
great.
less pay? You talking about man
day,
who his
bro.
whole career was underpaid because he did that for the team.
But he
What are we
still was
talking
the
about?
reason
That's
for
money.
winning. At the
It
end of the
don't
day,
matter.
he
That's
still was the
His
reason
ego
for
doesn't.
winning.
But his
That's the
but his
point.
ego is
Why
not.
would you want to come off the bench?
Hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on. Let me just say
ego
this. Let
don't
me
get
just
in
say
the
this.
way.
The
That's his whole
ego,
point.
the ego doesn't get in the way. The ego does not get in the way. He doesn't need to see his own personal success to be. If the team is winning, and you can convince him that the team is going to thrive better than that, that's all he's there for. He's not gonna, as long as they're winning. If I show a 10-game sample size and he's winning off rip, I don't need to say nothing to him anymore after that.
I don't
With
know,
Melo,
bro.
you're still going to
I
have to
get what
convince
you're
him.
saying, though. I get what you're saying with Tim Duncan
Nah,
because of his
I don't
mentality.
I
But
can
it's
risk
tough.
Tim Duncan on the bench. That's the thing about it. Compared to all the other superstars, out of all the other superstars, Tim Duncan is the guy that I can convince.
Right,
Same
least
thing with
problematic.
AD. Right. It won't.
Okay.
I won't have pushback as much pushback compared to the other superstars. That's all I'm saying.
You talking about a guy who was in his prime, let two guys, and Tony Parker and Kawhi Leonard, who just came to the league a couple of years, get MVPs over him in the finals.
Come on.
What are we
I
talking
mean,
about? His
he
whole career,
he still
the
was the
better man
starter,
of the
bro.
team.
Wisdom, you're hating. You're hating. You know I'm right. You know
I'm
I'm
not.
right.
Are those
No,
guys sitting on the
I
bench
just
for
said I
2 years?
get what you're saying, but we talking about Tim Duncan in his prime, not in 2014 when he was on his last legs a little
No,
bit.
it's
You know
not.
what I'm saying? Like
He
we
was,
talking
what do you
about
think he's the best player in the year
prime.
But Tim
before? In the
Duncan.
Nah, like we talking
playoff,
about
in
prime
the finals,
TD,
too.
bro.
Prime time Jimmy.
Wisdom.
Yo, one mic.
Although we are talking about prime in terms of skill set, in terms of production, in terms of value, I understand your point. However, it doesn't increase his ego just because his value is at its prime.
Hold
doesn't
on,
mean his
but
ego, right?
But no. Context. Here's the thing: is do you feel you're maximizing the value of that second MVP slot if you're just utilizing them as a bench guy, where we know that you don't have to utilize an MVP guy as a bench guy because there are other guys throughout NBA history who can play that bench role at an elite level,
Right?
and you can utilize you can make your start, you can bolster your starting lineup with better talent and better players that fit, as opposed to almost kind of wasting away the talent that Tim Duncan has, and you're minimizing it down to a role player. When you get the most out of it, you want Tim Duncan on the floor and on the court as much as possible.
Well, my thing is, for example, like I understand that that thing, but let's say, for example, with Dwight Howard, he still would be foul prone, so I can still put Tim Duncan as my backup center, and he's gonna get some minutes. You guys are saying like he's not gonna even see the floor with Dwight. Dwight is not this. Dwight was foul prone defensively, so my thing is I'll be able to convince Tim Duncan, hey, you're gonna be able to be our anchor, and when Dwight Howard is in foul trouble. On top of that, with the second unit, they're not going to have a post presence. So you are that post presence. So you're going to dominate the second unit. You're going to be able to like have a field there with the second unit big man.
Right.
Because you are an elite post player.
I mean, I get the concept. I just feel like it's a wasted spot.
And just because you start don't mean you get starting minutes too.
You specifically said it's about also team chemistry. My thing is, if I'm convincing someone of Tim Duncan's caliber to take that and he's accepting it, it's gonna reverberate through the rest of the teammate, through the rest of the team.
Yeah.
So you know what
I mean,
So
I like the PG and Bron combo. I mean, Clay's shooting. Pippen at the 4 is, I don't know.
It's better than Draymond at the 4. It's better than Draymond at the 4.
No, I think Draymond at the 4 is better than Pippen at the 4. Pippen's best at the 3.
You know what's crazy about his list?
You talking about in this league? I think
And you got to think about, the fact that Draymond is going to also give you more. He's going to give you, to me, he's going to give you more value on the offensive end because I think his playmaking is superior to Pippen's.
But
really?
whoa, I ain't going that far.
Really?
But you also got to, but Lamont, you also got to take into account as a coach those type of personalities. What happens if Draymond make a defensive mistake? What is going to happen when him and Jordan clash? Those type of egos. You got to take into account too. Where guys like Scottie Pippen, but a guy like Scottie Pippen is proven that he's not gonna have that type of ego to clash with Jordan.
That's not true. There's video of Scottie Pippen cussing the fuck out of people, cussing them out for fucking up.
No,
I got Bill Whittington. I have a
about
video of
Jordan.
Pippen cussing Bill Whittington out, like talking about his mama and everything.
Was they on the court? Was they on the court?
Yes.
Michael Jordan trash.
Yes, they were on the court. The microphone caught it.
I'm talking about Michael Jordan, Lamont.
Yeah, but Jordan, you know Jordan's gonna ruffle more feathers, though. That's a fact. You know Jordan's gonna ruffle more feathers.
What you mean? Hold on. But the thing is, Jordan's gonna ruffle the feathers. The people that ruffle Jordan's feather are the guys he have to get on consistently. Draymond Green ain't gonna be out there fucking up consistently. Was Jordan ever? That'd be like this. Was Jordan ever yelling at Rodman about messing up on defense? Not really, because Rodman don't mess up that much on defense.
Yeah, he don't mess up assignments.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
If Jordan yelled at anybody, you talking about he yelling at the Scott Burrells and the Jed Bushlers and them dudes.
No, Lamont.
He ain't yelling at those guys that consistently play defense.
He tried to yell at Horace Grant for missing assignment. He did yell at even yelled at Ron Harper for missing assignment. I caught that on tape too. So like Jordan's
Steve Kerr.
Yeah, but you know what? But you know what?
That's
the exception.
Hold on, but but Sturdy, if you can go a whole season without none of your players yelling at each other, you got to be the greatest coach of all time. You need to give me your recipe. If you can go through a whole season without two of your players getting in a fight and yelling, give me your formula.
I ain't never seen anybody on Grant Popovich's team do that.
No, but what I'm saying is you ain't never seen Jordan just outright just diss Pippen like that, like how he was doing Scott Burrell and how he was doing other players, Paxson, people like he wasn't doing Rodman like that. He wasn't doing Pippen like that.
Those guys
I've never seen him do Ron Harper like that because he respected Ron Harper.
Because he alpha male.
Yeah, but Scotty was that dude. Like he was his Robin. Why would he just?
I mean, if you watch the NBA back then, you knew that. It's just a narrative now because Scotty's, he's a simp. But other than that,
I got a squad ready to go. Like whenever y'all ready to.
I do too.
Move on.
What you got starting five? What y'all doing, Lamont?
12, starting five plus your bench.
We're doing the whole 12. But I don't know. I just feel like I think Draymond and Jordan. I think it would take some time for them to gel, just because they are both high-strung players. Obviously,
they are not, bro.
But they are high-strong players. You're not saying that Draymond. You don't think you don't think Jordan and Dre are going to cross each other?
Cuts out Steph too.
But they're smart. They're smart about who they're yelling at. You know
Thank you. Thank you.
He yelled at Steph too. We seen it.
No, he didn't yell at Steph like that.
Come on, bro. We not doing that.
Yes, he did. He did.
You're not doing that.
Jordan Poole. There's a difference between yelling at Jordan Poole and yelling at Steph Curry.
Hey, hold on. Let me tell you this. Hold on. When Steph Curry talked about who he hangs out with, dang near every day when the season's going on, he said it's Draymond
Green,
and he said it's Clay. They get along fine, even with Draymond yelling at him half the time. Sometimes you need that. Sometimes, but the thing is, Draymond Green yelling at guys like Steph. Steph knows that's my area. Draymond Green's not yelling at Steph about offense. He knows Steph elite there. He's only yelling at the guys that need to pick me up on. Draymond Green's not yelling at Iguodala when he was out there in his prime, because Iggy was carrying his weight defensively. And if he did make a mistake, Iggy was going to be the first one to correct it. Draymond gets on James Wiseman and the Kumingas and things like that. But Draymond ain't gonna be out there yelling at Jordan elite defense.
He did he did have a moment where he described it himself. They had the interview with him, and he was saying that he did tell Steph a couple of times, "Yo, you need to move the pill.
Bro.
You need to move the pill." And Steph,
that's basketball. That's called communication.
I understand that, but he said, "Yo, it was a friction. Like when he was doing it, it was tense."
A quiet team is a bad team, bro.
No, but hold on. But
hold on.
Also,
I promise you one thing: Jordan and Draymond would get along just fine. I promise.
Hold on, real quick.
I promise you.
Hold on.
Has had two people that have not got along for a while.
Chance, real quick. That's a fact. But Chance. But I'm saying for Lamont's team, right, to have a guy like Draymond who's proven to even call KD a B word for. We broke it down when he was not even wrong.
It's 30. You know what Draymond's role is defined as in the NBA? It's called a glue guy.
Glue guy.
You know what a glue guy does? bring everybody together defensively and offensively. So you ain't gonna tell me a guy whose role is the glue guy is gonna be the one out there splitting everything apart when he got 4 championships as a glue guy. Stop.
What did he do? What did he do by snuffing? I'm proving.
He's gonna get called the B word every once in a while. This is competitive.
I'm sorry he hurt KD's feelings. I'm sorry.
No, you think hold on. Lamont.
Y'all standing up for a guy in KD. Ain't none of y'all pick on his on y'all.
Nah,
no not one person pick KD.
Draymond Green and KD had an interview together. Hold on, they had an interview together.
And they best friends right now.
Yeah, KD clearly said it was a moment, bro.
No,
it was a moment that happened.
They cool, but they're not best friends. They cool. They're not
What?
best friends.
Hold on, they was just at the WNBA game together, sitting next to each other. What are you talking about?
Being cordial. That's not being best friends. Because Draymond,
you gotta be best friends to work with somebody. Come on, bro.
Hold on, TK.
Bro, this was just a couple weeks ago. They was at the game together.
Chance.
No, they was at the FIBA. They was at the FIBA World Game together. Why would they go to the FIBA World Game? Hey, I'm gonna call you up. Let's go to the FIBA World Game just cordially.
That's not what Draymond said on the Paul George podcast.
Bro, this happened a couple days ago. They was at the FIBA World Game.
And that Paul George podcast happened literally a few weeks ago, Lamont.
All right, so them sitting next to that. So you saying them sitting next to each other at the FIBA World Games was just by happenstance?
No, what I'm saying is, Lamont, we know for a fact Jordan is sensitive. We know for a fact Draymond's not gonna bite his tongue for nobody.
The one thing I know is that you rarely saw Jordan yelling at Pippen for defensive stuff because he knew I'm dealing with an elite defender.
No, well, we keep
telling you don't yell at somebody for what they do elite. Draymond and will be yelling at Steph about offense.
But Lamont, we keep telling you, Lamont. Hold on, Chance, real quick, bro. We keep telling you, Lamont, that Draymond does have a history of being volatile, even when you're not even breaking the basketball play.
Bro, what y'all consider volatile, don't be volatile.
Bro, wait.
No, you can't have it one way. Yeah. My fault, story.
He didn't call.
You can't just say it's volatile, but you have nothing to support that is volatile other than 4 championships.
He didn't call KD a B for.
Bro, hold on, Sturdy. I'm a news flash. Players calling each other beasts happen every day in practice.
Yeah, that's subjective, bro. It's a basketball court, bro.
Hey, Lamont. Wouldn't Draymond be the one getting yelled at on that team?
They didn't do that. They didn't do that publicly.
Draymond be the one that be getting yelled at.
They didn't do that publicly in the middle of the game.
Taking them dumb threes.
Hold on.
You talking about guys who get all these checks because he can't keep his.
Hey, let 30 talk for a minute. Let 30 talk for a minute.
It's just a moment.
No, that's the point, Lamont. All these things.
Just like there was a moment caught on camera when Jordan was yelling at Pippen. It was just a moment.
How many? They got 4 chips. How many chips you think he cost them?
But sometimes you might think that they're yelling and they're just really enthusiastic at the moment and they're just like trying to get something out.
Bro, when you in the heat of the game and you yell, that's really like you just you heat it up. But that don't mean like you cussing them out. That's just the heat of the moment.
But your adrenaline is rushing so
hard.
Well,
his heat in the moment cost them so many games.
Huh?
Man, that ain't. They got 4 championships.
No, but that's cap. That's cap, bro. What are you talking about?
Bro, there was that 3-1 and he cost them that.
Bro,
no,
they got 4 championships, bro.
No, T-Killer. No. Chance. Draymond said
go ahead,
times. Draymond said himself multiple times that he felt personally that he cost the Warriors 2 championships. He said that himself.
I know, but you know what he also did? He also brought them 4.
Yep.
No, he was a ride along for the 4.
No.
I know.
Let's be honest, man.
I would ask, is that ego sturdy? Is that ego,
bro?
Yeah, that is a ego.
So his importance.
Like,
so his importance. Hold up.
We should have had 6.
So his
hold on, bro.
importance.
I've been holding up for a minute. I'm cutting you off. Yo, that could
hey, I can say the same thing,
ego,
God, but
bro.
go ahead, bro. Like, don't try to strong arm shit. Bro.
I meant no disrespect.
Yeah,
bro.
go
Relax.
ahead, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, hold on. Let's see go because I want y'all list too.
I'm just saying, like, couldn't that be like that? Could be ego, you know. Dude won a bunch of chips.
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, defense is not meant to be communicated nicely. Bro, when you talking about defense, most of the time it's meant to be yelled.
Yes.
Somebody having breakdowns is meant to be yelled. And every coach, and I'm gonna tell you right now, every coach in the world loves for their defensive anchor to be vibrant, to be loud, to get on guys when they not picked because you want to pick them up. This is why Kevin Garnett was that guy. Right? This is a lot of the best defensive players have that same persona.
It really hypes you up on the court, bro.
Tim Duncan ain't had to do all that.
Like, bro,
Okay.
it's not look. It's not like
I didn't
Draymond
say them
Green walking
all.
up
I
to a
didn't say
teammate-
they all are the same. I
Look,
said the
it's not
most
like
of them
Draymond
are.
Green's
Bill
walking up to
Russell
his
ain't had
teammates
to do
like,
all that.
Man, you
but
didn't
it's
watch
like
not
Draymond-
one no
but it's
Bill
not like
Russell
Draymond
game, and
Green's
you
walking up
definitely
to his
didn't hear him
teammates.
on the court talking.
But Lamont, it's not like Draymond Green's walking up to his teammates going, "Hey, you beat nigga, like get it
No,
done."
but they take
Like,
one
that's not how
moment
he's
and
coming,
just say,
like,
"This is Draymond."
yeah, like that's not how he's coming at his.
That's not Draymond.
No. Like, you can't look at it like that.
When we do Lamont, we pay attention to the pattern that Draymond
There
has.
Ain't no pattern.
There ain't
The
no
only
pattern.
pattern he has is a winner. He only has a pattern of being a winner.
How many years he led the league in text, Lamont?
See, no, hold on. So you
can't
guys are talking
pick
about
said that about
To say he's not a volatile
Rasheed
like
Wallace.
personality
Okay,
is
What got
kind
up
of
for
crazy.
Rasheed Wallace?
Like, you guys are
Times
doing
when
fouls
Rasheed
on
Wallace,
game, bro. He
a
sets this
top
up.
3 player on the championship team.
Bro, he sets up all the technical fouls, bro. He knows exactly what he's doing, bro. He literally
No,
knows
he
exactly
don't.
what he's doing.
So he creates text on purpose. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
Games
bro.
he got to miss
Oh, wow.
on purpose.
No,
Wow.
bro, you don't miss
Wow.
games until
He's losing
bro,
out
you don't
on
miss games-
money,
you don't miss games
so he's
until you
gonna
miss-
set a tech up on purpose.
Bro, he literally missed the championship
hold on, y'all.
game
Hold on.
because he got text.
Listen, bro, listen.
Hey, hold on. Do
You
y'all
only
agree
miss
with this
games- you
statement?
only
Do
miss
y'all
games
agree with
when
this
you go over a
statement?
certain amount of technicals, bro. You only miss games when you go over a certain amount of
And I gotta
He
get
doesn't
T
ever go
Killer's
over.
list. T
Nah,
Kill,
I
do
don't
y'all
agree
agree
with
with
that
this statement?
statement.
Brandon says Kevin
Hell
Garnett is
nah.
overrated defensively.
I do.
Nah, he just trying to be contrarian.
Hey, Lamont, can I explain real quick? I do. It's big art, man. Let me explain why I think that's a correct statement, right?
Go ahead.
I had a show the other day, right? Who was the better player, Anthony Davis or Kevin Garnett? One of the points I brought up on Anthony Davis' side is that he's a better perimeter defender than Kevin Garnett, and he's a better rim protector than Kevin Garnett. So if Anthony Davis is a better defensive player than Kevin Garnett, he's overrated. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is, how did you come to that conclusion? He's better.
Hold
on.
Because I watched both of them play.
I don't think
About
AD
the
is
rim
better than
protection.
Kevin Garnett defensively. I don't know where you get that one from.
Hold on, Chance.
He used to
One
play
mic, one
small
mic.
forward. Like, what we
Hold
talking
on, y'all. Let Art and Lamont do their thing. One mic.
Well, like I just said, I feel like he's a more versatile defender, right? And for that statement to be true, you got to think of other players who you can compare Garnett to defensively and see who's better. Yeah, I think everybody say Tim Duncan is a better defender than Kevin Garnett, right?
No.
No, you're not, bro. Debatable, bro.
No, KG is the better defender. KG is the better defender.
Ooh, wait. So can somebody, I'm going to pass the mic back to you then, Lamont. Tell me why KG is such a great defender then. What do you do?
That's something. And see, so for me to break this down, as far as the way I would understand it, I would have to do like a full video breakdown because especially when you're talking about two elite defenders, then we have to start getting to the finer aspects. But I think if you want to summarize it, I think he's better on the perimeter. I think he moves his feet better laterally. One, I think he can guard. So I think he can guard more positions at a higher level. I don't know if AD can do that. I think AD struggles with guards. What AD likes to do when he gets on the perimeter is he generally sags back and he allows guards to shoot in his face, which we saw the result of that against Denver, where guards were just shooting in his eyeball and they were making them finally.
But I think saw against the Warriors too when he was.
I think he's slow-footed, and I think
I
think he struggles with physicality. So when he runs into bigs, because there's really not that many physical bigs in the league. But when he runs into guys that are physical, he gets bullied around and pushed around. We saw that with Jokic. We've seen that with Embiid. And so we haven't really seen him be elite against any other elite offensive talent. As for on KG's side, though, we saw him be elite against the elite of the league. I mean, so I just don't know. I mean, 80's good. They both good defenders, but I think almost every aspect of defense, I think Kevin Garnett is better. Every aspect. I don't think there's one thing. There's not one thing that he does better than KG.
Last thing. And at the end of the day, what was said is that, man, we was ranking a top 10 power forwards, right? And a lot of people were saying, man, the only thing Anthony Davis needs is probably an MVP and another chip. He gonna pass up a lot of people on that list. So I asked the question. I said, now if all he has to do is accomplish it, don't that mean he already a better player? And everybody was speechless.
Hold on, say that again.
Everybody was not speechless.
Hold on. Or that's not true. Everybody was not speechless.
Well, I know you weren't speechless, 30.
But his thing. You also on that same list have Giannis above AD when he already has those things already.
No way. Wow.
No, I had Anthony Davis over Giannis because I think he's a better player.
It wasn't like who had the better career list. It was who was a better player.
Well, it's just because Anthony Davis has the perimeter game that Giannis doesn't have yet. But as soon as Giannis gets that, he's gonna exceed Anthony.
Well, he ain't got it yet.
We all waiting for
it. And Giannis don't have the skill set to ever get it.
But KG got the perimeter game that he didn't go. We seen KG guard Kobe Bryant, Melo.
And we seen Anthony Davis guard Ja Morant, Steph Curry. What do we want to do?
No, we haven't.
Yeah, come on.
Really, bro?
Oh,
So,
wait,
so we gonna act like we didn't see that in the second round of the playoffs this year?
Yeah.
End of the game, back-to-back
We talking
plays.
about a hurt guy. We talking about a fresh.
I ain't talking to you, bro. I want to talk to somebody else, bro. I'm not.
Right, hold on. Let me. We got to move on. We got to get everybody's list.
Let's move on, man.
But the quick question: when Brandon says Dirk destroyed KG, and I'm sure this would be similar. Dirk did not destroy KG. Dirk, for his career versus KG, averaged 23 points per game on 41% shooting, and so his efficiency significantly declined because obviously when you talk about these star players, they're gonna get their points. The best players in this league today, from the 2000s on up, they're gonna get enough touches to get to their average. But when you look at the efficiency, his efficiency significantly declined when he played against Kevin Garnett, as it should, because he's a great defender. So, yeah, did he get to his points? But then on the flip side of that, Dirk averaged 23 every game versus KG, but KG also averaged 21 and 12 versus him. So, again, it was basically a wash, and KG did it on a higher efficiency. So, I mean, how do we then say, based on that, do we just run off and say KG's a more efficient offensive player than Dirk? Because no. So the head-to-head matchup really don't play out well when we talk about how good these guys are. And if you can only give me two guys that you think have had a few edges over KG, then that ain't enough.
Yeah, all-time greats.
I don't know. There's a lot of examples out there, man. He been to the playoffs 14 times and only got one chip. So it's a lot of examples out there.
Yeah, that's not an example. It's individual.
It's a team accomplishment.
That's an example of the fact that he hasn't got it done as a
Kevin
team.
Garnett wasn't really sticking Dirk most of the games, though. You know what I'm saying? So, kind of scoring.
But
on
Chance,
Kevin
what
Garnett.
we know, we don't even have to talk about this. The one thing that we know is that if I'm the coach of the Mavericks and I know KG is out there, I'm going to find every which way possible to get this man off of him so I can get easier buckets. Ain't no coach saying, hey, Dirk, today I want you to go right at KG every time. What kind of stupid coach is that?
No way.
That's what I'm saying. Ain't no coach that stupid.
So even with the numbers, Lamont, like I find that skewed because like how many was actually against KG, like 1-on-1?
But we don't. But I mean, Brandon's one that brought up the head-to-head matchup. Like he has all the possessions in front of him. Like he knows all this. Last time we asked him about offensive teams, he couldn't even tell us. I don't want to go that far.
Brandon, he guarded Kobe in 2002 or 3, whatever. That's what I'm talking about. Where
That's why I hate it when they be like, "Oh, he scored 30 on him." No,
he scored 30 on the team.
Ain't nobody got to score 30 on no one player.
Right.
That don't work like
you're
in the
never
league.
gonna stop. You're never gonna stop a great player. You can only contain him. You can only hope to contain.
You can try to make
him make tough shots, bro. Make him make tough
that's
shots.
containing, bro.
Because Dirk not blowing by KG ever. So
And like,
everything's gonna be a tough shot.
How do you really stop a guy, the best player on another team, where it's gonna be designed that this guy gets up 20 to 30 shots a game? How the hell do you stop that?
You don't. Right. You can
don't.
do it. Allen Iverson, you can't do
Especially
that.
7-footer like Dirk.
That's why I said you can only try to contain. That's all you can try to do, bro. You can do your best trying to contain.
Like people be just saying this, like
Brandon, no one said the finals.
And this is the man. This is the man that said he was going to start Mark Price on his team over all the other great guards in the league.
What?
Yeah, trash.
Mark Price.
Brandon Cash.
Jeff Hornacek ain't even a point guard. I would start him before Mark Price.
And he had Jeff Hornacek at the 2.
Oh yeah, that's cooked. Yeah, that's cooked easy.
Like it's a premises list.
What you
That's that's free lunch. That's free lunch right there.
Who's at the 2? Who's at the 2?
Jeff Hornacek, bro. That's free lunch, bro.
Oh shit.
Hold on, hey, T Killer, you got your list. You got your list.
Yeah, I got it, bro.
Bob Cousy or something like you could have with any white way. Jerry West,
Could have said Steve. Hey, he could have said Steve Nash if he wanted to. At least Steve Nash wants an MVP.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, this is why nobody selected Team Nash. Them two MVPs, ain't nobody want to select Nash as a MVP. That's the thing. So some people just
Oh, hey, good point. That's a good point, bro. Like that's a waste of an MVP to me.
Now
Kid. If I only got two,
MVP.
yeah, I ain't picking that shit.
Yeah, that's a waste.
That's a waste. I ain't picking that. No way.
Like D Rose, you ain't gonna see D Rose nowhere.
Hell nah.
You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of guys you ain't gonna see.
All right, let's see what T Killer got.
Either.
Nobody has Dirk.
Got hurt, bro. Derrick Rose wouldn't have got hurt. Oh my god, man.
Who say T?
Legend right now.
All right, so the thing that I wrote like 5 different lists, and then I realized you could only have 2 MVPs, right, Lamar?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh wow.
All right, so I got first team. I got Kyrie at the 1. I got Paul George at the 2. I got Kevin Garnett at the 3. I got Dirk at the 4, and I got Mutombo at the 5.
Kevin Garnett at the 3.
That's my first team.
You sure you want to put Kevin Garnett at the 3?
He's skilled enough. You know,
Hold on, y'all. Let him get through his list. Let him get through his list.
He is not skilled enough, bro.
Hold on, y'all. You gotta get through his list.
Let me get through. Y'all can kill me after. You gotta understand. I made like 5 lists, and there was too many MVPs.
Just go ahead. We ain't gonna stop you.
All right, so I was struggling between J Kidd and Dame. At the 1, I'm gonna go with Dame. So I got Rip Hamilton at the 2. I got Paul Pierce at the 3. I got pardon me. I got Tim Duncan at the 4, and I got Joker at the 5.
That's too many MVPs.
Wow.
Too many MVPs.
That's kind of nice.
That's too many MVPs. You got Tim Duncan and Joker and Dirk.
Yep.
No, I had Dirk on the first list, bro. I had Dirk on the first
2 out of 12, bro.
This is a 12-man roster.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. So I might have to switch it up then. Hold on.
He was on a 2K fantasy draft when he's the only person drafting.
All right. I misunderstood the rules, but don't worry. I can put somebody else in.
Here, I'll give you time to start over. Hold on. Wisdom, do you got your list?
Yeah, I'm ready to rock. So at the 1, okay, yeah.
Go ahead.
At the 1, I'm taking Chauncey Big Shot, 7 straight conference finals, ultimate floor general, a proven leader of men. Yeah, okay. At the 2, 7 straight conference finals as the lead general finals MVP, and you calling that trash? All right. At the 2 guard, Kobe Bean Bryant, elite 2-way presence. He's gonna stop you. You can't stop him. At the 3, Scottie Pippen. At the 4, in this new era, I'm playing KD at the 4. At the 5, I'm gonna throw a curveball. I'm taking Mehmet Okur at the 5. Why? Oh, yeah, okay. First off, he's one of the best bigs. One of the best stretch bigs in NBA history, right? So your 5-man is gonna have to leave that paint.
That's a coach right there.
So your 5-man is gonna have to leave that paint. Okay. Now,
so why not pick Arvinas Sabonis?
Hold on.
I don't have to pick Sabonis, bro, because Okor proved that he was ahead of his time and he fits this era, bro. So on the
and he
bench,
had better mobility too. So let's move on.
Exactly. Okay. So now my bench now. I'm taking a guy who's a proven guy that's gonna sacrifice, and that's Manu Ginobili. Okay. And then
I like that.
I'm taking an elite catch and shoot defender in Michael Cooper. And then I'm taking Detlef Shrimp. Okay, I'm taking Detlef Shrimp.
Oh, I like that.
And then I'm taking Tony Kukoc, Detlef Shrimp. Again, no egos, and they gonna understand their roles. Tony Kukoc.
Because they white.
Wait.
Hold on, y'all. Let them finish.
Hey, Tony Kukoc. So that's my 4th bench guy. Tony Kukoc, right? Yeah. And then I'm gonna take Lamar Odom off the bench as well. And then now, if Okor starts to get banged up a little bit at the 5, I'm taking him out and I'm putting in Tyson Chandler. Okay. All right. So that's my big man right there. And then my last pick, the Swiss Army knife, one of the best defenders in NBA history, Bobby Jones. No egos, no problem. Everybody's gonna fit in. I'm chilling as a coach.
That's who wins. Hey, hold on.
Bobby Jones?
I'm
Nah,
already
Philly.
Besides Wisdom won the $50 Amazon gift card. That's the best team. That's how you put together a team.
Yeah, I like that
A complete team without the biases, without looking for all-stars. You got real role players, not these old fake made-up role players that y'all trying to turn all-star starters into 12 men on the bench. That's how you put together a realistic team. And you could actually make this work with an actual salary cap. Unlike these fake teams y'all been trying to put together that
Hey, man, my team
in the
was
world.
nice,
You would
bro.
need
Man, you can't
19
say
Phil
all
Jacksons.
our teams,
Some of y'all teams, y'all would need 25 Phil Jacksons to coach. Yeah, you just stop it, man. He won the Amazon. See, that's how you put. See, I was waiting for somebody to do some reason and actually have some.
His team is getting crushed, though.
No,
man.
no, it's
You
not.
know
You know,
that.
it's no. You know what's gonna get. Hold on, context.
Detlef and
You know what?
Kukoc were both trash defenders.
Hold on. It's gonna get.
Yeah.
It's gonna get crushed by a 2K team that you put together, which has no realism to it. But this is a team like. Remember, his bench guys are true bench guys. He's not taking number one starters, throwing them on the bench like y'all are. Somebody had Tim Duncan at MVP in his prime on the bench. Context had MVP Tim Duncan on the bench saying, "I'm going to talk him into coming off the bench." Get the hell out of here!
We're gonna have a crack pipe in his hand. What are we talking about?
No, Mike, you can't. Hold on, Wisdom. Put your email. Wisdom, put your email in the private chat, man.
Trying to make it sound cool.
No.
I got you.
There was a prize.
My only question.
Now, wisdom. Man, talk to these people, man. All the
Nah, they look, the shit, bro. The easiest thing to do,
Wisdom, man. Congratulations, bro.
Let him finish, man.
Bro, anybody could just take big names and just say I'm gonna put them on the bench and I'm gonna talk to them and hope it works. You know what I mean? But what I try to do is I try to pick the perfect fits, guys that's gonna understand their roles. Look, I got my two gunners. I got Kobe Bean and KD. All right,
I like your scout.
They're gonna get the majority of the shots. Everybody else is gonna fall in line. Chauncey Billups leading the charge as the floor general. I got Scottie Pippen, ultimate Swiss Army knife, playmaker, defender, not a selfish guy, right? And then again, my floor spacing big is a guy who was way ahead of his time. He's an all-star, you know what I mean? One of the best three-point shooting bigs. So Shaq, you got to leave that paint and vacate it for Kobe. If you don't leave that paint, then you're getting sniped. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, defensively, gonna have to help him out. And that's why I'm gonna rotate Tyson Chandler, a defensive player of the year. You know, like one of the most underrated bigs, in my opinion, in NBA history. Helped Dallas win that championship big time. Built that wall that kind of stymied LeBron James a little bit in that final.
That's a real MVP in Lamar Odom to me.
Hey, Lamar Odom coming off that bench again. I got playmakers coming off that bench.
Manu
playmaking.
Chandler. A lot of people don't realize.
Yeah, but they ain't got no point guard.
First.
Bro, my point is Manu, bro. That's
Manu
my
ain't no point, bro.
How do y'all forget how good Memento is
gonna be happy?
Why do he get to change positions and all this other stuff, but we get criticized? Like my 25.
Because Tyson Chandler is gonna be cool back in the
because you said that you wanted a team, right, that you could coach, right? Nobody's gonna be one of the first. Manu is not a point guard.
Bro, he could play point, bro. Easily
but
play
as a
the
coach,
point.
you have to change up their whole scheme.
No,
and everything, bro.
there's
Come
no
on,
scheme.
man.
I put the ball in his hand. He got great vision to play with.
And
he played point for Argentina.
Hold on.
He can play make
Okay, hold on, Big Art.
He play make for himself.
Okay, Big Art. We can let's rock with the fact that he doesn't have as much. You remember, every team can't have everything. He doesn't have the point guard depth that you would like to see, but at least he has a point guard. We saw McDuff with a team with 0 point guards.
I ain't worried about the bum ass team.
Stoppers.
I ain't worried about the bum ass teams. Go with my starting five right now.
Hold on. We gonna go back to yours. Hold on. We're gonna go back to yours. Hold on. Now, Big Art, I gave you props on yours.
Yeah, and I want to go against his right quick. Y'all tell me who the best lineup right now.
Okay, hold on. But Big Art, when I look at cohesion, coachability, and then when I look at what translates better to today's game, his translates better to today's game than yours.
Can I hear the names, please? Can I hear the names?
So Big Art, here's your list. You got Isaiah Thomas, Reggie Miller, Scottie Pippen, Kevin Garnett, and Hakeem in your starting lineup. All right.
Yep.
That's not a bad starting lineup. Coming off the bench. Coming off the bench.
Let him finish,
Chance,
man.
hold on. Coming off the bench, you have Penny, Clay, Vince, AD, Ben Wallace, Ori, and Mark Price. Now, what I told you was this. I don't mind Vince and AD being there, even Clay. But the thing is, I don't look at as a coach, I don't see how you go to a prime Vince and a prime AD and say, hey, y'all coming off the bench. And this is what y'all role gonna be. I don't buy that. The only way these guys get relegated to bench roles is when they get old.
Okay, well, how come as a coach I can't say, well, I know if there's a player that's come off my bench who has starter ability, I can still bring him off the bench and give him starter minutes. How about that?
Okay. Hold on. I'm Anthony Davis, and by you not, and also with you as the GM, you got to understand if you're not starting a guy, how you gonna pay this guy $100 million contract, $150 million contract? So you gonna be giving out $150 million contracts to bench guys?
But when we made these rosters, bro, money wasn't part of the equation.
But you the GM too.
Now you're adding salary caps. Like
now you adding us a salary cap, bro. I put together a great roster, and then somebody was
not great.
It's not,
how is your roster great when you bring in AD and Vince off the bench? That's fake.
Because that's a great roster.
That's not realistic.
Why do everybody else get their team to buy in, right? But I can't get my team to buy in.
Everybody else team ain't buying in. I got on a lot of people teams for that.
Wisdom. The thing is, and I pointed this out, and Lamont, he casually glanced over. I'm like, Lamont, if you wanted a realistic team, then just say that in your criteria.
No.
Hold on, Lamont.
That
The
was
only
the trick.
two criteria.
I wanted to see if you did it on your own.
Now's the trick. The only two criteria.
Why you think Wisdom won the gift card?
It's cool.
Wisdom. You see how they turning on you just because you won the gift card?
Hell no. Wisdom, get your money.
You came with a real basketball take. Now they mad at you.
What I'm saying is, Lamont. First of all, Lamont.
That's what moved them up. That's what it was. My fault.
In the beginning, Lamont, you literally said you're the GM. But then after people draft their teams, you switched the GM. You said, no, you're the GM and the coach.
No,
and
I
then
didn't
after that,
say it.
don't do that. Don't do that, Lamont. No, you did not say GM and coach. You only said GM. And then after that, Lamont, you heard other people's list that was way better. Now,
no, I didn't. That's not true. No, okay. Your list. I said, was your list better by name? Yes, but was it better because it was realistic? No, your list was not realistic. That shit was fake as hell. The only way we can see your team get put together is on 2K. The Wisdom's team could potentially happen in real life.
It's by your rules. Wait a minute, Lamont.
Hold on.
That was your.
What could happen more likely in real life? Wisdom's team and his team actually having success because it's real, or your team, which would never happen in real life.
It will happen in real life, Lamont, because you set it up that way. Go ahead, 30.
All right. We literally seen Lamont. We literally seen the dream team. We seen the redeemed team. We seen historic teams put together like that. What are you talking about?
Oh, man.
Not just saying anything at this point.
But that's not like a real team in the association, though, bro. Like, that's the Olympics.
None of these teams are. Wisdom. You literally
that's too easy, bro.
Hold on. Wisdom.
Hold on. 30 is mad because 30 don't know how to tell T-Mac coming off the bench.
Big facts.
I'm not. Listen,
okay, hold on. 30. No, 30. Let's role play.
Not realistic. No, it's not.
Let's role play. No.
Let's role play. We can't. Let me just say this. We can't.
No.
I'm gonna pick my 12 over again.
One statement. Let me get this one statement.
Pick my 12 over again.
If you want to be technical, Lamont, Wisdom team isn't realistic either because they didn't play the same era. They didn't play the same era. They never played the same era. What are you talking about?
It's realistic. It's more realistic. It's more realistic than a prime T-Mac coming off the bench.
Yeah, for real. I would never in my life do that.
Hey, and Sturdy, they could all play today. Michael Coop, lockdown defense, catch and shoot.
Hey, would you bring Steve Francis off the bench?
It's the same.
No, I'm not gonna bring Steve Francis off the bench, bro. Nah, I'm not doing that.
I wouldn't even have Steve Francis on my team.
I have wisdom, bro. I have no issue with you or your team, bro.
You don't ain't got no defense from the bench.
My problem is Lamont. We just seen Lamont finesse this entire stream, my nigga.
OD finesse. Just to hear Def left front. That's what he wants to hear.
That's not true.
Hey, bro, 2-time 6th man of the year, all NBA player, underrated passer. Come on,
I'm not hearing none of that. I'm not hearing none of that. You're too
Hey, and he mad at me because
Deadlift Shrimp not gonna cry to me about PT and stuff like that, bro. That's all I know.
I think me and Wisdom had the two best teams. Me and Wisdom had
No, you don't.
best team.
I gotta ask this question. Why you did Mac Def like that? Because
what I do to Mac Def?
Mac Def had strictly bench players, and you was like, "Oh, Michael Cooper playing point guard?
No,
That's
he did
atrocious."
No, he did not. No. This is what I said. No, this is what I said to Mac Def.
He did. He did.
No, this is what I told Mac Def. I'm gonna tell you because I'm gonna pull his team up right now. This is what I said. I said, Mac Def, when I look at your roster, I said I see two glaring problems. I said, one, you don't have a true point guard, and one, you don't have a big outside of AD. I said, what are you going to do to address the playmaking? And he said, I'm just going to use Cooper as my point guard, which is okay. It's fine. But now as a coach, as for a guy that for the most part of his career, we never saw run the point, he just said he's going to be bringing the ball up, which if you want to use him as a de facto,
but you just know you said this era, right, Lamont?
What's he going to be doing? Posting up the whole.
It's this era.
Yeah, in this era, Steph Curry's the true point guard. What are we talking about?
And I told him that you have no bigs, you have no defense. Outside of AD, he has nothing, no rim protection. He doesn't.
What's his bench again?
So his Mac Def's bench is this. Here's his bench. His bench is right here. It's Cooper, Ginobili, Havlicek, Kukoc, Rodman, Iggy, and Udonis Haslem.
Okay, Lamont. He literally said, even though Michael Cooper might bring the ball up, my primary playmaker for that second unit is going to be Ginobili.
Okay, and I'm fine with that. Look, and I'll take that. I just asked him. I just wanted him to address the point guard. I didn't.
Now the bigs. I'm with you. He needs some centers. Real talk. I don't know why he get no centers, but the point. But you know, Ginobili can play make. You know, Tony Kukoc can play make and have.
Because Wisdom is doing the same thing.
Hold on, but there's a difference. There's a difference between playmaking and running the offense. Because there's some guys who run the offense but don't get the benefit of the assist, but they great at running the offense, like Alonzo Ball. When he was that first year with the Chicago Bulls, great at running the offense, had 1 million hockey assists, really didn't get credited for many assists as he should have got, but he made the offense functional.
Right,
man. So, this nigga said Tyson Chandler.
That's true.
Tyson Chandler
ran the
hold on.
offense for the Spurs a lot.
Tyson Chandler's one of the best big men off the bench in NBA history.
He's a good rim.
No, but hold on.
You might as well say Andre.
Ginobili did run the Spurs offense at times, Lamont.
Tyson Chandler was damn near defensive player of the year coming off the bench.
For real.
I'm not gonna lie, Lamont. You low key hate on outside of that center thing. You low key hate on Mac Def. I'm being real.
No, I did. No, this is what. Hold on. Look, this 30. This is another thing I said to Mac Def. I said, Mac Def. I said you have 3 ball stoppers in your starting lineup. I said you have. Listen, let me break this down. You have Curry, whose offense is predicated on ball movement for him to have success. But then you have ball stoppers in MJ, Melo, and AD. When they catch the ball stops. They're not looking to play make. They're looking to score. So I said something's going to give. Either Curry is not as efficient as you want him to be because the ball's not moving, or everybody's trying to go outside of their skill set and facilitate to Curry while their numbers go down. So again, the mesh, there's no chemistry. There's no cohesion. The roles, Melo and Jordan in the starting lineup is ridiculous. That's why.
Yeah, I can't.
I said he has all 25 point per game scores in his starting lineup. That's not a balanced lineup. That's not realistic.
Yeah, I can't defend that. Lamar.
You Curry, MJ, Kawhi, Melo, and AD. They're all score 25 point per game scores. Makes no sense.
Why did you choose Melo? I don't get why you chose Melo.
I'll give you that. That makes sense because it's all done to do.
Your critique
like Mac Def literally had the worst out of all of them. His starting 5 was the worst out of everybody's. That's not a joke. That's no cap.
Hold
on. As far as chemistry wise, he has the worst starting 5.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Chemistry wise, he has the worst starting 5.
All right. Oh, I wanted to end the debate about Garnett as an all-time defensive player. So Dirk's number.
No. Give us your team first. Give us your full team first, Brandon. Give us your team. Give us your team.
I don't have a team. I'm just on Dirk's numbers against Garnett.
Supposed to have a team, bro.
Brandon, give us your team.
What are you talking for?
Give us your team, Brandon. Stay on topic one time, Brandon.
No, I'm just saying Dirk had 33 points on 52% shooting.
Wow.
He shot
Dirk had 33 points on.
Dirk took Garnett in the playoffs.
Hey, Lamar, let me
So
give you
did
my
Gasol,
team when he's
Duncan.
done.
Garnett was
Hold
a
on,
good
let him
team
cook. Let him
defender.
cook. Let him
He was never
cook.
an
Let him
elite
cook.
one-on-one defender.
Okay, not all defenders are good one-on-one defenders.
Right, but
wait,
to
wait,
be
did you
an
say Kevin
all-time
Garnett
great
was not a
defender,
good
you have to be a
one-on-one?
good one-on-one defender.
That is not
Garnett
true.
was never an all-time great one-on-one defender. Garnett got Defensive Player of the Year with Boston. Their team defense. Duncan,
Showboy, hold on.
and Dirk all cooked him.
No, what I'm saying is I can look in NBA history and I see great on-ball defenders that weren't great off-ball, like the Kawhi Leonards. Then I can see other guys that were better off-ball than they were on-ball. And just because they might get cooked on wall don't mean they're not good. Like you can't be good at everything on ball. When we say these guys are great defensively, they don't mean they're great everywhere. When we talk about Hakeem Olajuwon, yes, he was a great defender. It's not his fault he couldn't guard three-point line and couldn't stay in front of Tim Hardaway. Nobody asked him to do that. You know, it's be great at what you're asked to do within the defense.
But I never heard Kevin Garnett was not a good one-on-one defender. That's crazy.
Kevin Garnett is an elite on-ball defender for his position. Because remember, Kevin Garnett is not going to. Nobody was asking KG to go guard Kobe. That wasn't his
Right, but
role.
he was asked to guard Dirk and Duncan.
But he
and
did,
Dirk and
though.
Duncan obliterated him.
No. What happens is when you're Showboy, hold on. When you're asked to guard a Dirk and a Duncan, the one thing that you're always going to concede, especially when you're dealing with those two in their prime, is that stars are always going to get to their points. It don't matter how good you are defensively because it built into the offense is so many shots for these guys that you're never going to be able to keep up with the stops. And then a lot of times hold on, Showboy. A lot of times these guys get points in transition, off switches, off offensive rebounds, off points that you can't even control. So when you say he averaged all these points, with Dirk, a guy who floated around the three-point line, got screens, got flare, ran a lot of flare option. Of course he's going to get to his points. He chucked up a lot of shots. Was he great? Yes. But when you talk about containing and being a great defender, if you can only say that Dirk and Tim Duncan were the ones that had a slight upper advantage on him, and that's why you say he's overrated, well, that means anybody that guarded because you know how many great defensive players got cooked by Dirk and Tim Duncan? That means there are literally no great defensive power forwards in the 2000s because they all got cooked by Tim Duncan and they all got cooked by Dirk.
Dirk and Duncan obliterated
Lamar, once you forget,
Duncan and Dirk obliterated 99%. Tell me that one defensive player that stopped them both.
Okay, Dirk lost in the first round of the playoffs to Golden
No.
State. Dirk struggled in the playoffs.
What guy stopped them?
Obliterated Garnett.
What guy stopped them both?
Gasol obliterated
Okay,
Garnett.
but Brandon, what
defender? He got
Brandon, but what defender stopped them both? This great defender. What a Marvel comic character came to the NBA with superpowers and stopped them both?
Okay, the all-time best defender is Hakeem. He shut down
That's
Ewing.
not what I asked you.
Robinson.
That's not what I'm asking you.
To a single playoff series.
That's not Brandon. Brandon, my question is your premise of this whole argument.
You can't point to a single playoff series.
Brandon. I know. I got what you're saying. The premise is this: you're basing KG not being a great defender, or you're saying he's overrated because you're saying he got dominated by Dirk and Duncan. Tell me the one defender. Tell me the one defender that stopped Dirk and Duncan for the duration of their career in their prime.
Well, there's no one defender that went up against them repeatedly for there to be a big enough sample size. It dominated Ewing, Robinson, plenty of guys. Hakeem never got dominated.
So hold on. So you placed a standard on KG that no other player you can think of can meet.
Hakeem never got.
See, y'all hear what he said? He placed a standard on KG that he don't want to put no other defender of that era up to that standard.
Never got cooked like that in the playoffs.
No, listen to what I said. We're talking about players who played against Dirk, who's one of the all-time greatest scorers in NBA history, and we're talking about Tim Duncan in his prime was elite offensively, and you can't name one player that stopped them both. if that's the
Can't name
standard of
one.
being a great defender, then tell me what defender during that time was able to stop them both.
Shaq never got cooked by Duncan, and I don't even think Shaq was elite
That is a
defensive.
lie.
What?
There are
That
plenty
is a
of
lie,
defensive
bro.
players
Bro, you
that
just,
didn't
bro,
get
you,
cooked
bro, you
repeatedly
just
by
lost
Duncan.
Shaq,
But
No,
again,
bro,
there
you
Shaq
just
was
wasn't
getting
lost right
cooked
there.
by Brian
players
Reeves,
that
man.
much.
Shaq, bro.
Hakeem
I don't
never
even want
got
to hear that,
cooked
bro.
once in the
All right,
playoffs.
I don't want to
man,
hear
Dirk
that.
had
bro.
his
You're
best
tripping now.
playoffs ever against Garnett.
You're just
His best
lying
series
now.
ever was against Garnett.
You're just
You're tripping
lying.
now,
33
bro. You're
points,
tripping, bro.
52%
All right.
shooting.
David
Dirk
Robinson
had
and Tim
78%
Duncan
from three
dominated
against Garnett.
Shaq. What are we talking about?
Bro,
Yeah,
you're
hold on.
tripping.
MacDeff just said Shaq averaged
Dirk
28 a game versus
obliterated
Hakeem.
Garnett.
Did Shaq average 28 a game against Hakeem in 94?
Yeah.
What that sound like? Brandon?
Right. You're not looking at his efficiency.
Sound like
Hakeem got
lies.
Check's efficiency.
Wait, hold on,
Hakeem
bro.
got Check's turnovers up. He did a good job in that. Hakeem outplayed Check in that series easily. Hakeem averaged more points per
Right.
game. He was much better than Check in that series. The other thing
No,
is
that's
So
not.
we don't
you're
know
That's,
shitting
that.
that's
on Mark
not.
Price for Baron
That's not what we're
Davis.
talking about, though.
Baron Davis was a 43% shooter. Mark Price was the best three-point shooter of the 80s. Mark Price would be far better in this
All
era.
right, Brandon, you got to come up with a list. I want to hear your
Bro,
list.
you love Mark
But not,
Price.
Like
but Lamar,
I don't.
Lamar,
I want to hear your list. You don't like if you're gonna. The only way you can come up here and criticize anything that anybody said about their team is if you have a team for us to criticize
I'm
right
not.
back.
I'll
All right, it's time for you to go. See, the thing is, he wants to criticize, but he don't want to give us nothing to criticize. See, we trying to put your basketball acumen. Everybody else that came up here, ready or not, they said we're gonna take the time to put a list together, but you just supposed to be null and void and immune from criticism. No,
Nitpicking everything else.
don't be sitting here trying to criticize
I
when
don't
you
got a
ain't.
list, but I'm
He
gonna
ain't even
tell you how
tried.
good
He ain't
Mark
even
Price
tried to
is.
put together a list.
Lamar,
Fuck
one thing
outta
that we
here,
forgot
bro.
though about
You
the
don't
defense
see,
part,
bro.
Lamar.
Open yourself up to criticism. Let's hear you. You know basketball. Open your
Okay,
open.
no, I'll open myself up. I'm saying
Let's hear it.
I
Let's
would
hear the
have Mark
team.
Price. Okay,
I
I'm
don't
saying
care
I would
about
have
Mark Price. I want to hear your
as
team.
my starting point guard. Like Mark
Okay, hold
Price
on.
was
Let me hear your
40%
five.
from three in the 80s when you could close out, step on guys, elbow them in the mouth. Mark Price
Brandon,
had
let's
years
hear
he
your
shot
team.
48% from three. You have Baron Davis, Gary Payton, and Kevin
This is his
Johnson
team.
ahead of Mark Price. Not one
I
of
don't
those
have
players
them
shot over
ahead. I just asked you a
30%
question.
from three.
What's your
Baron
team?
Bro,
Davis
no
What's
was
your
one
one of the most
needs the
efficient scorers
lineup. We need
to ever
your
start at the
team
guard and
Brandon.
make
against
an
this
all-star
era.
team. Mark
Brandon.
Price was an elite shooter.
Hold on,
He
let him
could shoot
cook. Let
off
him
the
cook. Let
dribble.
him.
He could play off the ball. Mark Price would average 25 to 30 a game on true shooting of around 60%. Mark Price would be one of the most efficient players in the NBA today.
So is he
And
your point guard?
you think that Baron Davis, Gary Payton, and Kevin
Okay, is
Johnson
he your starting point
wouldn't
guard?
be on that list? This year is
But
defined
he
by
has his
shooting
stats, bro.
efficiency and
Is
skill.
he your
Mark
starting
Price
guard?
was elite in all three of those.
Is he your starting point guard?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh
so
my
we
God.
got Mark Price. Give me 11 more names. I need your
No,
starting
I
lineup
didn't
first.
build a team. I just came. I Mark Price was elite in the 80s. You don't think he could play in this era.
Brandon.
Hey man, who's your
Come up with-
favorite shooting
I
guard?
don't
Of
have a
course you
list.
didn't
I
have a
just went.
team.
Hey man,
That's my
who's your
take.
favorite
Of
shooting
course
guard,
you didn't
Brandon?
have a team. Lame
What?
ass
Hold on, y'all.
motherfucker.
Everybody got to go on mute, man, because the more y'all talk, he's just gonna try to match y'all talking, and he's not gonna get to his list. So, Brandon,
No,
just give
I
me
don't
your.
have a list. I'm just saying I
So
wanted to come
Brandon,
in with.
hold on,
my
Brandon.
take.
You've
I
been
don't
in the
have a list
chat.
of them.
You've been in the
But
chat for
you
3
said I
hours.
don't open myself up to criticism.
Brandon, hold on, Brandon. The criticism is the fact that everybody came up here with a list that we all can criticize, and
I didn't yet.
the thing is, well, not you yet, but I'm saying is come up with your list. He left. He ain't got him a list. He ain't got a list for us. That's all I want. Don't come up here crying. Right? You're like if somebody don't cry about the chat. If you in the chat and people didn't like Mark Price, then cry. Keep it in the chat and cry about them. If you come up here, you got to talk about your list. Yeah, I think he is. I think he's a fake bot AI character.
I think he's an
You wanna
NPC,
talk
yo.
about Mark
He talks
Price?
like a chat beat GPT
God
nigga,
damn,
bro. It's crazy.
He said he on automatic. He on automated. I mean,
Oh, he got automated messages, bro.
Hold on, y'all. Let me hear bees, y'all.
I said you're not being fair to Brandon Lamont.
Oh my god, I know I'm not, bro. Brandon's a weirdo.
What's the criteria y'all using?
So here, bees. I want to hear your list. See, Brandon, if you were listening, watch how I ask Bees this question, and even if he's not ready, he will probably try to do his best to get it. Just because what we do up here is stay on topic. So what we doing is we creating the ultimate team, but there's there's a few constraints, and I tried to not put as many. Remember, you're the coach and GM, so you got to coach these guys.
Okay.
And you need to pick a team, players from any era in NBA history. You can only have 2 former MVPs on your roster, and you want to try to make it as realistic as possible, and they have to fit in today's game, today's era. They have to. Yeah,
And
today's
salary
game.
cap. What up,
No salary cap. No salary cap.
Today's game is the key beast.
But if you do like Sturdy and put Tracy McGrady on the bench, I'm gonna have some questions about your coaching.
Okay. Give me a couple minutes. How many players?
12-man roster.
And only 2 MVPs, right?
Yep.
Are they allowed any on the bench?
You can put an MVP on the bench if you want.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, you got 2 guys on the bench.
Brandon, we only muting you because you come up here and you completely talk about stuff you was arguing with people in the chat about. That whole story about Mark Price, literally, y'all, when we was talking about Mark Price, that literally happened. That happened in the first hour of the show. That was like he waited all that time. He waited 2 hours to come up here and talk about something that happened 2 hours ago. Bro, we just talking about lists. Come on, man. That's what I said. You just stay locked in, man. I don't even remember the Mark Price shit. You talking about some old shit.
Mark Price.
Are you gonna give somebody a chance to make a substitution?
Nah, y'all list is stuck, man.
How about everybody get one sub?
Man, what you mean everybody?
I just want to make it fair.
Yeah, no, that ain't fair. Because Wisdom already won. Wisdom was the only one that came out and said, I ain't gonna try to stack up like all y'all cry about stacking the deck, man. See?
How was my team stacking the deck?
And y'all don't realize how good of a pickup that Mehmet Okur was. See, that's crazy. Y'all don't understand that. Mehmet Okur was an all-star as a role player.
So that's a better pick than a defensive player like Ben Wallace that I picked my backup is.
In today's era, yes. That's much
talking
better.
about a reserve, Lamont. He's not a regular all-star. He was a reserve.
Who?
Matt Okur.
It's an all-star.
A reserve.
Okay. That's still pretty
Someone
damn
had to
good.
get injured or not want to come.
That's still pretty damn good. Mehmet Okur.
Somebody a Grammy award for them.
Okay, so are you telling me Mehmet Okur wasn't a good center that could stretch the floor?
Yeah, he was good for Utah, but they ain't
No. But for Wisdom's team, Wisdom said, I'm going to utilize him in today's game because he's a 5 that can stretch the floor. Give me. Can you name how many 5s?
Yeah, he still would get abused in this game. He's not like Boy Chick. He's not tough like Boy Chick.
Hold on. The one thing I know for certain is y'all don't know if he was getting cooked in the pick and roll because what none of y'all watching no Mehmet Okur pick and roll.
That's a lie.
Yes, we was.
Brewer, AK-47, all them guys.
Bro, y'all don't know nothing about his defense.
Rodney Brewer, CJ Miles.
Mehmet Okur was not good. Bro.
Y'all was not watching no Mehmet Okur play.
He hit an occasional jump shot. Stop it.
And look, hold on. And I'm gonna tell you this right here. If he played for Larry Brown and the Pistons and got ticked, he had to play some D. So shit.
Bro, he didn't get that much tick.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he was playing like 20 minutes a game, bro. Come on,
okay, let me go
20, bro. That's a lot of minutes, bro.
So you saying he was playing with one of the hardest defensive coaches of all time and getting actual minutes in the rotation without playing no defense?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay, that don't make no sense. Larry Brown was the one coach that didn't give a damn about benching you. That man would bench the life out of you if you didn't play defense. So, yeah, he definitely had to go play some D.
Hey, Lamont, let me get my list off.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Jason, man.
Shit, I got at the 1. I'm only going to
write your name down, Jason.
I'm only going to pick. Can I only pick one MVP?
If you want.
Jeez, all right. I got at the 1, I got Darren Williams.
Who?
Darren Williams.
Darren Williams, Utah.
Okay.
Yep. At the 2, I'm gonna take Allen Houston. At the 3,
I got minutes in the finals.
Hold up, bro. Let the man finish the list, bro. Come on now.
At the 3, I got the Matrix, Sean Marion. At the 4, I got KG, and at the 5, I got Brook Lopez.
Your starting lineup.
You need some help with that ball, though.
Off the bench. Okay. Off the bench, at my backup point guard, I got Andre Miller. At the 2, I got Sean Livingston. At the 3, I'm gonna go Antoine Jamison. At the 4, I'm gonna go Rashad Lewis. At the 5, I'm gonna go Marcus Camby.
That's like a 2000s team.
From New
That's gonna get cooked. That's
York,
gonna
New
get
York.
cooked.
Hey, back to Wisdom and Lamont Lions. They only played 9.4 minutes in the finals. Liars.
What you mean in the
Who are you
finals?
talking about?
Matt O'Connor played 9.4 minutes.
Why are
In
we
the-
still talking about Memento Core, bro?
Because they lied. Talking about he played 20 minutes.
Bro, you said in the finals, bro. We wasn't talking about no finals.
Yes, y'all was. Y'all
that was a
said
good list,
Larry
bro.
Brown let him play 20 minutes.
I appreciate
Bro,
it, bro.
we wasn't talking about no
Who
finals.
said that was a good list? That was not a good list.
Y'all lied.
We talking about okay, Ralph. How many minutes did you play in the regular
That thing
season?
gonna win some games, nigga.
You talking about regular season before they got Rasheed Wallace? Because his minutes went way down when they got Rasheed Wallace that season.
Okay, hold on. But how many minutes was he getting in the regular season?
I think it was like 23 before Rasheed Wallace.
That's exactly what we said.
Oh my god, bro.
That's before Rasheed Wallace got there, though. Stop it. You act like he was playing like that.
Nah, he was
Rasheed
still
Wallace
playing a
got
good
there.
amount of minutes.
No, he was not.
Bro,
he
you
was.
just said he was playing 23 minutes a game. That's what we were talking about.
Bro, you was talking about the finals, bro.
We was not talking about the finals, man.
Okay. I don't really care.
Bro, you wrong on that one. We was not talking about the finals. You might have misheard some shit.
He played 22.3 minutes. Like,
I know. That's what we
still
said. He
wrong.
played 20 minutes a game.
Bro, we know y'all was talking about the finals.
No, we wasn't.
Wow.
Why would we talk about Memento Court in the finals? Why?
Even with that many minutes, that's still skewed because of Rasheed Wallace got there and took his minutes. So
all right. Okay. Well, a better player came and took his minutes. We're not
Oh,
saying
so don't act like he
we're
was
not,
getting minutes.
We're not saying
because he
Memento
was
Court was
good.
a world beater. We're
You
just
act like
saying,
he was getting
no,
minutes 'cause he
the
was
question
good,
was,
though.
Ralph, was if you're getting minutes on a Larry Brown coach team, you have to play defense. You don't play 20 minutes a game under Larry Brown if you're not playing defense. That's a fact.
fair.
But he played 20 minutes a game under Larry Brown.
When Rajah Bell came in, he was not a good defender.
What?
What are you talking about?
Bro, he putting you on the bench. Like,
Man, that's him saying he was wrong. He talking out he want to talk about Rajah Bell.
Bro, he talking about Larry Brown teams. Like,
Ralph said he played 9 minutes in the finals. What are you talking about, Ralph?
You lied.
Ralph is wild, man. Ralph, you got to hang that one up, man. We weren't talking about finals.
okay, I was probably wrong about
All right,
that one.
What just happened?
Yo, Mont, salute for you. Allow me up, man. Salute to the panel. I got to get up out of here.
All right.
Good luck with tomorrow, my bro.
Hey, y'all, look, y'all, just for everybody to know, and for the participants, 30, you good for tomorrow, right? 3:30 Eastern Standard Time? Hopefully Sturdy's there. Sturdy's on mute right now.
Ooh,
I got to get a hold of Young Africa and everybody else. Make sure everybody going to be there because not everybody is aware, it seems.
Your team don't know trivia, bro. You need to ask us up here some questions.
I mean,
salute
trivia question. There's a reason why. There's a reason. This is one of the things I talked about. Sturdy. So you have guys like, I could use an example of a guy like Mars. Mars has absolutely no understanding of the game of basketball. What Mars has is Mars has a really good memory where he knows how to retain the information that he reads. So he can retain. So the thing is, trivia is for people that know how to remember numbers and specific quotes and facts faster than other people. It doesn't necessarily mean you know basketball better than somebody else. So this is why we do head-to-head debates where you actually study, you break down the game, and then we hear your context on that breakdown as opposed to asking a trivia question on the fly. Like if you ask me right now about Tayshaun Prince on the fly, how much do you really think I'm going to recall about Tayshaun Prince honestly on the fly? To be be realistic. Like if I ask you right now about, I can even go to a good player. I want you to tell me about Mitch Richmond's rookie year. Sounds stupid, don't it? But Mitch Richmond, trivia is not really real debating. It's about who can recall. And then we're talking about trivia questions where probably they've heard these questions a million times because the questions are coming from their own chat. and they've talked about these topics a million times over and over. This is not like these are going to be fresh, brand new questions that nobody's ever discussed. It's topics that they've already discussed probably in the past, and they're just going to regurgitate answers that they've already been able to research themselves. I don't have a problem with it at all, but it's just trivia, and it's not a real debate.
So
I wanted to do head-to-head
questions
debates.
on the fly.
They said they didn't have time to do head-to-head debates. Trivia is not a debate.
What?
Yeah, they taking the easy way out, bro. They taking the easy way out.
So again, will we be there for the trivia family night? Yes. Do I care about who wins or loses? No, because it's not real basketball talk. It's just family trivia night.
That's disrespect.
That's not no disrespect. Then how else would you define me giving you a pop quiz?
I think it says family night.
What do I mean? Well, I'm saying if I just start reeling off questions, how about this wisdom? If I just started asking questions, if whoever gets this next question right gets a $5 cash out.
Let me hear wisdom's team.
That's called trivia.
No, man.
Woolery looking ass nigga.
No, I don't know who wisdom's. I don't know who wisdom's team is.
Now I do them by members only. So become a member.
Def, you gonna come back up here after putting together the worst roster on here?
No, I want to hear Bees' roster, and I wanted to hear Wisdom's roster if you want.
No,
exactly.
You know,
Yo, this dude Ralph funny as hell, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, why is he background singing so much right now, bro?
No, because
Wisdom
won already. No, he's the champ.
Mars don't know basketball.
No.
Mars knows how to research basketball, but he don't know basketball.
Let Wisdom soak in his winnings. Damn.
You said 2 MVPs, right?
You act like I'm finna take his.
Yeah, 2 MVPs.
All right, I think I got my team.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this. Hey, in Africa, I'm gonna drop the link for you. I need you up here. So stay right there, Africa. Let me get Bees. All right, Bees. Who you got for us as your starting lineup?
Starting, I got Chris Paul at point guard, Joe Dumars at the 2, LeBron at the 3.
LeBron?
LeBron at the 3, Kevin Garnett at the 4, and Al Horford as the center.
Okay. Not bad.
Coming off my bench, I got Nate McMillan as my backup point guard.
I like that.
Manu Ginobili at the 2, Detlef Schrempf at the 3, Terry Mills at the 4, and Channing Frye at the 5.
Hold on, who's the last?
Channing Frye as the backup center.
Channing Frye, let's go.
And then I got Lou Williams and Bruce Brown as my 11th. Bruce Bowen. As 11, 12.
That's a good team.
I actually like this team.
Yeah, they fit. That's a great team.
They all complement each other in the starting lineup. Horford compliments KG. LeBron compliments both the centers and the guards. Joe Dumars compliments LeBron and CP3. Did your bench? You got defense and Nate McMillan. Terry McMillan, y'all, was an underrated player in the 80s. He don't get no love, but Terry McMillan, Terry Mills,
yeah.
Terry Mills is really good. He don't get no love. I hear nobody talking about him.
Pride of Michigan right there.
Hold on. My big question is, and I actually don't mind this pick. I just don't know why you chose it. Why'd you choose Channing Frye though as the backup center?
Well, I first was going to go with Theo Radcliffe.
Okay.
But he can't shoot. And you said it's all about today. So I needed somebody that can come off the bench and still keep the floor spaced. So I got rid of Theo.
He's stretching better back O'Core, don't he?
No, I mean,
yes.
My Meadow Core is not a bad pick in today's game.
I don't got anybody that really can't shoot except Bruce Bowen. And LeBron.
What? Bruce Bowen can shoot.
Bruce Bowen got the corner
sniper.
Yeah, but outside of the corner 3, the man, she struggled to make free throws.
He can't shoot, bro.
He couldn't really shoot outside of the corner 3.
LeBron and Bruce Bowen's the 2 worst shooters on the team.
I like that team. I like the mix. It's a good
mix. That was phrased better too, nigga.
Oh no, Bees. The one thing got the flat. I was giving most of the guys flat that was just loading their bench up with number 1s. Okay. Like with T-Mac and stuff. And it's just like, how realistic? I mean, does it look good on paper? But I like, as a coach, how you really gonna convince a prime T-Mac you coming off the bench? I said, it's just
you ain't.
What's wrong with Walt Frazier and Elgin Baylor coming?
I said you did. I said some of y'all about to have 9 and 10 trade requests before the season even start.
Yeah,
you put the trade request in early.
Hey, that kind of work against you too, Lamont.
What work against me?
Because you said in this era, most of you guys can't play.
I didn't
so
say
we're putting
that.
them in the bench.
What guys that say that? What guys that say couldn't play today?
I'm talking about some of the older guys. You said they can't play in this era.
What older guys? I got older guys on my team.
Hey, actually, I would have picked Nate Thurman at my center, but he can't. I don't know if he can play today.
Yeah, the older guys, the 60s and 70s guys, that's where the trick bag really comes in. But we had one person fill their roster up with 70s guys.
But that 2 MVP thing made it interesting.
Yeah, it changed because you took out Nash from a lot of people.
Yeah.
D Rose, Dirk. It's gonna be hard to pick a lot of them guys because they got MVPs.
Yeah.
Hey, did anybody pick James Worthy?
It's even hard to pick KD.
I'm surprised nobody picked Magic Johnson.
Did anybody pick Vernon Maxwell?
That's crazy.
Nope.
Oh man, it's a lot. It's a lot of good players.
I think Maxwell is replaceable by a lot of guys.
Why nobody picked Jason Richardson off their bench?
What? That's a solid pick. Jay Richardson.
No,
he's not. No, he's not. He was skilled.
What about Monty Ellis? Monty Ellis would have been like a good scorer coming off the bench. We've seen him do that.
Jerry Stackhouse.
For all that, we should have picked OJ Bell.
Grant Hill too.
Glenn Robinson.
Actually, on the first list I made before I came up with my final list, I had Grant Hill on it. I still have my first list before I revised it.
I scratched his name
I think
off.
people, you know what? But you know what? It is the amount people forget about Grant Hill because of the whole Orlando. You know, his foot, and in Orlando, 7 years basically, and then when he went to Phoenix, he was older. You know what I'm saying? So they don't
He was
remember
still
young Grant
starting
Hill.
though. Phoenix.
With that ugly
So
Pistons
Bees.
jersey.
Yeah.
Here was my first list. My first list was, make sure I get the right list up because I had to edit these out.
Did you have Chris Webber on there?
That's my second list. Oh, here's my first list. This was my first list. I want y'all to tell me which one was better, my first list or my second one. My first one was Jordan, LeBron as my 2 MVPs. Let me start with my starting lineup. My starting lineup would have been John Stockton, Jordan, LeBron, Karl Malone, and Patrick Ewing.
Okay.
And then coming off the bench,
Malone got an MVP.
And coming off the bench,
that's 3 MVPs.
Yeah,
that's 3 MVPs, nigga.
Yeah, Karl Malone does have
shit,
MVP.
that's why I probably scratched it then. So
that don't
probably why I scratched it.
You better
he found his own rules.
No. But that was the first list, and then I revised it to fit my criteria, and that's why I came up with the second.
You better put an ultra tag.
I knew I changed it for a reason, but that's probably why.
Yeah, I was like, hold on, you got 3 of those.
No, but that makes it interesting though. I like that you only get 2 MVPs.
Yeah.
There's a couple other parameters you could put on it, but I didn't want to make it overly complicated. Yeah, he got 2 of them.
Yeah,
I
like that.
Box too. That would have been
He says, hold on. He says, yeah, that's crazy. Mars knows ball. Yeah, no. You
knows basketball history.
Tyson. I've heard enough basketball talk to where I can tell when somebody just learned basketball or they basketball is somewhat derived from actually experiencing basketball. And the people that have the best takes have the combination of both. Anybody that just has that one side of it, whether you hear from some players that ain't really broke the game down a lot, try to talk on the game and they sound crazy. Then you have analysts that ain't really played and experienced the game on a playing level. When they talk about the game, they sound crazy. But when you run into those people that have that good mix of both, those are the people that give you the best, most solid takes. Like the person on Player's Choice that actually has the best takes is a guy that don't come on there the most. That's Shaq. Shaq has the best takes because it's the balance that gives him the best takes. And Chill, who played Chill, is the reason why people like Chill's takes because he has the balance from both aspects. And
You sound like you be hating a lot though. That's all.
Yeah, that nigga hated.
Either way, whether you agree with it or not, it's hard to say that a lot of his picks ain't based out of facts because he has a good balance. Like a lot of people get on low. A lot of people get on low. Load spits a ton of facts, and Lowe's played somewhat, but a lot of people get on low because of
2K.
It sounds like a lot of his talking points are derived out of numbers that you read.
Yeah.
And there's less context about the numbers. It seems like with Mars, a lot of things are predicated around the numbers working and making it make sense as opposed to putting context to it.
Yeah, Tyson.
I mean, you can tell if you listen. I'm not saying Mars don't know how to talk basketball, but it's still the quality of the take. Shaq has the best quality take on there, and Shaq and Shield do. To me, that's my opinion.
Who won the month?
Oh, Wisdom won.
Wisdom.
You want me to tell you? You want me to tell you his team?
Yeah, give me your top 3 teams.
Okay, so the top 3 teams were I have Wisdom's team. Wisdom had Chauncey Billups, Kobe, Pippen, KD, Mehmet Okur, Mano, Michael Cooper, Detlef Shrimp, Tony Kukoc, Lamar Odom, Tyson Chandler, and Bobby Jones. The second team was yours.
Still hearing it, I still like it.
You said what?
I said still hearing it over again. I still like it again.
Yeah, I like Bees' team, which probably was second with CP3. Joe Dumars, that's a player I completely forgot about. He's like a utility you could put on any team.
You can plug him anywhere.
You got LeBron, KG, Al Horford, Nate McMillan, Manu, Detlef Shrimp, Terry Mills, Channing Frye, Lou Williams, and Bruce Bowen. And then I would say that third team that I liked the most, that felt like just a real solid team. It has to be Slash Blade. And he had Steph, Clay, Bruce Bowen, Bosh, and Shaq with Billups, Danny Green, Tayshaun Prince, Andre Kirilenko, Marc Gasol, Iggy, and Muggsy Bogues coming off the bench.
Ooh. I would have probably put Spud Webb over Muggsy there.
Yeah, the Muggsy one. Muggsy, he said the Muggsy one was a fan favorite. That's he just.
No, I'm cool.
I mean, Muggsy wasn't no bum though. Like this not get twisted though. Muggsy wasn't no bum though. Like come on.
No, I'm not saying that. I was just surprised to hear his name.
This nigga Wisdom had the same bench as me.
Webb though.
Muggsy wasn't a bad player.
Nate McMillan, that's fun. I forgot about him too.
He was
hard.
He was a great defender.
You said he was what?
Pause, nigga. Damn.
What'd you say,
man?
man?
He said great.
I said he went hard, but yeah, I paused.
Yeah, backup point guard.
Yeah, he was dope.
That whole Seattle team was predicated on defense.
Joe Dumars.
What's Seattle team?
Sonics.
Horford and KG. I don't know. Does that work?
That's today's rules, right?
Well, it works because KG plays off of Horford. They're not operating in the same space.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's what you want. You want your bigs. You want to be able to go high-low with your bigs. That's a perfect high-low.
And with Kevin Garnett, you can play center. You could go center power forward all day.
So that's what's up.
That's perfect. Crazy. You don't want to.
I didn't have no true center neither. But okay.
Now, I got on Mac Def's list. A lot of people say I was too hard on him. I just felt like it just from your starting lineup, it just would never work.
And what do you think of Eric Dampier?
Nobody compliments nobody. Oh, you got 80 at your center. He does not compliment your power forward Melo. You got Kawhi, who definitely does not compliment MJ. And then you got Steph Curry, where nobody is going to pass it to command the goddamn ball.
Hey, Lamont, did you like
Am I wrong or am I being too harsh?
No, that's
you're right about that.
You might as well call them the ball stoppers. Them is all ball stoppers.
Bees, is that a good team or not?
I don't think it'll work.
Hold on, we playing in today's era.
I still don't think it'll work.
It still don't work.
Okay, so if because I'm the coach and the GM, right? If first play off the top, Jordan.
Hey, this is how we can make it interesting, y'all. You can trade with another team, with somebody else.
But what if they don't want to trade?
Then there ain't no trade. So if you want to fix your roster, I suggest you could probably trade with Ralph.
Yeah, I mean, if you I guess the way I see it, the players got to be able to share the ball. It's got to work. If you just got too many dudes that can't play in space, like MJ, I don't think MJ would play well with Steph.
Yeah, me neither.
But KD can.
KD can because KD doesn't need the ball like Mike.
All right. Yo, a tripper.
He can catch the ball and shoot too.
I mean, what you gonna have Michael Jordan running off?
He's gonna have Michael Jordan playmaking.
No, hold on. First of all, it's my team, right? It's my team.
That's what you said.
Hold on, it's my team. Since y'all talking shit, this is my team. Number one, first option is gonna be Mike in the post. Now, I dare anybody to double team Jordan in the post. Who you gonna double team off of?
I don't need to double team.
Who Jordan gonna pass?
You don't need to, bro.
No man, he don't want Jordan to pass. No way. You don't want Jordan to pass.
First of all,
bro.
if I got Jordan in the post, you can't double. You're not gonna double team nobody. So I got Jordan 1-on-1 in the post all day. I'll take that.
Hold on. You're playing by today's rules, MacDuff. We would lock his ass up, bro.
Are you all right, bro? I'm
dead
done.
serious.
No, we could go. We can move on. We can move on. We're locking Michael Jordan up. I got you. We can move
locking him.
Yep, we can move on. We can move on.
Are you locking him up? But we can't lock up.
We can move on. Joe, you got Joe Dumars out here. We can move on.
Devin Booker running around, scoring 60, and Damian Lillard.
Bro,
that don't even make sense.
Ralph, stop.
That's because they shoot the three.
Ralph, get to him.
Devin Booker don't shoot the three like that. He shoot big range like Jordan.
Bro, my team is all defensive players. Great.
You don't have better defensive players than me.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
I got team defenders, bro.
So Anthony Davis, Kawhi Leonard is not, and Jordan is not team. I got the best perimeter defense out there.
Kawhi is a horrible team defender. He's a good
individual defenders, man.
He's not
Hey,
a good
Lamont,
team
in
guy.
your opinion, who got the best top defensive teams?
Bro, I definitely got the best defensive team. That's the whole point. Is I got perimeter defense, and my bigs can switch.
No, you don't.
Anthony Davis could guard 1 through 5.
You don't have
Dennis
defensive
Rodman could guard
chemistry.
1 through 5.
You have no defensive chemistry. The best defensive team, I'm gonna go
Defensive chemistry. You sound stupid now, bro.
Hold on, let me see. I'm looking through them right now.
Yeah, I got Anthony Davis and Rodman as my centers in
I went
today's era.
offensive. I ain't even gonna lie. Just because it was this era.
My centers is guarding 1 through 5, but I can't.
You know who I think has the best defensive team? I think P5 might have the best defensive team. I mean, as far as not team, he might have the best defensive starting lineup. Well, he might have the best defensive team, but his bench is just not very realistic.
Hold on.
Hey, Lamont, off the top of my head, off the top of my head, tell me what you think.
Why is people saying that?
Hold on, CP3 in his prime. Bees, you might have it.
Best defensive team.
Because CP3 in his prime was an all-league defender. Joe Dumars was an all-league defender. LeBron, KG, and Horford are all good. Yeah. And then you got Nate McMillan coming off the bench. He's a defensive player. You got Bruce Bowen.
You got to you had to play defense.
Okay. Hold on.
You are a little weak at your center spot coming off.
Hey, it's like that, bro.
Bees. What off your bench is a better defender than Michael Cooper?
I don't have an individual defender that's better than Michael Cooper.
He has a team, though.
But my bench is a little like
Bruce Bowen was.
Like my front court ain't that great defensively off the bench, but they can shoot.
Hold on.
I got Cooper.
Hold on, my bad, y'all. Hold on. Young Africa came in here. Hold on, Young Africa.
Like it's a
hold on 1 second, MacDev. Well, I gotta clear this up. Young Africa, you good for tomorrow, right?
What time's tomorrow?
They doing it. It's 3:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, how many hours is that from now, man?
I don't know. It's 11 p.m. right now.
No, Eastern right now. It's
2:14
Eastern.
Oh, it's 2:14 Eastern right now.
A.M.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir.
So 12
you need
hours.
to get your get back, Young Africa, because you was looking.
Yeah, about 12 hours.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's
good.
It's 3 o'clock, I think.
Young Africa, hold on. How can I send you the link? If they drop the link, how can I get a hold of it? Because your IG shut down.
Oh yeah, it did. It hit my email, man. I emailed you like recently. I know.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure you was good though.
Let me drop my team. Let me drop my team. My team is gonna cook
shut your Instagram down.
everybody, man. Hey, man, yeah. You know, I had to do it for some other reasons, man. But that's all good, bees. It's all good. Hey, let me drop my team though. I heard Wisdom's team. And
the same bench as mine, but go ahead.
My team is better than Wisdom's team, man. And my team is realistic as well. Very realistic, right?
Let's hear
We got it all. And I'm going with size in this era, right? I'm going with size.
Go with your starting lineup. Go with your starting lineup.
With LeBron James at the 1, right?
Yeah.
I'm going with LeBron James at the 1. I'm going with at the 2. I'm going to go with Paul George at the 2, right? That's 6'8" at the 2. So we got 6'9" and 6'8" at the 1 and the 2. I got Ron Artest at the 3, clamping everybody, right? I got Ron Artest at the 3. Now we need some playmakers as well, even though Paul George and LeBron can do that. And so we got Chris Webber at the 4, right? Chris Webber at the 4, playmaking out here. LeBron James, and then at the 5, we got the MVP, Finals MVP Nikola Jokic as a second MVP. What? Can you imagine a LeBron and Jokic pick and roll? That shit looking nasty with Webber playmaking as well, and PG and Ron Artest shooting that and clamping up.
Say your bench because I already see it.
Look, and check the bench. Realistic bench.
That's actually a pretty good starting line. If I ain't gonna lie.
In today's era, I got you.
Bench. You can question this pick, and you tell me if this is too much star power. But I got Penny Hardaway as my bench point guard. What you feel about that, Lamar?
Cooper locking him up.
Keep going.
Okay, I got, and I'm going with size, adaptability. You know, they can mix in with the starting 5 as well. And I got Karolinko at the 3.
Who?
Andre Karolinko at the 3. Right.
I like that. Go ahead.
I got Andre, amazing defender, one of the best defenders of his generation. Bees. I know you remember Andre Karolinko.
Keep going.
Yeah. I know. I got Sean Marion at the 4. Oh, look at that adaptability. We got Hito, Karolinko, and Marion on the front. On the
Oh my God! You got some more names. You got more names.
A man who created the small ball era was playing at the 5, and then at the 5, I got a guy that's underrated who will space the floor as well. Got size in Rasheed Wallace, bro. What?
Who's your 2?
Ooh. Hey, we going with Hito at the 2. What you mean? We got 6'10" at the 2, man.
I like that. That's the slick
one. Hito Turkoglu at the 2, man.
Right next to
Hardaway. What was that?
Hold on. How many? You got more picks left. What is
got 2 more picks.
Oh, yeah. I had some guys that I left out. So I'm gonna go. And what are these like at the end of the bench, guys? Or what?
11 and 12.
At the end of the bench, I got a guy who's just gonna provide some scoring punch. I'm gonna put Stephon Marbury at the end of the bench. And then I'm gonna go and add another big, and I'm gonna go underrated big of this era in LaMarcus Aldridge, and we done, bro. It's reps.
No. This is what I asked everybody. If we're being fair.
Flaws.
My thing is, so I like your starting lineup, but when we get to your bench, the problem is remember you the coach and the GM. How do you convince Marbury and Marcus Aldridge primarily that they are going to be no longer starters in the NBA in their prime? They are bench players for your team. How do you get them to buy into that system?
Well, they're going to be in practice, right, Lamont? And we're going to be practicing. We're going to go up and down. And Paul George is going to be clamping him up. Brown's going to be looking way better than Stephon Marbury. They're going to fall in line, man. They're going to fall in line.
Yeah, but the thing is,
what 3-point shooting does he have in his?
How does that relegate them to being at the end of the bench, essentially not playing?
Oh no, it's just a hierarchy, you know what I mean? So they're gonna have Penny Hardaway, Hito Turkoglu, Karolinko. They're gonna be playing way better.
But the hierarchy only works if you get them to buy into it. How do you get them to buy in?
Rasheed Wallace.
Remember, you the coach. If I'm Marbury, you having that tough conversation with me, Africa. What are you telling me is Marbury to get me to buy into coming off the bench and not playing a minute, even though I can start for any other team in the league?
Oh, I'm gonna tell you that you're going to win a championship stuff on Marbury, so you're going to have to play your role. And if any Penny Hardaway goes down, which is most likely what may happen, and if he gets injured, you're going to be sliding right into that.
But coach, that's what I'm going to say. But Young Africa, this is what I'm saying. But coach, I want to get paid like a number one. How can I go get my payday if you got me at the end of the bench? I'm a number one in this league. I can put up 20 a game.
How you going to tell Rasheed Wallace to go to the bench?
Like that. Hold on. It's on Young Africa to answer that. Hold on.
Oh, well, that conversation is going to be a tough one. And if he really is mad about it, he might have to get traded. Lamar straight up.
I know.
It is
So the thing is, but see, hold on. But Young Africa, that's the thing. See, what I'm saying as a GM, if you put together a flawed roster, what you ultimately end up having is a ton of trade requests because you got guys who feel they're in roles where they don't belong, or they're just disgruntled. So we've seen guys demand trades because they didn't get contract extensions, or we've seen guys like what's his name last year, Thomas Bryant, get traded because he was playing well, but AD comes back, he ain't playing no minutes. So the thing is, when you take away guys' minutes, they get disgruntled and they want out. And so we want to have a season, if we start in October, to where you don't have a bunch of guys on your bench. They all nice, but you're gonna have a million trade demands because you're gonna have some disgruntled players on your bench.
Okay. I know you like the team though. At the end of the day, the team.
No, I love your starting lineup. No, the starting lineup. But I like the Kirilenko. I really like the Hito Turkoglu. That one slipped my mind. Hito Turkoglu was nice. Now, y'all tripping. Y'all tripping if y'all say Hito Turkoglu. Y'all tripping.
Young Africa, who's shooting the threes in today's era?
Hito Turkoglu can shoot the three.
He's coming off the bench.
Ron Artest can shoot the three.
On for that night.
No, he can't, man. No, he can't.
If his three ain't on that night, he getting cooked that night.
Ron Artest can shoot the three.
Man, Ron Artest don't shoot no threes like that.
Are y'all tripping?
Y'all ain't got no. He ain't got no 3-point shooting like that, bro. Stop.
Bro, he got Paul George. He has.
Hold on. Who are you taking, Ron Artest or
he has
Jordan
Rasheed Wallace? He has Hito Turkoglu.
That's the.
And he has Sean Marion.
Oh my God, bro! Really?
Bro, what y'all acting like? Y'all hold on. Does your team full of 40% 3-point shooters? No. Why you expect this team to be?
It's a few of them.
Oh, Big Art. I can pull your team.
Go ahead, man. Because I swear, man, my starting lineup ain't getting no respect.
Hold on, let me go to Big Art's team. Okay, Isaiah Thomas was definitely not no 40% 3-point shooter. Okay, we'll give it to Reggie. Scottie Pippen was not no 3-point shooter. Kevin Garnett was not no 3-point shooter. No. Hakeem Olajuwon was not no 3-point shooter.
Zero floor space.
Vince Carter was not no 3-point shooter. AD, Ben Wallace. And all you got left, all you got left is the guys that's buried on the end of your bench that won't play.
Hey man, my team is hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Vince could shoot. What is you talking?
Yeah, my team.
How you gonna say Ron Artest and say Isaiah can't shoot?
And then that's
crazy.
Lamont, can I say, Lamont, you know this for a
Lamont,
fact.
you a hater lightweight, bro.
I understand. Three-point shooting is the only way to form spacing. Even in this league, it's not the only way to form spacing, Lamont. You know that.
Young Africa starting lineup. I like his starting lineup. That's a good starting lineup.
Yeah.
I like his bench better than the starting lineup.
My only question you ask, why Turkoglu at the 2?
I feel like his ball handling and playmaking ability, his ability to space the floor and be the secondary ball handler on that unit, I think would be nice with Penny Hardaway, Kirilenko.
Turkoglu at the 2
is
a
Penny
nightmare.
Hardaway is the only one we got
matchup.
in common. That's my backup point guard.
That's a nightmare matchup.
With my lineup was to go big and
stole my backup point guard.
Only reason I said that, Lamont,
but you know what, though?
You probably missed it, but like Mac Def was getting a lot of flack for having Michael Cooper being a backup.
I don't know how you gonna get Penny Hardaway to sit on the bench, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens.
But we can ask that about somebody in everybody lineup. Come on,
no, because I got all bench players. That's what I'm saying.
That's not true.
Everybody on my bench came off the bench.
MacDef, you got all 25-point per game scores in your starting lineup. That ain't gonna work. So you flawed from the jump.
No, I'm not. First of all, in today's era, that actually works. What are you talking about?
Where does that work?
In today's era, that actually works.
Where?
And first of all, in 08 Celtics, they had 3 players that scored over 20. The 2017 Warriors had 3 players that scored over 20.
That's not. I said 5, MacDef, not 3.
First of all, hold on. First of all, on my squad, why would I have?
And we're talking about today's game.
On my squad, in today's era, why would I have Kawhi Leonard being in
today's era? What you seeing is super teams no longer are effective.
Again, Kawhi Leonard and Anthony Davis are not going to be shooting the ball. They were my defensive stoppers.
Oh,
I got Jordan. Okay, hold on.
I got
Hold
on.
Let me speak. Lamont making us bad coaches,
Get,
bro.
get into your coaching bag. Get into your Get into your coaching bag and tell us.
He know I has the best
Get
squad.
into your coaching bag and tell us how you gonna make AD and Kawhi Leonard passers.
First of all, number one option is going to be Jordan in the post with 4 out. I dare you to.
Who gonna play make the ball to him?
Again, let me finish. Number one option is Jordan in the post.
How you gonna get the ball?
If you want to go 1-on-1 all day, I'll take Jordan in the post 1-on-1 all day. If you double team,
bro, who the fuck is gonna let Jordan go 1-on-1 in the post?
Let me finish.
If got a zone, it's called a zone.
If you double team
1-on-1 in the post.
Okay, let me finish. If you double team anybody, they got wide open shots, and Anthony Davis can dribble handoff to Steph all day. Stop acting like Anthony Davis don't have handles. Number two, if you play a zone,
what video game you playing?
Number two, if you play a zone, you got Steph Curry.
Well,
And I got Carmelo Anthony that can eat up his zone mid-range and 3-point.
So you got overkill players. Your kick out players are 30 point per game score. I'm gonna kick it out to a third. You got overkill positions.
Come on.
He's saying your team's redundant.
You don't really have true catch and shoot players. You just got a guy that can score a whole bunch of points and you label him as catch and shoot. Carmelo's really not a catch and shoot player. He evolved into that. He evolved into that because of they forced him into a lesser role when he got older in his career, and he wasn't the same.
Hold on. So time out. Hold on. Let me cook you real quick.
And he actually,
so Carmelo Anthony,
hold on. With it.
Carmelo Anthony wasn't a second option when he played with Iverson.
Bro, we're talking about bro. That was Melo's team.
No, he wasn't. Nigga, Iverson was averaging 27 points per game.
Yo, what?
Melo was the first option.
AI was the number one.
AI was not averaging 27.
Melo was the
Hey,
first
Lamont, what's your team?
Oh my God, y'all can move on, bro. Y'all are nasty. This nigga Iverson is averaging 27 when Melo's averaging 24, 25, but Melo was the first option. No one Iverson chucking up the shot. Shut up.
I want to know if Iverson was averaging 27 a game, bro. I thought he was averaging like 23.
He wasn't averaging 27 in Denver.
Iverson with the Nuggets was averaging 26, 27. What are y'all talking about?
Changing these numbers.
Melo's averaging 28. Melo
Again, timeout. Again.
Melo still had more tips than him. A point two.
Again.
Shut up, man.
Again. If Iverson, bro, again, if Carmelo Anthony is playing with Allen Iverson, you don't think he could play with a Jordan? Why Allen Iverson is inefficient chucking up shots? Now he can't play with another two guard.
Yeah, hold on. But MacDef, it's easier to distribute the ball amongst two scores than 5. You got 5 25 point per game scores. How do you
bro? You act like hold on. Again, if I'm the coach, if I'm coaching them, Jordan, you're the number one option. Go eat. Number two option will be Steph Curry. I can always count on Melo to be a third option scorer, either in the post if we want to go to him and he has a mismatch, or he can sit out and catch and shoot as well. I don't need Kawhi and AD to score because they're going to be my defensive stoppers on everything. How do you
convince them to buy into not scoring? They're scores.
Because number one, Kawhi won a championship in the Finals MVP as a role player. Number two, when he won defensive player back-to-back, when he won defensive player back-to-back in 2015 and 2016, he was more defensive.
I didn't say Kawhi Leonard. We know Kawhi Leonard can buy into that role. I said, how do you convince AD and guys like Melo, and then you still have a Steph Curry? Because the thing is, Steph Curry's not even really giving you that much value if he's not scoring at a high level. That's one of the reasons why you have him on the floor.
What are you talking about?
So you're just using Steph Curry as a decoy for Jordan?
You're not going to use him as defense.
Again, if Melo played with Allen Iverson, that means he can play with another scorer and still
one other scorer, not 5.
Time out. If Steph Curry's playing with Kevin Durant, that means he can play off of another score. Jordan is the number one option that they're playing off of. Kawhi y'all looking at Toronto Kawhi. I'm looking at the defensive player. I'm looking at the defensive player of the year, Kawhi Leonard, who was defensive orientated. I'm looking at the New Orleans Pelicans, Anthony Davis, who was one of the best defenders in the league. That's who I'm looking at.
I got a question for you, Mac. Aren't you making your? I got a question.
Why didn't you just simply replace Melo with Scottie Pippen, or like Scottie Pippen or something like that?
Hold on. That's his squad. Hold on. That's his squad. Hold on. But hey, Lamont, what do you think of what he said though? He giving you basically certain timelines of these players, like when he would you know what I mean, why he's
they're all in their primes.
No, Mac. Yeah, this is the issue, right? You're kind of your plays are all great, right? They're obviously great, but you're minimizing what they do best by playing them with these other guys. That's kind of the issue.
No.
Because what they do best is first option players.
If you go by the time that
hold on. So what Melo is he putting in there? Which Melo is it?
I'm putting a prime Melo in there.
Okay, so prime Melo. So what AD are you putting in? Is it prime AD? Is it prime AD?
First, why are we acting like Carmelo in his prime?
So you got prime AD, Melo, you got prime Jordan, all prime.
First of all, you made up the rules and said they're all in their prime. Why wouldn't we? Why would I switch up?
How do you make prime Melo, Jordan, and AD all work when they're all pretty,
first of all, number one option is Jordan. There's no need to talk to him. Number two, a peak Steph Curry played with Kevin Durant. A prime Melo played with Allen Iverson. A prime Kawhi Leonard was a defensive-orientated stopper. A prime AD is a defensive-orientated stopper.
Would you say that was a prime Curry that played with Durant?
Yeah.
I'm taking yes.
Mac Def, let me ask you a question just real quick. The starting five with all your amazing offensive players. What are they going to average points per game? Just give us a rough estimate of what they're averaging points per game.
Jordan's going to get his 30, and Melo and Curry is going to be scoring 20 plus.
Hold on, what 20? What, like 22?
Yeah, give Melo 20, 21. Give Curry 23, 24.
What about Kawhi Leonard and AD?
When Kawhi Leonard was in San Antonio in his prime, and he was a defensive orientated, he was scoring between 18 and 22. Anthony Davis with the Pelicans, when he was defensive orientated, was scoring between 18 and 22. They're going to get less shots.
No, he was not in his prime. He was scoring way more than that.
He wasn't in his prime when he was with the Pelicans?
Yes, he was.
In his prime.
He was a top 5 player in the league.
What are you talking about?
Exactly.
So he was averaging way more than 18 points per game.
Bro, y'all are looking when he averaged 28 and 12 his last year. We're talking about AD his last year with the Pelicans.
No. We're saying what would you want him to average in your offense? 18?
Yeah.
Bro, he's gonna be cleaning glass. He's gonna be averaging a double. Give him like 17, 18, and 14.
So you're gonna have 110 points amongst your starters. That means your team is gonna literally average 169 points per game.
That's not even counting the bench. That's not counting the bench either. So like that's
what are you talking about? 140 points a game, you're gonna be averaging.
Yeah, hold on. So again, that's
he got 110 points per game out of his.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Do the math.
110 points.
Okay, what's 30 plus 22? Hold on, what's 30 plus 22, Mac?
52.
What's 52 plus 22?
I don't know.
Oh,
74.
74.
Okay,
bro.
Then you got two other guys that's averaging 18. That's another 36.
Yeah.
What's that equal?
He did say 18 apiece. He did say 18 apiece.
That's 110.
18 and 14, 17,
that's a low
whatever.
end. That's the low end for AD, so that's 110.
Yeah, you did say 18.
Y'all gonna average like 60% from the field back there, like 45% from the three.
No. First of all,
this is gonna score 195. Bro, y'all.
This is what I don't understand. If I got the best offensive player in Steph Curry, who organized one of the greatest offenses of all time without Kevin Durant, if you put Jordan and all these scores on him, why wouldn't my offense be that great. That's
You're
number
gonna
one.
have to. So for the first time in NBA history, your starting lineup's
good
gonna
question.
average over 100
But
points. per game.
motherfucker, you just said combined a dream team. Like what the fuck? It's a dream, ain't it? Like what are we talking about?
That's what I'm
Now,
saying. Lamar.
see,
What
a
type
dream
of-
team now has to be realistic. That doesn't make sense.
Hold on, y'all.
Don't get
Hold on,
mad
y'all.
because my squad is great and y'all's not.
Hold on, MacDuff, hold on, y'all. Dream Team is the clickbait because it's good for SEO. Dream Team, people Googling all the time. I want people to come watch. Y'all cannot run around taking my titles literally. You have to take what I say when I come on. That's
Bro,
what
I
we're
got
talking
the
about.
best. I got the best team, bro.
No, you got the least.
offensively.
You got the most unrealistic team out of everybody.
Bro,
No starting lineup in NBA
Can I
history
get
is
my
gonna
team
average.
in?
The man said his starting
Come
lineup's
on,
gonna average
come on,
110 points per game.
All these teams
Whole
are
bunch of mid
unrealistic.
teams.
They better
And
than
we-
your squad.
And we ain't even went to his bench. He's gonna average probably 175 points per game with his team.
Nobody.
Mike Duff, my only question.
So
to you, Mike Duff,
my
only
squad
question-
could
Mike Duff,
realistically
Mike Duff,
average 120, 125 a game.
Mike Duff.
No, that
Facts.
means you're only getting. So you're basically saying you're only getting 10-point production from your bench
Facts.
with all them big names.
My whole squad will average at least 120, 120.
No, you're
I
gonna
got the
average
best
way more than
offense and
that.
I got the best defense.
Hold on, do
period,
you know what
point
your
blank.
bench is? You got Havlicek, you got
Yep.
Ginobili,
Yep.
you got
Michael Cooper.
right? And you got Kukoc. You saying between those guys, they only giving you an extra 15 points per game.
I'm averaging 120, 125 a game. What is
So
what is
you
wrong
see,
with my
so
what
when
is
you
wrong
go
with
to
my
his bench,
team, bro?
his bench is only giving you
don't have no
15 points per
centers.
game production.
Lamont, what is wrong with my squad?
Bro, it's
You don't have
just
any centers.
it's mismatched. You got no real point guards. You don't even have de facto point guards. You just got guys.
Hold
you
on,
just got
time out.
fake
Okay,
guys.
time out.
You
Who on the
just got-
Boston Celtics is a true point guard and
They
they
don't
went
have
to the
one.
finals?
They don't have
Malcolm
one.
Brogdon.
Okay then,
Malcolm Brogdon's
but
not
they're
a
in the
point guard.
freaking finals. We're
What?
playing in today's
Hold on.
era.
Malcolm Brogdon's not a point guard, Lamar.
Hold on.
Shut
No,
up.
when they went to the finals, they had Marcus Smart.
Man, come on, bro.
That's a fact.
Okay, so I got
the reason why
so
they
you got
lost is
Marcus
because
Smart,
they
a
didn't have
defensive
a
player of
point
the year.
guard.
I got Michael Cooper, a defensive player of the year, coming off the bench.
They're all shooting guards.
Hey, the reason why they say the Celtics lost is because they didn't have a point guard to run the offense.
Oh my God, bro! I got him
Duff,
coming
Mike
off
Duff,
the bench,
Mike Duff,
and he's a
Mike Duff.
five-time champion.
And
Mike
Marcus
Duff,
Smart
why
started.
don't you have Mike Duff? Why don't you have any centers?
Because number one, I got Steph Curry and Jordan. They won. They're a dynasty without no freaking great center. I don't need a center with Steph
I
Curry
didn't
and
say
Jordan.
great. Hold on, Mac Duff. I didn't
Number
say
two,
nothing about
number
great centers.
two.
Hold on, nigga. I didn't say nothing about great centers. I said, why don't you have a center? Last time I
Again.
Longley was a center. Cartwright was a center.
Again, I'm answering the question, bro. Stop cutting me off. Number one, I got two players that won dynasties and they didn't have no great center. So that's why
They
I
had
thought
centers,
I don't think I need a center. Number two, if we're playing in today's era, I
Power
really
forward, center,
don't
same thing.
honestly need a big like that.
Yeah, power forward, center, same thing.
I don't need a big.
Tell
my
Miami Heat.
First of all,
Tell that to the Miami Heat.
every team that won in this era, McDuff, had a center.
In my
That is
big, hold on. Okay. So what big in today's era that Dennis Rodman can't guard?
Next year, watch them.
Joker,
can't guard
nigga.
Jokic.
Joker can't guard fucking Joker.
Hell,
All right, y'all got it.
Can't nobody guard Joker, bro. Like you can only.
You
hope
think
to get
Dennis
him.
Rodman's gonna
Period.
contain Jokic?
Y'all got it, bro.
I don't know. Whoa.
Y'all got it.
Hold on.
Dennis Rodman can't guard
Dennis Rodman
Jokic.
now. Hold on. No, hold on, people. Let's take some time on this one, right?
Bro, Jokic would destroy
Bro, they
Dennis
just some
Rodman.
haters, bro. They know I got the
This
best
is one of the
squad.
best- hold on. Dennis Rodman is one of the best defenders of all time. This dude literally locked down all the greats.
No, he did not lock down none of them.
No, he
did not
did.
Hold
No,
on,
he
hold on. Who did he lock down? Who?
No, name an all-time great.
Hold on,
Name an
he didn't-
all-time great
He
center
didn't
that he
stop
locked
Hakeem.
down.
He did not stop Shaq. He did not stop David Robinson. He
You're
did not stop no
lying.
good big. Who?
You're lying.
Then name the game that he locked down Hakeem Olajuwon.
Thank you. Please.
Shaq even said he was one of his hardest
He
matchups.
couldn't stop Karl Malone.
Thank you.
You guys are lying. Hey, y'all some haters, bro.
Okay, hold on. Back there.
You niggas is lying.
I challenge y'all to find one game. Just find one.
Hold on, go to game 4 in the 98 series versus Utah. Now,
Ooh, I like that.
go to game 1 versus Orlando in 96.
Ooh.
Go He guarded Magic, Bird, Jordan.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the outcome?
Karl Malone, Shaq. He guarded all those players.
If I go to this game one, if I go to this game one in '96, what am I gonna see?
You're gonna see
Shaq. You're gonna see Shaq with 30 points, but when guarded by Dennis Rodman,
What are we doing here, bro?
Shut the fuck up. When guarded, I'm telling you what he's doing.
He mad.
When guarded by Dennis Rodman, he couldn't do shit.
Hold on.
Okay, so he couldn't do shit. But
couldn't do shit.
Hold on, y'all. This is where MacDuff is lying. MacDuff, you saying you researched every possession and when Shaq?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So how do you know when guarded by Rodman he got cooked?
Because I watched the freaking game. I lived through it. I know Dennis Rodman guarded Shaq. I know he locked down Karl Malone.
Okay,
what are you talking about?
Okay, can I take this on? Can I take this on Lamont? Can I take this on?
Niggas is stupid.
Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead.
Now all of a sudden, Rodman can't lock down nobody.
Hey, hold on. Casual. So 2 tomorrow is at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
You good? You good for that? With you, bro. I believe.
Yeah,
I'm a cool.
All right, go ahead.
I'm
talking about the PC. I'm talking about the PC.
Yeah.
Right.
It's 3:30 Eastern Time, so that would be like 2:30 my time. I'm Central Time.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure you know the time.
I got you. I'll be there. All right. So chat. This is what I want you guys to understand. All right. When we start talking about shit that happened 20, 30 years ago, because that is what happened. He's talking about in the 96 playoffs where Orlando went up against the Chicago Bulls. That happened like damn near 25 years ago. Okay.
Correct.
So the problem with that logic, when you bringing that up and you don't have like actual statistical facts to back up what you're saying, and you say, I watched the game, I lived through it. Imagine you talking about your relationship that you had back in elementary. You don't remember fondly of that relationship, like to the details. You only know the beginning on how you met and the ending on how you broke up. Everything else is when you're talking about the game of basketball, especially that's like 20 years like prior, like 20 years past. You start it gets fuzzy on like the details of the game. So when he's sitting here saying that Shaq got locked down by Dennis Rodman, he couldn't do nothing in that game, but he has no facts to back that up. And he says, I saw that game with my own eyes. It's hard to believe that what you're saying is factual because you're only going off of what you saw 25 years ago, brother.
Correct.
Yo, Lamont.
I said, hold on, real quick.
This narrative.
Real quick. Let me respond to him real quick.
Hold on. This narrative that Dennis Rodman stopped Shaq derives from one game in one half of basketball where it was Dennis Rodman versus the Lakers. And Dennis Rodman for one half of basketball got up under Shaq's skin, and he caused them to be inefficient for one half of basketball. Now, what happened the second half? Shaq went to work and he woke up. So did he stop? And so y'all took that one half, and now Dennis Rodman is able to shut down Shaquille O'Neal because of one half of basketball where he got up under his skin, got in his head, and made him inefficient. Y'all discredit all the other matchups where Shaq completely dominated this man.
Okay.
And it wasn't close.
I'm responding to the last dude real quick.
Okay,
real quick,
bro.
I specifically said in game one, you gonna see Shaq getting off and have 30 points.
He had 27. He had 27.
When guarded by Dennis Rodman, he couldn't do nothing. I'm giving Shaq his flowers, saying, bro, he dominated. Man. But when he was guarded. That's versus Longley and freaking Winnington. When guarded by Dennis Rodman, it was a completely different story.
Okay, so then will you believe me? If I then told you that I just looked up the stats of when Dennis Rodman covered him, and he took 7 shots total. He took 21 over the entire game. He took 7 when Dennis Rodman was guarding him. He made 3. Would you believe me
what does that prove?
So it wasn't like Dennis Rodman locked him down because he still was shooting efficient.
Did you look at the times when they couldn't throw the ball into Shaq? Did you look at the offensive fouls that Dennis Rodman drew?
Dennis Rodman collected 3 fouls in that time. I'm looking at it as well. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So Dennis Rodman got in foul trouble fucking with Shaq. Okay.
So let me get this straight. For a 48-minute game.
Take a pen down,
for a 48-minute game, Shaq took 7 shots, only 7 shots versus Dennis Rodman, and made 3.
And May 3, while putting Dennis Rodman,
so number one, batting
in foul trouble, collecting 3
so number
fouls
one, batting.
in that span.
So number one, he's shooting below 50%. Number one. Number two.
I didn't
he
boot
couldn't
you.
hit free throws. How many free throws did he hit?
He actually shot terrible from the free throw line. One of 7.
You're kind of proving my point, bro.
What does the free throw line have to do with
this is
Dennis
what I'm
Rodman?
saying. I watched the game. No, nigga, I watched the game. I told you what happened, and then you went to the stats, and we actually see stat-wise from you idiots that he shot under 50%.
Hold on. We can resolve McDuff. You killed your
dumb ass up.
Because hold on.
What
Here's
does
the
the
thing.
free throw line have to do with Dennis Rodman?
No. Here's the thing right here. If Dennis Rodman got 3 fouls while guarding Shaq, that means he couldn't stop him, man. He damn near got half of the fouls he's allowed guarding Shaq in 7 offensive possessions. That's
Lamont,
not very good.
Lamont, name another player. Name
That's
another player
horrible
that's not in
defense.
foul trouble guarding Shaq. Name another player that's not in foul trouble guarding Shaq.
And that's fine. That's fine that nobody can guard Shaq because Shaq is that elite of a player. That's fine in saying that.
Bro, I got one question. Did you say that Shaq had 3 fouls or Dennis Rodman had 3 fouls?
No, Dennis Rodman caught 3 fouls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so while guarding Shaq,
Rodman is getting cooked.
3 fouls, and he goes 3 for 7 from the field. So under 50%, and I'm fouling him.
Obviously,
what else do you want him to do?
While you're fouling him, I'm still able to get.
No, first of all, you're under 50%. That's number one. Like I said, I watched the game.
Right, first of all,
you're under 50%. Number one.
There's no shame in shooting under 50%. Okay?
There's no shame in having 3 fouls while guarding Shaq. What are you talking about?
No. It's no shame in collecting 3 fouls while guarding Shaq.
It is a shame for Shaq to shoot under 50%.
But it does deserve to be acknowledged when you're sitting here saying that Dennis Rodman is locking down Shaq and he's collecting 3 fouls.
You niggas is crazy. So you think him collecting 3 fouls is a bigger deal than Shaq shooting under 50%?
Yes, I do, because I think if you're shooting 3 for 7 from the field while being guarded by the best defender to guard you in that series, and you go 3 for 7, which FYI for y'all to know, it's really like 45% or some shit like that. Like it's not bad.
It's 43%.
43%.
My thing is, McDuff.
What's his name? Is his name Casual?
McDuff. How is 7 shots? How is Rodman guarding Shaq? 7 shots a good enough sample size to say he quote unquote shut him down or locked him down?
Bro, why don't you use a game when he was the primary defender?
Because you guys said name a game.
Because he wouldn't be able to
name a game, and I'm literally named a game.
Okay, so in a game,
you want me to name another?
Hold on, Mac, this is why he's so stupid. So in a game where if Steph Curry guards LeBron James for 6 possessions in a game, and on those offensive possessions, LeBron James shoots 2 of 6. Steph Curry just locked down LeBron James. Is that what we about to start saying? That's stupidity. No, that's some stupid ass shit that McDuff trying to make up now. McDuff needs to basically say when Dennis Rodman was the primary defender versus Shaquille O'Neal, which in the 90s with illegal defense, primary defenders generally stuck around on bigs for the main portion of the game. You didn't have to worry about getting screened off of them. When Dennis Rodman was the primary defender on Shaq, didn't give me that game. Don't run to some game where he admits Luke Longley and Bill Whittington were the 2 primary defenders, and Dennis Rodman was there primarily guarding guys like the Horace Grants and things of that nature. He just bringing up this old nonsense. Oh, he was 3 of 7, and that's lockdown. He's scared to bring up them games where Dennis Rodman was the primary defender because them numbers did not look good at all. Don't look good at all. And it will not make your case.
Like for instance, in game 4, the game that Orlando
logic,
lost,
man.
like the game that they also lost, Shaq shot 11 of 13 the entire game. He went 4 for 4 when Dennis Rodman guarded him in the post. Man. Now, if you want, I can go and look at the actual game because it's on YouTube. I can go and look at the actual game, and I could be able to tell you like what actually happened, like the possession and shit. Because I'm bored, so I can do that.
So Shaquille O'Neal for his career. But if you went Shaquille O'Neal for his career averages.
He went 4 for 4 when Dennis Rodman guarded him in the post. He went 11.
No. Let's just look at this. This is be the better number. Shaquille O'Neal for his career averages 27 points per game versus Dennis Rodman, 13 rebounds and 3 assists. So what I'm saying is, so that's his average. So now we got to sort through these and figure out, okay, which of these games was Dennis Rodman the primary defender? Right? Was it what game? Because now you have to sort through a whole bunch of massacres and try to, you know what I'm saying?
Honestly,
you wouldn't be able to find one.
It doesn't really matter if he was the primary. Wait, hold on. Lamont, with those numbers, it doesn't really matter if he was the primary defender or not.
No, Dennis Rodman is an all-time great defender, but let's not say he locked it. The great offensive players are going to get their points.
Thank you.
Let's
Absolutely.
not say he locked these dudes down. Did he make it more difficult on Shaq?
Yeah. He's one of the best defenders.
I'm willing to say that. I'm willing to say that. That's fair.
He's one of the best defenders against them.
Because he played. I just looked at. He played 30 games against Karl Malone. Guy playing his position. Malone averaged 27.1 points, 9.7 rebounds, and 3.4 assists a game.
Against Dennis Rodman alone?
Against Dennis Rodman.
Now, are we saying? Wait, now my question to
and that doesn't make him a bad defender.
Wait, but my question is that like when he went up against Dennis Rodman's team, or is that head to head against Dennis Rodman?
Head to head.
Casual?
Huh?
But the thing is,
I'm sorry.
in the 90s, those numbers were more matchup based because it was less. It was more ISO ball, especially with Karl Malone and the Jazz. They run a ton of ISO ball. So the thing is, we can look to them matchups and we could be like, okay, that's a ton of ISO ball right there with Shaq in the post. Because we're not talking about the guards. It might be more arguable with the guards and switches and screens, but or you could even say that Stockton and Malone switch, but nobody was switching with Karl Malone and Stockton. They were just dropping and then just pick Karl Malone up again. You didn't have to worry about no 3-point threats going on. Or Stockton pulling up for 3 off a pick and roll. He wasn't doing all that.
No, Stockton used to sometimes.
No, Stockton was not.
It was sometimes. It wasn't consistent like it is.
He would pull. He was more of a catch and shoot 3-point shooter, but he was not pulling up off the pick and roll off the dribble. No, that was not in his bag.
He wasn't Jason Williams or nothing.
Quite is because the only two defenders that like ever successfully guarded Shaq 1-on-1 is Hakeem Olajuwon and Tim Duncan.
No, wait. I don't think Hakeem did either.
Didn't really.
And even Hakeem had his days where he could not stop.
Shaq had a problem with guys. On the defensive side of the ball, when the guys who had success guarding Shaq was guys who was similar size as him, and who can test the length as well. Like
I thought it was. I thought the guys that gave Shaq
wasn't the same. Tim Duncan wasn't the same size as Shaq.
No, the guys that gave him the most trouble were the guys he couldn't move.
Yeah,
like
the big country Reed,
like
big country. Yeah, Sabonis. If he couldn't move you, he struggled.
Sabonis.
Yeah, that's the bonus. Like if y'all go back and watch that series, and I believe in Lakers versus Portland, 1999. West Conference Finals. Sabonis actually did a great job. Sabonis actually did a great job guarding Shaq. Like, and that's the people that gives that shit.
But Shaq's a lot of Shaq's moves offensively was predicated on him being able to move you. Like he would bully and move David Robinson around a lot. And these are smaller, slighter centers. He could move him around with his weight. You saw how he did Chris Dudley light ass, just literally doing whatever he wanted. But the heavy guys, it's a reason why Shaq said he struggled with Big Country. His Big Country was big. That motherfucker had that country weight. Just couldn't move.
What it was, Lamont. I think Shaq was great.
Shaq wasn't used to carrying around that kind of weight either, though. Remember, because he was slim. He was real slim when he came in. He was a slender guy when he came in, more athletic. So then when he got to the Lakers and he started getting fatter, with them.
Even Yao Ming, Yao Ming gave Shaq a few problems.
Yeah. Because they already knew how to carry their weight.
Isn't it also like every big that scores on you and is also offensive threat's going to make you work on defense, so you're not going to have as much.
No, what it was after like Shaq was elite in terms of like sealing his defender, established interior position, so that when he does get the ball, he's only 1 or 2 dribbles from the cup or one dribble away from his hook. So with guys like Sabonis, who was smart enough and big enough to meet him at the free throw line, he can't establish a deep position. So now he's working more.
Do you know a lot of people don't notice with Shaq, his best attribute was he knew how to use his elbows. Like once he would grab the ball and he would have his elbows out and he would move you with his arms without moving you with he would literally put that elbow on you and just move your whole body and get to where he wants. Like he really wouldn't. He didn't have like there was sometimes where he got off some nice looking moves.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Sturdy. You might have saw
when he
some.
got to the NBA, he wasn't that big though. Remember,
Sturdy, I ain't gonna lie to
literally
you.
the
You
same
might have
size
seen
as, like,
something
a
that
lot
I'm
of
not
guys.
seeing, but so far I'm not really seeing him struggle against Sabonis.
No, if you
I'm watching the game and I have the stats pulled up. Like I'm not really seeing it so far, but I'm watching.
No, I'm talking about the series in entirety.
Yeah. I'm looking at the entire
He might be right.
series.
He said he's looking at it.
Yeah.
When the person told me he's looking at it, I got to go with that instead.
No, I
like,
get what you're saying,
like
but
Ron said earlier, we might have been
he's
wrong.
not looking at all 7 games.
No.
Like,
I'm not saying you're lying because to be honest with you, Sabonis is not coming to my brain when I think of like defenders and stuff. But I mean, he might have. I mean, Sabonis was a big body.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like all I'm saying is I was describing the guys who had the most success guarding Shaq because Shaq is arguably the most unguardable player.
Do you mean guarding Shaq or that Shaq, or do you mean that could score on Shaq?
No. Sturdy is right because if you look at their matchups against Sabonis has some of the best matchups at Shaq where you can look to his percentage and numbers and say that's not Shaq-like.
Yeah.
Like when you hold Shaq to 33% shooting and he scores 19 points, that's not Shaq-like, right? And Shaq played. This is a game where we're talking. Shaq played 44 minutes. 44 minutes, 19 points on 33% shooting. That's. And then when you go to other games where he shot the game right before that, 23 points on 41% shooting, or 17 points on 47% shooting,
and those are not double teams.
or 21 points on 50% shooting. There's even a game right here where 18 points on 38% shooting. Sabonis, though, like Shaq's gonna get close to his 20, but them ain't Shaq like a Shaq type game is like the game
27.
Where he shot like 65%, 34 points, 65%. That's a Shaq game.
Or even 27.
Okay. So
there's a lot of lower scoring games, and you can see his percentage kind of dip. I think you want to look at percentage when you looked at this matchup.
Well, okay. But this is why I say that it's a little bit of a tricky conversation, right? So you said everything you said, right, Mark? But I'm looking at the game right now, and a lot of the time that Shaq is getting the ball and Sabonis is covering him, like true enough, he's behind him, he's governing. Rasheed Wallace is coming to double.
Yes.
Instantly. Obviously, like this is Shaq. Like you'd be stupid to think that you could handle that one-on-one consistently, right?
I just said that, bro.
So you have Rasheed covering him, and then you also have Scotty coming over as a third body. And oftentimes I think that's what's getting him.
So casual. That's what defenders do, especially against great players. You're not gonna stop any great player. But like I said before,
100%.
when you do not let Shaq establish that deep of a presence in the paint.
Yeah, but he's not saying that's a bonus.
You allow Chance. Fuck.
Cutting people off, bro. Just let him
My
finish.
nigga, damn. When you do that, when you don't allow him to have deep position in the paint, you allow more time for double teams to come. You allow him you allow Shaq to take a more deeper hook shot, and that what great defenders do.
Okay. So I think I get you're saying Sabonis is doing the early work already, so he doesn't.
Yes.
Okay.
That's like I said, like you're not going to stop any great player, but what you can do is what can we do to slow him down to a certain degree, or what can we do to help our defense get to him? That's why you look at the Pistons with Jordan, right? They didn't really stop Jordan. What they did was they executed the defensive game plan, which was send him to help. Do not allow Jordan to have one-on-one matchups, because just like all-time great players, one-on-one is a wrap for you.
So then
or you play to his tendencies. If Shaq don't like turning left,
hold on. Don't show me a fifth
things
time,
like
because
that.
now I got to ask. We were talking about one-on-one, right? And now you guys are jumping to team effort. So what are we doing now?
No. But Chance, it's just this is like the Draymond Green effect. There's a lot of people that run and say, "Oh, Draymond Green's not a good defender because this guy had 30 points." And the thing is, what Draymond Green is asked to do defensively and be great in, a lot of times it's not predicated on stopping one individual guy. He may need. Hold on, Chance. He may just need to shade a guy to the left, shade a guy to the right, shade a guy to help, because the one thing these players can't control. The defensive coverage. The coach controls that. These players can't just go out and go run their own defensive coverage. They have to play whatever the team is running.
Hey, Sturdy, you was on point. I just looked at a play. Shaq catches the ball. Kobe throws the ball down to him, right? He catches the ball like at like the high point of the post area, right? He catches the ball. He tries to push Sabonis down. Can't push him because he's stable. He throws it back out to Kobe. Tries to gain position again. Catches the ball. By the time that happens, the shot clock has already gone down to like 10 seconds. Double team is coming over. He tries to bully Sabonis one last time, and Sabonis is able to get the block. So no, you're absolutely right.
So like the way I see it, casual, right? The three teams that had the most success against those Shaq and Kobe Lakers were the Spurs, the Pistons, and the Portland Trailblazers, right? What they all have in common, they all had bigs, multiple bigs that's strong enough to not give up too much position. And they all had different schemes to how can we slow down the Lakers offense so when Shaq does try to score, that eat up too much clock. So what the Pistons did, they provided more top pressure and made it way more harder for the perimeter players to bring the ball up. And when you do that, now you're taking time off the clock. So now even when Shaq does get the ball, instead of having 8 to 10 seconds to work with, now he has 6 to 4 seconds left in the shot clock. So like I said, that's chance. That's what we're saying. In the NBA, you're not shutting down one-on-one no great offensive player. Nobody.
But what I'm saying is that's what we were talking about, bro. We were talking about one-on-one, right? And then we're literally getting into a team aspect of the defense.
No, Chance, that's what I'm telling you. Chance, that's what I'm telling you. One-on-one against any all-time great offensive player, you're not shutting them down one-on-one. Nobody.
Well, okay. In simple terms, Chance, the problem with just simply talking about somebody guarding somebody one-on-one is, especially in NBA basketball, it doesn't happen as frequently as you would think.
Bro, I know this, bro. That's what LeBron was trying to get to earlier.
So
you guys, like you guys.
That was because of the statement Mac Def made about Rodman clamping up Shaq.
Yeah, that's the only reason that's the only reason why I was like he didn't lock him up, because most of the time that Dennis Rodman Dennis Rodman is an amazing defender, but where he mainly gets his chops off is off ball roaming. So if he can be able to roam around and be a pest in that manner, then you have the perfect situation for Dennis Rodman to thrive.
That's what he's been his whole career.
Exactly. So that's what I was trying to explain to the guy that I was talking to, but he was so hell bent on proving that no, Dennis Rodman was this elite defender that he made it hell for Shaq. That it was like it was really hard to have that conversation. You know what I'm saying?
He's a better wing defender than a post defender.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. He's a little undersized. He did play well there, right? He did
for 6'7".
He utilized a lot of tricks on the post though to defend.
Hey, y'all! I gotta shut this one down. We're going on the 5-hour mark. I gotta get this one shut.
Okay, I got one thing to say. I didn't do this while the other thing was going on, but
I ain't get my squad, man.
Hey,
oh shit, my bad, Nye. Hold on, we can still get your squad now. We got 5 minutes.
Hey, did I hear Art try to say that Anthony Davis was a better defender than KG?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
Man, that's crazy.
He said, this is what he said. He tried to slick it by us. He said, when I was on my show, we decided that AD was. I said, what do you mean we? We didn't decide nothing. No, you decided this shit. I didn't decide that shit. I said that literally, I don't think there's one thing in defense that AD does better than KG. I can't name one.
Hey,
I don't know how you came to that conclusion. That man said we came to that decision. I said, I don't know how.
1 through 5. He would literally run through 5.
I got a question, Lamont. After all these drafts that you've seen,
T-Street get his team
yeah, just real quick before.
Oh yeah, we got to get Nile and T-Street. My bad.
Spark what he's thinking, but after all these drafts you've seen, have you been surprised by any players that a lot of people rate highly but did not draft?
Yeah, I didn't see Jordan as much. I mean, we could just start with Jordan. Like not too many teams, and I understand why. Because Jordan is one of them guys. It's harder to build around Jordan. It's easier to build around LeBron. So maybe some people just don't know how to build around Jordan. Just like Mac Def, he don't know how to build around Jordan. The man put Steph Curry and Melo around Jordan. This is like you don't know what the hell you doing. The man put AD, Steph, Melo around Jordan. And said, "Yeah, I'm building a great start." No, what are you doing?
But why did nobody say Magic Johnson's name at all? Like, why would you start the team?
Yeah, because the thing is, you only got 2 MVPs, and so now you have to hit the value. Can I get almost similar production in this era at the point guard position from a non-MVP?
And see what I noticed is versatility became a big factor when building the team. We're picking players with more versatility over high level, specialists, you could say.
So why
like
Kobe didn't get a lot of love. We didn't see Kobe in there as much.
Especially if you're building a team in today's era, like
so why would you pick a
versatility
big
is
man
key.
guard that can play 1 through 5?
Well, no, because shooting is a premium.
He was a shooter too.
You can find plenty of shooters though.
But you can. Literally, I'm just asking one question. Why would you start a player that can go 1 through 5?
You said what?
Why wouldn't you start your team with a player that can go to 1 through 5? He can literally play 1 through 5, all positions on the floor. Why wouldn't you start your team?
And who we talking about specifically? We talking about Magic?
Yeah.
No. Well, one Magic cannot play 1 through 5.
He can't shoot.
Yeah, he can't play 1 through 5. Point guard, maybe power forward.
He won an MVP.
No,
we're talking.
No, it ain't about MVP.
We're talking in today's game. No.
We're talking about the level of impact, especially in
Hold on.
today's game.
If you watch video, did you see how far players would sag off Magic when guarding him?
Yeah, because he just what? Oh, you talking about? I think it was more or less because of passing, because he was shooting. No.
In the 80s, players would sag off Magic. What do you think they're gonna do in today's game?
He had Magic Johnson out there looking like.
No, I wasn't. And you want to know what's funny? I wasn't even talking about just strictly from an offensive standpoint. I was talking about more so the defensive standpoint. On the defensive end, see, the thing about it is in today's NBA, the point guard and maybe the 2 guard can be hidden defensively, like more times than not, right? You have an easier job hiding that. If you put Magic anywhere outside of the point guard or 2 guard spot, you're literally asking for your team defensively to get smoked every single time.
What?
Dead ass. And I'm not playing.
What are you talking about?
Hold on, y'all. Let me get I gotta get Niles and T
Streets
because I gotta shut this one down pretty soon. But let me go ahead and get with, because T Streets was in here. T Streets, you got your list?
Yeah, I got my list. Hold on.
I got mine too.
Nah, I didn't make the cut this time. You know what I'm saying? You might make my All NBA team.
Okay. What's your starters, T Streets?
All right. So first of all, I got the greatest space creator in Curry at the point. Then I got my shooting guard. I got one of the best shot blocking shooting guards at D-Wade 2.
Okay.
Then for the 3, you know what I'm saying? I got one of the best playmakers, and that's LeBron James at the 3. And at the 4, I got one of the best power forwards, one of the stretch power forwards, and Rasheed Wallace. And at the big, I got one of the best playmaking bigs in the modern day era in Marc Gasol.
That's a nice lineup. I can't even lie. That's a nice lineup.
Curry, Wade, Bron, Rasheed Wallace, and Marc Gasol.
Okay, what's the rest of your lineup? What's the rest of your 12-man roster?
So for my bench, I got one of the best 6-men, the Human Torch himself, J.R. Swift. And then I got.
You the point guard, J.R. Swift?
Hold on. Let me get to the
let him name his bench. We'll sort the positions out later.
Yeah. So, like I said, J.R. Smith, and I got the Finals MVP, Iguodala. Then I got one of the most versatile forwards in the modern day era, in Lamar Odom. And for my point, I'm glad you brought that up, young Africa. For my point, I got one of the best defensive guards in the 80s, and that's Sidney Moncrief. And for my big that would definitely fit in this modern day era, I got Ben Wallace. So my bench is J.R. Smith, Iggy.
2 more players.
You got 10. Yeah, you got 2 more players. That's 10.
I got 2 more players. I mean, shit. That's a whole squad.
Okay,
I mean,
hey, if we were playing this on 2K, I want him first. They can't shoot.
You want who first?
I want him first. You got
plenty of shooters. What you talking about? The only one who can't shoot.
Who's your last two? Who's your last two?
You don't have it.
I got it. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you say that. I got Rip Hamilton. You know what I'm saying? Give me Rip. And for my big, let me get big on there. Fuck it. Let me get PJ Stoyanovich. Can't go.
That nigga's not a big, but okay. Hey, look, I ain't gonna lie to you. I fuck with this team either way, though. I fuck with this team either way.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad.
That's a nice team.
Kind of small for that
They can't shoot, but go ahead.
They can't shoot.
What you mean? I only got two. What? Ben Wallace, Braun probably can't shoot. Everybody else is a shooter.
Pedro Stojakovic, what he was shooting a
I
shooting
mean-
guard. Like,
I mean, Braun is an average shooter. Steph is the greatest shooter of all time. Who did you call for the starting 2-guard spot?
Wade.
Yeah, Wade can't
Wade
shoot.
can
Okay. J.R. Smith can shoot.
Hold on, Marcus All and Rasheed Wallace can make that shot.
But Marcus All can stretch the floor. Rasheed Wallace can stretch the floor as well.
I
Yeah.
still want that team first if we were playing.
I ain't gonna lie to you. You go for that team first, you might be asked and get smoked out. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Okay, I would love to take that challenge.
Sidney Moncrief off the bench, that's an all-star, all NBA.
That's Sidney Moncrief.
I should set these matches up online. Let me hear Niles' team.
You should do that.
Hey, put me top five, Lamar. I got top five.
That's what I'm probably gonna do.
Oh yeah, simulate that, please.
I'm gonna simulate all the matchups. I'm gonna put them into a tournament bracket. I'm gonna simulate it, and I'm gonna play all the games.
And Allen Iverson.
Hey, low-key though, hey, Mac Def's team might actually cook in that simulation though. I can't lie. I mean, they might drop 140 for real.
Yeah, but he might, because it's gonna reward him for player ratings.
Exactly.
His team rating gonna be really high.
Exactly.
All right, go ahead now. Let me hear yours now.
Yeah, at the point guard, I got Stockton. The shooting guard, I got Brandon Roy.
Damn, I forgot.
Small forward, I got kind of underrated player from the 2000s. I got Shane Battier. That's my three, and then I got my four is Dirk Nowitzki, and my center is Kareem.
Wait, that's MVP. Wait.
Okay, those is two MVPs. So let me get the rest of your seven, man.
That's three.
Let me get the.
No, it's only two.
That was not three. Yeah.
It's two MVPs, Dirk and Kareem. Who's the other seven players?
So my bench, I would put my bench is Mike Conley. That's my point guard. My shooting guard is Drazen Petrovic. My small forward is Danny Granger, and my power forward is a young player now, which plays now. I would probably put Jaren Jackson Jr. And my center would be Miles Turner from the Pacers. And then for my, I have two more players, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would put I would add another guard. I would add Ron Artest to that, and probably Sean Elliott.
That's a really good pickup.
That ain't bad. His team really ain't bad.
Yeah,
his bench would give some people problems, man. His bench,
especially if you give Sean Elliott any minutes, like quality minutes, defensively, he gonna get you some stops.
No, but I think Petrovic will be the star of his bench. Petrovic and Granger could be a star of the bench. Granger was nasty when he was
but you could put Sean Elliott at the 3 too.
Yeah, I put Danny Granger over Shane Battier personally.
He has a lot of defense with Miles Turner and Jaren Jackson combined.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: Shane Battier or Sean Elliott to you? Who would you give
in today's game? I got to go with.
I'm taking Shane.
Yeah, I would.
But even in today's game, because I think
today's game, I'm taking Shane.
I don't know that defense.
I don't think
Elliott can give you.
I think the highest premium of any position in today's game is mobility. If you don't have the ability to recover, you don't have the ability to close out shots, and you have the ability to just show and recover and dig in the passing lanes, it's going to be a problem for you. So
that's a good point. But that then I think I'm with you. I think Shane is probably getting
Niles bench. He might have the best bench out of anybody though.
Because Shane even at a
age. My bench is clearing that. My bench is clearing that.
Give him his bench.
So his Niles bench was J.R. Smith, Iggy.
Nah, it wasn't J.R. Smith.
That's my bench.
Oh, hold on, my bad.
You got it right.
Hold on.
My bad. Nah, I got the best bench.
Yeah, at the guard, at the point guard, I had
Conley, Petrovic, Granger, Jaren Jackson Jr., Miles Turner, Artest, and Sean Elliott.
Okay.
But they all pushovers besides Ron Artest.
And what was his starting?
Ain't got no dog.
Mike Conley is not no pushover.
Bro, Drazen Petrovic was no pushover.
Drazen Petrovic wasn't no pushover either.
He was the only one that would go at Jordan in the 90s.
Niall, what was your starting five again?
My starting five was I forgot the point guard, but I know my shooting.
John Stockton. You said
Yeah, Stockton. My shooting guard was Brandon Roy. My small forward was Shane Battier. My power forward was Dirk, and my center was Kareem.
I like that.
Kareem and Dirk is like a sneaky, like that's a sneaky.
Because Dirk would be
a great high-low. That's a
exactly.
Dirk gives Kareem his space.
Dirk shooting with force, like you couldn't just outright double Kareem, and I can see that.
And you know the benefit is that he brought in a point guard that is a master at getting the ball in the post.
Yeah,
how well you can do it in this era, I don't know, but
the pick and pop with Stockton and Dirk would be crazy.
To be honest with you, I think outside of like going up against like switch heavy defenses, I think John Stockton would be perfect. Like he'll be perfect.
I like this. I mean, the team has. I mean, the main thing is you're not going to create a perfect team. You can pick holes in any, but I think his starting lineup is kind of soft. I think he could have came up a little stronger, but I don't know how well.
Really? To be honest with you, Dirk and Kareem like alone, like Kareem defensively could anchor that defense for him. And then
but even as great as he is, if your center in today's game can't give you anything beyond the 3-point line, like you're gonna struggle.
Do you think so? I mean, because I don't believe that, because I think
okay, look at Embiid. Embiid is struggling to win.
Yeah, but that's because he doesn't have somebody. That's because he does not have nobody on the front court that could be able to stretch.
Embiid struggled when he was healthy to win.
Leave Embiid alone, Sturdy.
When he was healthy, nigga, what playoffs he was healthy?
I mean, he was healthy. He was. I mean, let me not start with Joel Embiid, man. You gonna get this
and then
let's go ahead and wrap this up, man.
Mike Conley. I don't know about Mike Conley. Salute to Indiana.
I don't know. I think you sleeping on Mike Conley. Mike Conley was it. He. I think 3-point shooting wise, and especially like just running the set. Mike Conley's perfect.
Hey, I like Tackable. Look, I like his train of thought, man. I like the way he thinks, man.
It with MJ and Bron. Okay.
MJ and Bron is nasty. No
MJ and Bron is like so simple though. Like you made it too easy saying something like that.
Oh, I put shooters around MJ and Bron. What you
mean? But I'm saying like that's a no duh type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but a lot of people said my bench was weak. Like a lot of people looked at my bench and said my bench.
What was your bench?
So my bench was Mutombo. No. My bench was Bruce Bowen, Peja, Robert Ory, Chris Mullen, Reggie, and Ray Allen.
You don't have a guard. I mean, you don't have a point guard to be able to play make.
Hold on. What else I got? I'm missing somebody. That's not all of them. Oh, and my playmaking was going to derive. All my playmaking was going to either derive from LeBron, and then I also had Draymond Green playmaking because he was in my starting lineup.
Draymond's in your starting lineup.
And then I also had Scottie Pippen who could make and play point forward.
Don't you think that the playmaking becomes redundant at that point?
You said
Facts. What? Because you got LeBron. Why you need Draymond Green?
Because I'm not leaving my starting lineup. Like my lineup is based on the fact that my in-game lineup is probably going to look completely different from my starting lineup.
Okay. Well, okay.
Like my in-game lineup could potentially look like in-game lineup could look like Mutombo coming to the bench. I could have Draymond at the 5, right? And then I could at Draymond at the 5 who can defend most bigs, maybe not shut them down, but he can keep them inefficient. I got guys like Reggie Miller and Ray Allen who can make clutch shots. And then you got playmakers like LeBron who could move them around, point forward, whatever you need to do to make that suits the guards as far as defensive matchups. But you got a ton of shooting there. You got catch and shoot shooters. You got off the dribble shooters.
Yeah,
you got clutch shooters like Chris Mullin and Robert Ory. You got defenders and Bruce Bowen.
Your bench has all the shooting. My main problem is that starting lineup. If you put that starting lineup out there,
my starting lineup is LeBron, Jordan, Pippen, Draymond Green, and Mutombo.
Okay, so my main problem with that, like these gentlemen have been talking about all night, is shooting. It does matter, especially in today's era. And if you have,
and I got plenty.
Yeah, you have plenty of them coming off the bench, but you're starting.
But my emphasis on as a coach. Remember, I'm looking at it as a coach. I want to lead my games with defense. Shooting is going to matter to me in the second, third, and fourth quarter. I want to start. There's a certain way you want to start the game. I want to start the game with a focus on defense. So you start the game with a defensive focus. And as I substitute guys in, I got snipers coming in again.
Okay, so then this is my question to you. With that starting lineup, defensively, I'm with you 1,000%. I think defensively you're gonna get stops like relatively easily, to be honest with you. But on the offensive side, what is this set that you would run to get easy buckets for them? Because I think there's a set that you could run.
Hold on. What with the starting lineup?
Mm-hmm.
I'm running triangle offense.
Okay. All right.
I just checking. Oh, I'm not an idiot. I'm getting Jordan the ball. I'm gonna let Bron be the Pippen role. Right? Pippen can play that top of the key role, but I'm gonna run that triangle with Pippen, Bron, and MJ. What?
Yeah, I ain't got too much.
Bron and Draymond off ball. Bron and Draymond off ball. We package.
Bro, and the reason why Draymond is valuable because Draymond helps me pull off that first ball reversal because he's a great passer. That's all I need. Is give me one ball reversal.
Now I'm not mad at it.
And when I get to subbing, I'm going either 5 out or I'm going horns. And y'all ain't gonna be able to stop it because I would go horns before I go. I would go horns before I go 5 out. No. Because if I go my 5 out set, if I run continuous like with my Spain pick and rolls, or if I run split actions, y'all ain't stopping my shooters. I got every type of shooter you can ask about. I got Peja. I got Bruce Bowen, who's an elite in the corners. I got Chris Mullin. I got Ray Allen and Reggie. I got every type of 3-point sniper.
Well, no. So my problem wouldn't be
and I got Clay, and I still got Clay.
As far as running a 5 out, running a 5 out for the shooters, I think that would be fine. It's the pick and roll because you have Dikembe on your team.
I'm not running pick and roll. I'm running continuous. I'm running my Spain pick and roll.
Okay. I thought you said
no. I'm saying I call it continuous Spain. It's just Spain pick and rolls are not real pick and rolls. It's just really fakes pick and rolls to get 3-point shooters over.
Yeah, they just said they pretend as if they set and screen and slide out.
Draymond, Mutombo, and Bron, we're running zone defense all day on y'all, bro.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm gonna let you run it for the first 3-4 minutes of the game. Mutombo's gonna be the first sub out, and I'm bringing a sniper in. So that whole zone,
you're down 15. You're down 15, Lamar.
I'm gonna be down 15 in the first 4 minutes. Yeah, we ain't the Lakers of last year. We ain't the Lakers with Russell Westbrook. Man. Don't do that.
No, but I think defensively they'll be so good that even though they probably won't be able to score on you, you won't be able to score on them either.
Because Mutombo gonna be the first out. This is just to set the tone. Set the tone, and then the snipers is coming in, and now you got it. All that zone playing y'all was doing, throw it in the garbage can. Now you're gonna practice zone the whole time, and you only gonna run it for the first 4 minutes.
First 4 minutes is gonna be wonderful though. I will say that though. First 4 minutes will be wonderful for you. For Africa. Like if he's running a zone, like as a coach, watching your team defensively, you're gonna be singing in harmony. But once you what beats
the zone? What beats the zone ball movement? I got Draymond, I got LeBron out there with great ball movement.
But they can't shoot.
And I got Scottie Pippen. I don't need early in the game. I'm not coming out to chuck threes up early. I'm trying to get buckets at the rim.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The first 3 to 4 minutes that you have that lineup out there, right? You're not worried about it, but it still is going to be happening where he's going to be running the zone. You're going to be passing the ball like pretty fluently, and you're probably going to get some high valuable shots. But you have bad shooters on your team, so they're going to be missing.
But first of all, if we look at Africa's team, if we say if my team versus Africa team, what defenders does he have to run the zone effectively?
I don't know where Africa's team is.
Let's look at Africa teams.
Look
Africa talking about like you can send any team out there. You can't send no any team out there in zone against me. You can't send no scrubs out there.
We got LeBron, Paul George, and Ron Artest at the top. We're playing 3-2 all day on y'all, bro. What we talking about?
Hold on, but you got a weakness. You got a weakness. I'm going right at Weber and Jokic in the triangle offense. I'm identifying your
Weber
weakness.
and Jokic at the front.
Why you got Weber and Jokic? What the hell?
I'm targeting Weber and Jokic.
The question is, how you even get into Jokic though? How you even get in there?
No, because Weber's not that good of a defender.
Hold on, triangle offense. I can see the triangle offense and continuity offense. It allows you to pick your poison. Who are the weakest links on defense? And that's the part of the court we gonna attack. That's what the triangle and that's what horn sets are for. I'm gonna find you can't see in these sets right here. You can't hide your weak defenders. How you gonna hide them? You can't hide no weak defender in the triangle.
First off, you're talking about first off, we're sending help if you get to the paint, but you're not going to get to the paint.
You can't send scrubs to help.
We got Rasheed Wallace and Sean Marion and Karolinko on the bench that's going to come
play them all at the same time.
You can't. Well, after my question to you after, why don't you have no rim protection in your starting five?
That's a fair question. That's a fair question. I was thinking about that at the power forward position next to Jokic, and I went with offense over defense straight up. I trusted in this era. Sturdy, I trusted more in my perimeter defense of LeBron, PG, and Ron Artest to stop dribble penetration and have elite rebounders at the 4 and 5.
Outside of the Nuggets, right? If you look at the last 4 to 5 teams to win, they were elite at protecting the paint.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I'm expecting the mission is do not let dribble penetration occur. We're not letting you get into the paint. That's the intention.
You're going to get to the paint eventually, though, because even
on the Lamar's team, we're already in the paint. We're on Lamar's team. Don't worry, we playing zone defense on Lamar. That's all right. But hey, Lamar, how's it gonna go? Tomorrow, how's it gonna go with the? Are we going like 2-minute debates?
Oh yeah. What do I need to be looking at?
Hold on. Honestly, I don't know what I don't know. From my understanding, it was gonna be trivia questions from the chat.
Okay.
And it's just going to be quick hitter questions, similar like how they did the last thing, where you got 2 people up, and whoever gets the question right stays. Whoever the chat feels answered the question better stays up, and then the next person comes up.
What, like who won the defensive player of the year in 1980 or something like that? Like
I don't know. I didn't even really watch the last one that they had, but I watched with the little bit of it that I did watch. It was just like trivia like style questions, or sometimes it was weird because sometimes they would ask a question where both people had the same take, so they were like, it's who gives the better answer, even though they're both kind of saying the same thing. It's both basically goes to who can dictate it better. And it's just
okay. So then are you saying that it's just like the
King of the Hill?
The viewers are gonna so the viewers are gonna basically like be sitting there saying who's better between Kobe and such and such.
Yeah. Okay. And then you got to give an answer on the fly. And then even if you even if both y'all feel like Kobe's better than this other player, it's gonna go down to who do we feel
elaborated better.
I get because ultimately I believe when it comes down, if 2 people got the same thought process on something, I think it's just gonna ultimately come down to who they like more. You know, and
Lamar, I think we should do the debates. I think we should do the debates before the trivia.
You said before when?
Before the trivia.
We're not doing debates. They're just doing trivia. That's tomorrow.
Wait, what? I told you I'm debating him tomorrow.
Yeah, we're supposed to be doing the Players' Choice thing tomorrow. I forgot. Because I think me and you, when we talked, we put it on the 13th, and then Ryan hit me up and said they wanted to reschedule the Players' Choice thing on the 13th.
Damn, I literally told Chill today, like, we still debating tomorrow.
We can still set something up tomorrow, like before the stream, before we can like do something in the morning, but like I just thought once I found out they were scheduling on 13th that everything got like nixed. But we can still schedule it. We can still do it tomorrow.
Look, as far as I go, man, I'm available for whatever, man.
So you're gonna replace True to King for us, casual. We still got Sturdy's good to go. Africa's good to go. I gotta hit up LVZ.
the ski mask coming out.
Yeah, I got to hit up LBZ. Hoop Jargon is good to go, so he's locked in. I'm good to go. And who else do we got?
Hey, I'll holler at you.
All right, Bees.
All right.
Hey, Bees, you don't want to cook. You don't want to cook, Bees. You don't want to cook.
Well, George said we lost. George, we haven't even went up against Players' Choice yet.
What? Hey, Bees.
See, George is one of the people that will vote against us just to vote against us.
You don't want to cook PCBs? You don't want to cook these youngins out here?
Y'all got it, bro.
I'm doing it, but like I said, man, it is what it is.
I mean, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. If people is down to still debate though, like,
why you acting like you retired your jersey, Bees? They not FYF Rafters, Bees. Come on, man. You still
they're not down to debate. They don't. I've already asked them to debate. They don't want to.
I'm in the comedy
that's tough.
What, you in the what, Bees?
I'm in the comedy section.
Well, like they not on the competitive shit, or they just don't want to debate with y'all.
No, they don't want to debate with us. They'll debate. They don't want to debate with us because if they came over here, I think they've seen our debate style. I mean, Ticket came over here and debated, so salute to Ticket and Chill.
Chill came over, and Ox came over.
But Damo and some of the guys over there, some of the guys over here that feel like they got that kind of went Hollywood or feel like they got bigger platforms, because Damo's been doing this for a minute. Yeah. Low will pull up anytime. I ain't worried about Low. Low's the homie. Yeah, Low pull up. It's just like if it's not really PC versus FYF if we ain't getting them all. If we just are able to get Big Ticket and a few of them, is it really? It's just because those guys got their own individual platforms. That's just those guys willing to come over. It ain't no PC like Ticket. That's just Ticket willing to come over here and do a debate. So that's where you got to respect them to a certain level. But certain guys that just say, no, I'm just not going over there and I'm not doing no debate because, they just feel like they didn't linked up with PC and now they want to go Hollywood. And it's like, all right, I ain't tripping.
Well, you know me. I'm still trying to get my platform off. So I'm down to do whatever it takes, man.
You should have been set it up. We'd have been sending people your way. Go live and shit. Tell everybody to go sub up.
Shit. We just got our stuff down. We just got we hit 15 subscribers last weekend.
Oh yeah, what's the channel again, man? Because
last time I'm finna send a link to you right now.
All right, put it in
the
chat.
Casual. Where you got them the possession stats? Synergy?
Synergy, so some of the stats as far as like their true shooting and stuff like that, I just go to StatMuse. It's right there.
Yeah, StatMuse shit.
Easy.
I gotta get my Synergy shit back, bro.
When I say, but I ain't gonna lie to you, as of late, I sort of have not been going to it because like people when they're talking about like NBA basketball, like it really gets like you really don't even have to go to the stats nowadays because they're bringing up stats and they don't even know what the stats are. So you don't even have to go to the stats because it's like 9 out of 10. Like their argument is so flawed. Like you could just simply state something that's just like the obvious and it flunks it. So
well, the reason why that's why I don't like these trivia questions, because when you do these quick trivia questions, sometimes you like I do this a lot. I admit this. You can say something elaborately enough and just be completely lying, but you can convince everybody that is accurate. I shit. I can just like if you make it like somebody can say some numbers and be like, I found these numbers, and you run something off that you completely made up. They be like, they accept it. They just run with it.
They'd be like, man, I don't know if you're talking about John Wall averaged 35 for like 2 weeks.
Like you could just make up a player in game 6. And you're like, this motherfucker wasn't even playoffs in game 6. You start doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like that. That's what happens in these trivia questions. You can get something by people that just sounds good, but it's just like that's why I like our debates now that we got the challenge flag. You better not be inaccurate. Motherfucker, challenging your ass, it's over. So
you got a challenge flag.
Casual.
We got a challenge flag, bro.
Casual. The guy I recommend is some guy. He's on Hoops Tonight called Jason Temp. He's on the volume.
Say it again. What's his name? I'm looking it up right now.
Jason Temp. TIMPF. He's on Hoops Tonight under the volume, right? On Colin Cowherd's thing. Mm-hmm. The way he breaks it down well where he has a good middle. He used mostly possession stats
And he only used stats that makes sense. That makes him think. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to hit you with offensive rating and defensive rating, none of that crap. He's going to hit you with per possession stats, shot selection stats, and then he's going to give you a descriptive breakdown of the player's strengths and weaknesses. So
who's that 30? Who's that?
Jason Tennant.
Look, I'm looking at him right now.
I feel like all of these people don't like analytics when the analytics don't tell the story that they're trying to tell. That's the only time people don't like analytics. But analytics, one thing I've noticed about analytics is they are generally always consistent. If you're a consistently good defender, the analytics are going to show you're a consistently good defender. And if you're a consistently good offensive player and you're efficient, the analytics are going to show that as well. And it's just like when people try to tell this story of some guy who isn't efficient and they're trying to make them sound efficient because they're saying, well, I use the eye test. And no, the analytics generally tell the most consistent story. And that's where it beats out humans. It's just more, it just don't tell lies.
It leaves out context though.
Analytics takes out context with regards to competition and matchups. Like those are the things like with Kobe. Just admit that he was inefficient, but you also say, oh, he was playing in goddamn toughest defensive era of all time. That might lend to less efficiency. So put context with it. Just don't try to lie about it and be like, he was just this most efficient player.
That's low-key, that's where analytics has like sort of been like the death of basketball talks. Is because now you have people that use those analytics that like in barbershops and shit like that, but they fail to use the context on purpose, by the way. And it really like it makes every single point flawed from here on out. And it goes to the generation like that's coming up, the Gen Zs, you know, and then you end up having conversations with these players a few years down, and they end up like literally saying some shit that they heard, you know, somebody that's like my age say, and it sounds stupid to you because you know ball, and it's going to snowball into something that could end up killing basketball talks altogether, to be honest with you.
That's why I tell people when they use analytics, use it in the same way. Like if you watch football, right, and break it down, the way there's a bunch of stats for a bunch of stuff in football, but what you do is you associate the stats to what the player is doing, what his primary responsibility.
Yeah,
that's how you should use analytics. And another thing too, don't use any stat that you haven't looked up for yourself. Like you just look bad.
Well, better yet, go like where it's 2023. Go and look at the game your damn self. Go and look at the game your damn.
Don't look at all the games.
What?
Don't watch Moses Malone. That's the thing too.
When you
Don't
watch John Stockton.
See, it's some people just look at the numbers and take the numbers for what they were. Because if you go back and watch, this is like I heard Lowe say recently. This is what's happening with Lowe. Lowe keeps saying, damn, every time I go back and watch Wilt Chamberlain, Bill Russell play, he has a lower, like they go lower and lower on his list because you cannot help but compare what you see from them to what you see today. And so your eyes can start to trick you. That's when, if you go too far back, you can't help but compare it, and it's not going to look the same. Just like in no other sport, the sport doesn't look the same from the 70s as it does now.
But that's why you take into account when you go look back, you got to take into account what they did for that era. Like,
but a lot of people don't know how to contextualize somebody averaging 50 points per game. Because it's so unbelievable, they say this had to be trash defense. Ain't no way this man was just.
It was the pace. It was the pace. Really, that's what it was.
It was the pace. It was also the level of competition
in this era. He's averaging.
But y'all know how fast. Have y'all ever played in a game? Even in a fast-paced game, scoring 50 points for a season is hard.
No,
even against, bro, I could go against YMCA dudes in a league for 50 games and not score 50. Like, it's hard to score 50.
That's why I don't shit on 60 players, because with that high of a pace, bro, at the end of the day, you still going up and down for nearly 120 possessions a game. And these dudes was running in chunks. So, like, bro, I'm not gonna like fault them. That's extremely difficult. Like, every era has their strengths and weaknesses. So all you gotta do is take it what they did for that era.
But does it hurt, Will, when you look at the pace adjusted to this era and he's averaging 23?
No, I don't do that because just how every great player, they're gonna adapt to the pace too. So if you're Wilt Chamberlain or Bill Russell and you're producing in a league where the pace is at an all-time high, of course you're going to adjust your game if there's less possessions. You're not going to play the same way. So that what people don't do when they try to do this quote unquote pace adjusted stats is BS.
I hear that.
Another hypothetical bull. Instead of just saying, okay, this is what he did during this era, he was so great that he separated himself from the normal means of that era. Lamont said all the time, right? When he always cooks the 90s, but he always acknowledged I have Jordan as the GOAT because he optimized his era the most individually. At the end of the day, no matter how much illegal defense it was, no matter how much there wasn't as much talented shooting guard was in comparison to other eras, he still took advantages of those things.
And isn't it interesting because with that pace, like a lot of players in today's modern NBA wouldn't even be able to play with such a high pace. So it's interesting how we always say like they wouldn't translate now, where you would say a lot of players, especially in the 2000s, wouldn't translate then. But I would say this, what's interesting, what's going to occur or what's already occurred is like when we talk about analytics is like the offenses have become so great. Players are playing at an all-time high in terms of offensive rating that we have resistance to that. And instead of just acknowledging the greatness of the offensive plays, we say the defense is falling off. And I don't know if the defense is falling off to that level where you can't acknowledge the offensive greatness of this era.
No, it's falling off. It's falling off. The rules
have changed. Has it really fallen off outside the rules changing?
Nah, the care for defense has fallen off significantly. Really? Because in this era, see, back in the day, what I've found out from talking to like old heads and shit like that. Back in the day, like defense was everything, right? Because it was all about pride, right? Especially with how the defenses were played at that time. There weren't as many zones as what's allowed now. It was basically man on man. And if this dude scored, we know who to look at. And you didn't want to be the guy that came to the locker room and they were looking at you crazy like that, right? So they had a lot lot they hung their hats on defense.
I hear that, but when you're playing against less skillful offensive players,
but in this era, it's not about you locking down somebody. It's about who can score the most points. So
it's a team defense. It's more about team than
I need to get my bag up. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I would reply to that by saying today there's no illegal defense, so one-on-one matchups is not so necessary. It's about the team, and so you can have a whole team concept of stopping the offense, and especially great offensive players. That's one, and then two, when you're playing against lesser offensive skilled players of the past, now your defense, your physical defense, is more impactful. When a guy can go between the legs, hezzy, and then step back three in your face, that physical defense ain't hitting the same, bro.
So if that's the case, and I'm guessing when you bring that up, you're bringing up names like Drew Holiday, Herb Jones, right? Like when you're talking about that physical defense that shows up. Why hasn't nobody followed that recipe?
What recipe again?
The recipe of being physical, getting up under the
refs don't let you, bro. They don't let
you. No.
Whoa,
the reason why people went away from that recipe is because the pick and roll became too elite. Aggressive defenders, you just screen. And okay, now that aggressive defense is now turned into you chasing an elite shooter or an elite driver. Now you in foul trouble or you getting lit the fuck up. So this is why overnight Pat Beverly used to look like a great on-ball defender. Now it looks like he getting cooked all the time. Wonder why? Because he screen, chase. Now you fouling. Now you going under on shooters, getting lit up. And so now you change the dynamics of how they defend. So now you forcing, as opposed to Pat Beverly defending by himself, now Pat Beverly's effectiveness is all going to be predicated on how well the big hedges or how well the big ices or drops and does his job. And if you have a shitty big, let's say you have a Thomas Bryant being slow or can't make the proper read, or let's say then now Pat Beverly going to be looking crazy. And so that's changes the dynamics of how these defenders look. And then you know what people are going to unfairly do? They're going to say, oh, Pat Beverly's trash now. Half the time, these breakdowns ain't even caused by him. So, I think sometimes Jimmy Butler sometimes gets a little too much credit.
I think I'm happy.
The rules don't benefit the defender as it did in other eras. They just added more freedom of movement to after 2016. Like now, you literally can't grab nobody off ball anymore like prior eras. You can't, obviously, the obvious hand checking, but there's a bunch of initiation that the defenders had and was allowed to do in other eras that they can't do today.
If Pat Bev is the winless enforcer, then what the hell is Charles Oakley, that enforcer that y'all say was so enforcing in the 90s? That motherfucker didn't win nothing. It's a whole bunch of y'all sorry enforcers. What did Alonzo Mourning win with until he got old? You know what I'm saying? Y'all be talking about all y'all. The problem is we got Pat Bev, who's winless. All y'all enforcers of the 90s didn't win nothing. None of them. No enforcer of the 90s, no enforcer of some of these eras y'all talking about won nothing once the 90s hit.
Hey, Sturdy, I have one question for Sturdy. You think when we look back on certain players in the future, when players are even more skillful, maybe all 5 guys can be 3-level scorers and be great at that we'll look back on what we used to call elite scorers, or at least one-dimensional scorers like a Shaquille O'Neal and underrate them even more?
Some people would. I wouldn't.
Draymond Green's not an enforcer, Wild West.
Wait, ask that question again, young Africa. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, with the skill level like increasing and maybe like 5 players on the court being able to score at all 3 levels, we will probably look back over time and underrate these scorers that were strictly mid-range or post scorers and not claim them to be as great as they were when they were playing.
It's tricky to say. I would like to think not, because even with those players, like statistically they were dominant. Like a Shaq was so statistically dominant in the post that even it's funny to look at it hindsight and say that, damn, even the players today that are so offensively great, like a Jokic or Joel Embiid, still could not pair to Shaq, who was strictly post and free throw line. As far as like his scoring and offensive output, like I would like to think not, but then again, with understanding how society is at this point, one dumb motherfucker could say something the right way and it could sway a whole bunch of people's opinions. So
Yeah, because Africa, even going back, right, prolific scores. The thing about prolific scores is high production, high efficiency, right? So it don't matter how you get it. That's the beauty of basketball. It don't matter how you get it. As long as you're doing it at a high production, high efficiency, teams gonna try to take that away from you. So the reason why Kareem is still considered one of the greatest scorers, regardless of era, because what he did, being able to produce in the post, both high and low, and underrated face-up game, he was producing at a high level. It was efficient. Even with guys like Shaq, no matter what people say, he don't have no jump shot and no face-up game. What he was producing at a high level was highly efficient. Even guys like Steph primarily impact is 3-point shooting, but he still do it at a high production, high efficiency. That's the common trend amongst any era. So when I look at it as like people try to say is the more versatile player or the most skilled player is automatically, or the most talented player is automatically the better player. When in reality, it takes more than that to be the better player.
But
hey, we gotta. Hey, hold on. Hey, look, I don't want to. I gotta shut this one down. Yeah, I gotta shut it down. I'm sorry. We going on that time limit, and I gotta get this one saved because I gotta post it on another platform too.
Time limit, man. You started the 24-hour stream, man. What do you think Gomez got?
No, I didn't. I haven't. I've only done one 24-hour stream.
I can guarantee that shit was not fun, was it?
No, it didn't even feel like it, bro. Sometimes when you're cooking, time be flying. Next thing you know, like this 5 hours, it don't feel like it sometimes. Like time be flying. So when we I think we did that 15 hours one day. That's something crazy. I was just like, man, it's cooking. That was in the old studio. That was when I was at the old house. So
yeah, gotta get like you. You gotta get like you.
Oh, hold on. What West said is Pat Beverly and Michael Cooper. No, obviously the reality of basketball is that whenever you're taller, you're just much better. Especially if you do two players do the same thing, I'm taking the taller player.
In the words of great McHale, big skill always beat little skill every day.
Well, you can't teach height. That's what they tell me. You can't teach height. That's what they say. You can't teach height. Pat Bev is little. Give me the taller guy. So that's how you want to slice it.
The only quote I got is that nigga could switch. That's it. That's it.
Switching, you know, nowadays with the way these guards are, switching is now not even the best idea. Switching to get you cooked. That's the problem.
No, you good. You right with that. But I mean,
these guards is like you get to
even
switch.
knowing that I take a player like Herb Jones any day.
Yeah, but you know how rare that is? That ain't easy to
You a
find.
guard, bro. I ain't switching to Kyrie. You missed me on that. And that's another thing too. That's when the Mavs gonna be so dangerous. Like you ain't hiding from Kyrie and Luka. You not. Like,
You feeling the Mavericks right now, bro?
Yes.
Yeah.
They added what they did, and the league is lucky they didn't get Thibault from Portland. They so lucky. No, like they got.
Oh boy, they got lucky.
I agree with that.
They got lucky. That's what I said. Because Thibault was wanting out of there too. I said,
I like that Grant Williams pickup though. I like that Grant Williams pickup a lot.
Well, they
a lot more than others. I just feel like, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I get this feeling with certain teams. Like it was like the Clippers back in the day when it was the Lob City Clippers. Like these teams, I think the Mavericks are gonna definitely make the playoffs now. Like they're solidified now. But like as far as like making that next step and getting back to the Western Conference Finals, they're like a couple pieces away.
I agree.
Oh, Lamont, before you go, like, what's this thing with Christian Wood? Because like, he's where he's gonna be?
Ain't they let him go? They're about to let him go.
Hey, look, I wish I knew. I don't know what the hell they got going on with Christian Wood. I don't know what he's negotiating. All this right here, I blame on his agent because he's too good a player to not be signed. So it's obviously him asking for something that the league doesn't feel he's worth. Because otherwise, he's too good to not be signed.
That's true.
So, and he's trying to play hardball with somebody. I don't know who. I don't think the team that's in play for him is the Lakers. I always thought it was somebody else, but
to be honest, I'm not even gonna lie.
I thought it was the Heat.
If AD is willing to play center, like full time, I like Christian Wood over there.
Man, Lakers can only give him the minimum anyways. Like,
but you got to think though, like how do they play off each other? They play kind of the same.
Christian Wood can actually shoot the three ball. AD can't shoot the three ball anymore.
Yeah, but does he shoot it good enough to where I feel like, okay, these two can play well? Their games don't even complement each other. They almost do the same thing. Christian Wood wants to score, and he really doesn't want to put too much effort into defending.
And AD wants to defend, and he really be having games sometimes where he don't be feeling like scoring.
But the Lakers come and go on AD scoring. They need AD to score.
They need AD to play the elite defense that he plays. The scoring they will prefer it, but if they don't get it from him, but he's playing elite level defense.
I don't believe AD plays elite level defense anymore.
Huh?
What? Oh man.
I don't think it's elite anymore.
Did you watch the playoffs, Lamar?
So this postseason defensively, you weren't impressed by what the
I thought it was. I think a lot of what he does was more predicated on scheme and the team. But as an individual defender, I don't think he's no longer elite.
Oh
no! That's literally his strongest suit though. Is scheme and being an elite rim protector. I don't know.
No. Hold on, rim protecting, he's still good. But
44 minutes. I'm clipping
rim protecting, switchability.
I'm clipping this.
What the?
That's amazing.
I'm gonna give you a copyright strike. Give you a copyright strike.
He's not a good one-on-one defender. Come on, man.
I didn't say he was not a good defender. I said I don't think he's no longer elite.
Anyway, that's
not a good one-on-one defender. Or
so
not
who do
you say he's not? You say he's not long longer.
Who do you think is the best defensive player in the league right now? If AD's not.
Draymond, come on.
Draymond. I'm not surprised.
Come on, bro. This ain't 2016, bro. Like,
and Draymond's not the defender he once was. Oh my God.
Draymond Green's the best. Draymond Green, and you could probably put best defender. You got to throw Jimmy in the mix, but
I was saying,
a better defender than AD.
No. But what I'm saying is, I don't think that. Is he good in a team on a good defensive team? Can he make a good defensive team better? Yes, because he's a great team defender. He's good when a guard is driving and he shades over and help. He's good at impacting shots and doing those things. But as far as being an elite defender that completely changes games with his defense alone, does he have it in him to have impactful defensive games every now and then? Yes. Is he doing it consistently? No, he's not doing it consistently.
So Lamar, that's how you measure.
He gives up. He gives up on a ton of plays on the perimeter. He doesn't really play hard out of the pick and roll anymore. The only thing he really puts a lot of effort into is blocking shots at the rim.
You didn't see him playing hard in the pick and roll against the Golden State Warriors. You didn't see that,
bro. That coverage, pick and roll coverage is not one player. Pick and roll coverage is team. It was team.
Oh, and he's the heart of that, man.
Okay, so he's not the heart. No, he is the heart. He can be the heart of a good defensive team, but he's no longer elite.
But
I watched too much. I watched too much. He's no. I don't want. What is what? He's not elite anymore. Was he even first team all defense?
What?
He didn't make no defensive team because he was qualified. Because the game.
No, he's not elite.
You are too intelligent of a basketball.
No longer. Was he elite? Yes, he's no longer elite.
Defense. That. Nah, I'm not going.
So you measure an individual player's defense by how great they make their whole team defense.
No, you got to use a combination of both. Your individual.
So why Draymond so good? Golden State Warriors defense.
Draymond Green is still elite individually, and he's still elite in the team concept.
He is not elite individually anymore.
But the impact is not showing great defensive team.
Yes, he is.
He is elite as a team defender. Yeah. If you want to believe that he is still an elite on ball defender, still. Like,
okay, what number? What do you have to support that he's no longer an elite defender?
They were No.
What I'm saying, because all the defensive analytics support what I'm saying, not just my eyes.
I would ask you to go and look at the Sacramento series where outside of guarding Sabonis, I'm not even giving him credit for that because Sabonis was absolute trash. Whenever he was,
So Sabonis just became trash randomly. It had nothing to do with
No. Wait a minute. I thought he was already a fluke because I watched that Indiana series against Cleveland. I want to say like 5 years ago, and he didn't play well then. So I already
5 years ago Sabonis wasn't even.
But he's been the same player since then.
No, he has not, bro. He's gotten better.
The only thing that's changed with him is
he's gotten way better. He's an all-star now.
The only reason he's an all-star is because he got volume. His volume increased.
Bro, he got better. He got way better.
He did get better.
Okay, what did he get? What did he get better in? What did he get better?
He's a better scorer. He's better rebounder. Yeah,
is he a better scorer? Is he a better scorer because he changed the variety in the ways he can score? Is he a better scorer because he got more opportunities to score when Victor Oladipo went down?
I think before that playoff series, he did improve his mid range. He always had a decent post up game. So. I think his mid-range game was
okay. I would give you he even had a decent post up game in 2018, but during the regular season. But his mid range, no, I'm not giving that to him.
Check this out, y'all. They got on here. They got Jokic. They got Jokic ranked ahead of Anthony Davis defensively.
Yo,
stop, Mark. Come on. All right, you trolling.
No, I'm not trolling. We're talking about when analytics put the agenda. You know, he doing the very thing that you were saying about the agenda and the analytics. Don't do this.
What does this say, y'all?
I'm so glad B's not up here for this, bro. This
look at it,
nasty, bro.
Jokic right here, 6 in the league. Ahead of who? Anthony Davis, Draymond Green ahead of who?
Nasty, bro.
Even Alex Caruso ahead of Anthony Davis.
Oh my god. Wait, okay, so Alex Caruso better defended than Draymond Green?
Hold on, don't do that. There's
Alex Caruso better defended.
No. Go. Who's number 9, Lamont? You saw that
name. No. What I said was, look, the top 5, you can mix them all up and take your number 1. But
Brook Lopez is better defended. Brook Lopez is a better defender than Draymond Green.
No. Because look, I can put context with the top 5. If you're not in the top 5, I don't even want to
put the context with that.
No. If you're not in the top 5 in the analytics, I don't even want to discuss you.
Oh my!
Take that comment.
Okay, so then say Brook Lopez is a better defender than Draymond Green.
you don't want to do it. You don't want to take the comment down. You know why? Take the comment down, Lamont.
When I use eye tests with analytics, Draymond Green's a better defender than Brook Lopez because he can do more on the court. The versatility is what elevates Draymond Green for me.
So if you know that, then Anthony Davis should be better than Brook Lopez as well because he damn sure is a more versatile defender than Brook Lopez.
He gives up on too many plays nowadays.
Oh my god!
Are you saying? Hold on, Lamar.
What are these plays?
Are you saying Yusuf Nurkic is a better defender?
Look, why can't I just say Anthony Davis is a good defender? Why do I have to
he's not just a good defender?
We saw the playoffs, bro. We just saw the playoffs.
Bro, y'all take one series, man.
What? One series?
All these analytics contextual, bro. That's the context we
Jokic
were just talking
is
about.
a better defender because eye test. You know why this? Because the eye test proved with all the stops that Jokic was getting on AD, proved to me that these defensive numbers are accurate. Jokic was getting stops in the playoffs. And nobody will give him credit.
Solid post defense, one-on-one post defense.
Nobody will give Jokic credit.
It was good. One-on-one post defense.
Did Jokic dominate AD?
Did Jokic dominate AD?
Outside of game one, did Jokic dominate AD offensively and defensively?
Offensively, yes.
Defensively, yes.
Dominated defensively.
Yes, he did. Jokic was. I mean, AD was falling, flailing every time he ran into Jokic. Jokic was just standing there solid. AD jumping into him, falling to the ground.
I don't think that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even think that should sell you on Nikola Jokic being a great defender, and that should sell you on how bad AD was offensively.
No, but you know what? Casual. This is what I told. I said I didn't watch much Denver basketball all season. When I watched Denver play the Lakers, that was probably the first time I sat down and watched a full game of the Denver Nuggets. The one thing that stood out to me after the first 3 games is I've been hearing the whole year people say Jokic is a trash defender. I said when I watched them first 3 games against the Lakers, the first thing that stood out, he is a much better defender than what people are running around giving him credit for. That's the one thing that stood out like a sore thumb. That's why I even started looking into the defensive metrics. And then after I used my eye test, I say, well, let me look at the numbers. Maybe I'm just tripping. The numbers then support him being a much better defender than people give him credit for. So my eyes
I agree.
And the numbers support.
No, but I think I agree. I think Nikola Jokic, like defensively, like he gets lied on far too often. I think that he is a good defender. He's more along the lines of a positive defender than he is of a negative defender.
Is that Yusuf Nurkic at number 9, bro?
Yeah, that is Yusuf Nurkic at number 9.
Don't worry about
No. Hold on. So casual. Let me remind you. You know, Lamont is like one of the biggest Portland Trailblazers fans. So you know for a fact he watched them games. Well, Lamont, would you say Yusuf Nurkic is the top 10 defender in the league?
No, when he's healthy, yes.
No.
And by the way, hold on. And by the way, he just sat there and
Portland Trailblazers slam.
No. Because Mike just sat there and lied on AD because AD also did not. It wasn't like AD struggled like heavily against Jokic. You know, he shot 49% when guarded by Jokic, right?
Yeah, like I said.
And was this is the whole season, right? Last season, like they weren't a great defensive team for the.
I saw Jokic unfazed by AD's defense. Fade away threes.
Okay. And while you saw that, Jokic shot 3 more shots than him when guarded by AD.
Hold on, what happened?
1-3.
Hold on, what happened? Yeah, what's the face AD made when he just felt like, damn, my defense just can't stop this man.
That one buzzer beating 3.
What happened? His defense had regressed from elite to good. See, he was elite in 2020. He was elite in 2020.
He skipped elite. He skipped great and went straight to just good. That's crazy. That is crazy, bro. What are we doing?
In 2020, he could contain Jokic. He dropped it defensively. Now he was only a good defender.
Jokic just got better. Jokic just got better.
Hey, like, however you want to slice it, man.
Even more nasty, like Lamont said, you know, when Jokic did that rainbow step back 3-point shot,
that's when his defense went all the way down.
Yeah, that was evidence of the fall off. Oh my god!
Hey, look, y'all, this is it's time to give Jokic praise as the top 10 defender in this league. I gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop, man. Jokic, y'all see the numbers.
I think the biggest factor there would be
everybody on this list are defensive players, if not great or elite. And Jokic sitting amongst the great and elite and a good defensive.
A lot of that would be the defensive rebounding. A lot of that would be.
Hold on. Is Caruso one of the best defenders in the league on the perimeter? Yes.
I think he's second best. He's second best behind Drew.
Okay. So if all of these are great defensive players or elite defensive players, how did Jokic end up on this list amongst all these good defenders?
Why is it Holiday?
No. I got the exact reason why. It's because majority of defensive metrics based off defensive plus minus, right?
No, this is a combination of all of them.
Okay, so is Brook Lopez a better defender than Drew Holiday?
So it's not just one metric that's being used. You combine them all. and they're saying when we combine them all, we come with a crafted DPM, and this is our ranking. So they're not just taking defensive box plus minus. They're not just using Darko. They're not just using D Raptor. They're combining everything that they can get.
Raptor is hella flawed.
How's it flawed?
It's flawed because one, it don't take into account defensive responsibility, and it always favors the interior defender for the most part.
So you're saying one of these don't talk about individual defensive responsibility?
No, Darko does. Raptors.
So this is a combination
Defense
of
plus minus. No, defense plus minus definitely not. Defense plus minus definitely not.
But then wouldn't it come based off of like which one is like more heavily favored towards?
Well, look, check this out. And y'all can't attribute it to team because it's not like Denver Nuggets was one of the most elite defensive teams in the league. So it wasn't a whole bunch of stellar all-time defenders surrounding them that just made them much. He was just a good defender.
No, he wasn't getting elevated. He was a good. No, I'm with you. He was a good defender.
No, but that's not. But look, so just like I say, Jokic is a good defender at 6. The man underneath him is also a good defender.
Who had better defensive help, Jokic or AD?
AD.
Okay. What?
After the trade, yes. After the trade,
who was the positive? Who was the? Oh, Jared Vanderbilt. Okay.
After the trade, and
you got Aaron Gordon. Hold on, you got Aaron Gordon.
The Lakers were looked at as the number 1 defensive team in the playoffs
because of AD, not because of the roster that he had.
Because of the team. You were they a number 1 team? Were they a number 1 defensive team before the trade?
I think they were top 3. They were top 3.
No, they were now.
I want to hold on. Let me see.
Before the trade, AD didn't have him up in the top 10. See,
they were only top 3 in pace.
That's okay.
So after the trade, when they got y'all need to be giving Vanderbilt more credit and Hachimura and Reed and like some of these guys, the new guys.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all giving all the credit to AD. Maybe even give LeBron a little elevated credit because you know what? The best defender on Jokic was LeBron in that set.
Just like that, you need to start giving more credit. You need to start giving more credit to Aaron Gordon and Bruce Brown and KCP.
I did that the other day. I said that the other day. I said I'm giving credit to these guys, but what I'm saying is it looks like the leader of that great defense was Jokic.
This nigga's nasty, bro. This nigga's nasty.
I said Jokic's a good defender. Everybody under him is also good defenders. If you above Jokic, a top 5, you're elite. Caruso was elite last year. Lopez was elite last year. Gobert's always elite to me. Draymond's always elite. And Jaren Jackson, even though I don't like him, he was elite as well, even though I don't like his offense.
Skipping names.
The Lakers before the trade was like 11th, and they finished 11th.
But in the playoffs, like
no,
remember,
11 in totality. Like they
in totality, like before the playoffs began, like once it wrapped.
Now I'm struggling to give. See, I think the fear is that if people give Jokic the fact that he's also a good defender, he has no flaws. People just want him to have a flaw, so they just say no defense.
He's good.
No,
he's
I don't.
good.
No one's saying.
They want him to have a flaw so bad they just make up the fact that he's a bad defender.
He evidently has a flaw, man. Rim protection is a flaw. Rim protection is definitely a flaw.
Okay, every player has some flaw defensively.
Okay.
Yeah, every player.
You can't be great everywhere.
You just sat there and basically made it seem like Jokic is like flawless.
No.
I'm
saying if you just put a whole bunch of casuals in a room, let's say we just opened up a random ticket TV stream and you put 100 people or you put 10 people up on the panel and they all start talking about Jokic's defense. 10 out of 10 of them are going to say he's a bad defender.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna lie to you. I haven't watched a ticket like live show.
I'm saying I said I'm looking at it from a perspective as why are people trying to find a flaw in his game so bad that they willing to lie and say they don't say he's an average defender.
Well, usually it's because they're trying to push. It's usually because they're trying to push some propaganda for the player that they want to be the best player in the world, right? So like, if Giannis is the best player in the world to me, right? So like, if I really was,
Jokic is better than LeBron. That's an easy yes. Right now, yes,
easily right now.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. LeBron is closer to 10th than he is to 1. It would be in the stack at this point.
It's probably going to.
He might be outside the 10 if he keep fucking around.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like with people like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander creeping up there and shit.
Do you think D Book is better?
No.
LeBron?
No,
Yeah,
hell
right now.
No.
Okay, do you think Dame is better at this point?
Yo, what? No. They don't do enough. They don't do enough without the basketball to be better than LeBron.
And that's the thing LeBron don't get enough credit for. What he does off ball, like he does a lot. He's a good screen.
And then look, hold on. That's a lie. See, remember the lie that people like to propagate about LeBron? They try so hard to find a flaw in this game. People will say LeBron is horrible off ball. When it's like, no. According to a scouting, according to NBA scouting reports, he's elite off ball. NBA scouting reports say he's elite without.
The thing is casual. The thing is casual. He's not a good spot up shooter, but everything else that involves off ball, he's good.
Oh, he's an excellent cutter. The problem is
there's also
more than that.
He's a good screen setter. There's other stuff besides. Besides just
I read an NBA scouting report.
That's why I said I think he's
they
good.
Called him elite.
He's good off ball, but
no, they called him elite. The scouting report said he was elite.
I think he's elite, bro.
So who do I take? Whose word do I take for the NBA coach who played against him in the playoffs? And also watched hundreds of hours of film.
If you want to keep it a stack with my track record of like me being right on my picks and shit, I ain't gonna lie to you. You might want to rock with me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No. What I'm saying is, I know scouting teams literally watch hundreds and hundreds of hours of film before they create the scouting report.
But you also know that most of the not most of the time, but some of the time that they give out these observations. Some of these observations that they give are like flawed because they're mistaking like certain possessions and stuff like that. So like
the flaws generally are when they try to predict who's going to be good coming into the NBA. But when they breaking down your game, they know all your tendencies, they know all your habits, they know if you good. Like I remember in college, they talked about I'm a left-handed player, but they said force him left because when you force him right, he shoots better pulling up off the right hand. So force him left, even though the normal thing is to force left-handers to the right. So scouting reports are gonna pick up on every tendency, every weakness, all your strengths. They gonna know your game down to a science. And if you ain't elite at something, it's not gonna be on the scouting report. If you are elite, it's definitely gonna be on there, and they're gonna force you the other way. That's how it is. LeBron's just elite off ball, but people try so hard to find flaws in his game that they will lie and say, "Oh, nah, he horrible." That's because they think you won't go back and do the homework.
Yeah, whoever thinks he's horrible off ball, they're like that.
But Africa, you hear enough of the LeBron slander and hate. What's one of the go-tos they say about LeBron when they don't got nothing else to say? Man, he horrible. What you gonna do without the ball?
The top three lies about LeBron is he's horrible off ball. He stopped playing defense in 2014, and he's below average in the mid range majority of his career. When you actually look at it, he's not horrible off ball. He's actually elite. Number two, he's been playing defense majority of his career. Outside of 2015, his first 2 years in the season, and 2018, he's been playing in these last 2 seasons due to injury. He's been playing good to elite defense every other year. And then
in 2019 as well. 2019
he was playing good defense too. It's just he got hurt. Before he got hurt,
he did not give a shit. It's okay. It's okay because by the time the season was about to end,
casual. Only reason I know this because Thinking Basketball did a breakdown on how he was playing defense before he got hurt. Like he was playing defense before he got hurt. But
yeah, I watched that 2019 season like closely because I was a Lonzo fan. So when Lonzo got LeBron, I was watching every Lakers game. And when I say there was literally possessions that LeBron would literally take off because he knew that offensively he had such a burden on his shoulders. And that's why I said it's okay that he didn't play defense that year. But
it's more so disproving the fact that he only played defense for 6 years. That's just complete BS.
Yeah. No. That's what I said.
But it's hard.
And then
a lot of people understand how hard it is to play good defense when the guys around you are consistently playing bad defense. Like it's so unmotivating. Something like I was just playing 3-on-3 today with one of my players here at GCU. Maybe not the most elite. And it's just like it's kind of disheartening just watching. Damn, he got cooked again. Damn, and then what you find yourself happening is, damn, when you're supposed to rotate over and help, then maybe you're not giving as much effort on that help a little bit. Like you like it's like a plague or something. Like other guys not playing defense is like, and then playing bad defense, it's like a plague that just makes everybody look bad. So I don't know, man. It's just
and from what it'd be like. Shit, you don't give a fuck either, you know. And then it just snowballs into really just bad basketball all around.
Or you get a guy like Steph with the Warriors, and then this man out there looking like he playing stellar defense, sitting in front of Ja Morant for game winners and all types of crazy shit. So
is it really when you're dealing with a rim runner, do you really got to do that much defensively outside?
Hell yeah.
Yes,
no.
Like, bro,
that motherfucker Ja Morant that year was an elite finisher at the rim. He was making everything at the rim.
He still was elite. He was getting what he wanted.
That was like Ja at his. That was Ja. That was the damn near all.
That was like Ja still ain't the same.
I mean, obviously he's regressed because of the suspensions and all the issues, but that was like Ja's peak so far in the NBA. That was his peak so far.
In that series against the Lakers, I could go back and look, but I thought he even played better than he did against the.
But not every team has Ja Morant's kryptonite, which is a whole bunch of guys that can protect the rim. And so they not only had AD, they had Vanderbilt, and they had guys that were willing to. The Lakers' biggest attribute was they went and contested everything at the rim, foul or not. They going up to contest everything, and that gave that man problems because sometimes he would get fouled, refs wouldn't call it. Sometimes he did get fouled, and that could get annoying. And so it's just that shit wears on you. Again, just driving consistently on AD and all them bodies they got in the paint.
And last thing, outside from 2012 to 2020, outside of 2015, LeBron been either average or above average for the mid-range and an average or below average production on pull-up shots. So it's just all kinds of shit like that.
All right, y'all done made me go over for a whole nother hour, man. I'm shutting this down.
It wasn't my fault. Hey,
look, but all three of y'all, we got to be there tomorrow. PC. Let's just get this shit over with. Just whatever trivia questions you got to get through, just get through them. Just get this shit in the bag. And at the end of the day,
I was expecting a better pep talk, coach. Damn, man.
Man, you got to promote this thing,
bro.
He ain't too excited about it. We ain't got
look. I was feeling it at first, but then the vibes just changed. It's like,
it's like a back-to-back in the NBA.
Remember what Gil said? We interviewed him. He's like, you want the people that want to come. So we have those guys that's going to pull up like a low, like a chill. And that's what matters the most. Like everybody got to show up to have.
No. I ain't worried about the people that's not showing up. It's just the format of this, the style of it. It's just, to me, it's just obviously we just going over there. Obviously, it's good for a lot of the people with platforms, interact with a new crowd. A lot of the guys over there I already fuck with. They's cool. I'm not tripping on that. It's just I don't look at it as a debate. Like I get hyped up for real debates. Like when we got to do real research and we got to really gear up for something. Like I'm going into something that I absolutely had to do no research on. Like it's like doing another podcast over here, And watch this. I'm predicting it right now. They're gonna ask me a question. Watch me finesse and lie about one of the questions. I'm gonna do it, especially if I win a question off of the finesse. I'm gonna show you how you can finesse and lie and get away in these trivia questions just by sounding intelligent. Watch this.
Lamont, if a question comes up and says who's the most underrated defender of all time, underrated defender of today's league, you better say Jokic. If you win that round, you got it, bro.
Drop the analytics. Facts.
No. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say a guy. I'm probably gonna underrate. I'm probably gonna say I would say Drew Holiday probably.
Underrated defender?
Is he underrated?
Yeah. He's very highly rated. Yeah, you know why? Because I sat here and heard he was guarding Jimmy Butler, and I sat here, people heard Jimmy should have switched and guarded him. No, Jimmy would have got the same work, just in a different way. It would have happened in a different manner. The Bucks would have still been eliminated. I don't give a fuck who guarded Jimmy. Jimmy, it was a master at picking his poison and picking his matchups. It would have been the same result. So
I think people were saying send help more so.
Bro, there's no help. They were sending help. Jimmy was making the right reads every time.
Yeah. No,
when they trapped, he passed. When they didn't trap, but if he was smaller, he was torching you. If you sent a bigger guy over, pick and roll.
When he wasn't to help, he was already in rhythm. And
hey, watch it. Look, I'm telling y'all right now what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna finesse. I'm gonna finesse, and y'all gonna know because y'all probably gonna start laughing. Watch.
You know I am. I can't hold it out.
What? I'm gonna make a lie sound good than a motherfucker. That's how I gotta. That's, and I'm gonna really test the acumen over there. I'm gonna see if you really on your P's and Q's. I mean, if I pull off some lies on you, pull off some good numbers.
Man, all right, man. Peace out, man. Peace out. I'll see y'all.
All right, Scottie Pippen top 10. Yo, Lamar, I'm not gonna lie. Niggas, that's on your jacket now.
What's that? What's that?
You said Scottie Pippen top 10. Oh, bro.
No, they took that out of context. That's not what I said. I understand it though. I mean, I understand they're gonna take it out of context, but yeah, nah.
I'm not gonna lie, Lamar, I'm still surprised people still take your thumbnails like that literal. Like you are your thumbnails at this point.
Oh yeah, I am the thumbnail. I live with it though. I rock with it. But you know, people love it, man. Like me and Hoop Jargon are doing the show on another app, and like you know, the guy that plugged us in over there is, you know, he loves like the you know, your contentious titles, getting people to come over, and you know, so you know, there's a value in it, you know, but
is that
Sturdy. I gotta get you over there because we need a third person. You gotta pull up over there with us.
What's is that the app that like all the people going to now from YouTube? They trying to get paid?
No, this is different. This is one we're the only. This is the beauty of it. It's so new. We're the only sports content creators over there, and we did so good in the first few shows. They want to give us a prime time Saturday slot that's fully promoted by the app, the Plenty of Fish app.
Oh, man, I'm free on Saturday.
Because the Plenty of Fish app, a lot of people look at it as like a dating app. They're changing it to a creator platform. So they're bringing creators over, and they asked me to come over. And we've been doing test shows on Tuesdays. And what we also been doing, it's been working out so well that we're doing it Tuesday and Thursday. But the Tuesday and Thursday shows have been going so well. They want us to have an exclusive show in they prime time hours on Saturday.
That's what's up.
So I'm saying you might as well you got to get on board before this thing blow up, man.
Well, yeah, I'm with it. Like especially on Saturdays, I'm free a lot on Saturdays. So
yeah, you got to come mess with us because we need more people. Like because the way that the app is designed, it's more functional with 3 people up there. Because they're still like adding upgrades to it and trying to get caught up with it, but
yeah.
He said, yeah, make sure y'all download the POF app, hit the live button, and then search FYF Sports and search Hoop Jargon. And y'all, all you got to do is hit favorite us. And when we go live, y'all get a notification. Get our live show. The live shows over there be going crazy. I ain't going to lie.
POF. What does that stand for, POF?
Plenty of Fish. The live shows over there be going crazy.
Yeah, I got it. I'm installing it right now.
Yep, it's definitely a different vibe. Conversations is more controlled because the panels it's not you know what I'm saying, it's not all over the place because you got 19 people up here. So I'm definitely
you only lose control of mom when you let like people that you know for a fact don't know what they talking about cook.
Like Brandon and people like that.
But I see why you do it though. Like you don't get those type of takes like from logical people all the time. You only get those type of takes from a Mac Def, from a Brandon. Like you,
I can't believe Mac Def really thought his starting 5 was legit. I said this got to be one of the worst starting 5.
Because Lamar, I was talking to True, and we was like, "Yo, real talk." And YouTube, you hear the most crazy sports take you ever heard in your life. To this day, I never heard nobody else say Steph Curry is the GOAT. You
hear it on YouTube. But look, Sturdy, I'm gonna get up with you tomorrow, man.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, my guy. I'm gonna hit you up. Hopefully, we can get you on one of the shows on the other app. So I'll shoot you a text about it.
Yeah, Africa want that simulation.
Oh no! I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna record all the games, and no, I'm not gonna finesse it so my team wins. But I'm gonna record all the games, and we'll see how it looks. And then we could probably react to the championship game live. So it's just another setup you need to do the games, do like the PS5 games. So I just got to get that set up right. I might bring my PS5 in here, but I gotta buy some equipment to get it hooked up.
Yeah, you need to upgrade them up. Like, I don't care what you say. Dust up that soundboard and get this thing going.
Bro, I got a soundboard.
Well, we'll use it then. Like 100K is right there. We upgrade.
That's soundboard. I got my soundboard right here. It's not hooked up, is all. My stream deck. Just gotta load my sounds into it. And I'm probably gonna get off StreamYard and move a level up to one of the other ones that got some better features.
Yeah.
So, you know, but right now it's just like things been opening up with some of these other platforms. If I'm being honest though, I've been getting so much traction. Like if this thing with the POF app works out the way I want, YouTube might be dead, bro. Shit, man, who's darkness? I'm talking about we getting love over there. I'm talking about
here's what you do, Lamont, and see if Gil will dabble in that a little bit too.
That's what I'm thinking. I got to get Gil. They want me to get Gil bad, but you know, Gil be so goddamn busy, and he got his own show, and his show go like it's taking him a lot of time. That takes a lot of time to have a show of that magnitude. And so sometimes I text Gil, I might not get a text back from him for 4 days, but it's not because he ignores, just that man getting text from everybody and their mama, and he got to run the show. It's just like that man is a hard man to get in touch with, and he's kids hooping, trying to get to all the games.
Yeah, he coached too from time to time.
Yeah, so it's just like sometimes it just be like that, man. But I definitely hit him up. I'm trying to get him over there, but we'll see. We'll see how it go.
All right, bro. Y'all like to subscribe. We're gonna kill tomorrow.
Oh no, we got this, man. I ain't worried about it. Finesse or not, man, we're gonna get it win. Hey, salute y'all. FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. Another good show in the mix. I think this was a really good conversation because this is something that nobody really sits back and does. These types of debates, man, where y'all get involved. Y'all got to use y'all basketball acumen to create these teams. We ain't just debating the same old debates over and over. That's what I really want to get away from. I want to get more into conversations where y'all really have to go be interactive, do some research, and then you come with yours, and then we can debate the results just like today, and we can even simulate the results for even more content. So that's what I'm feeling right there. But look, y'all, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports news, y'all. Until then, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys who playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one special when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course, where everything backed up with actual source.